Precisely. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you over there?
Ready for the day.
It's going to be a short day.
Is it?
No, it's the same, but in my mind.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Just like that. Yep.
Okay. They're going to put us on screen, so do you want to
I'm going to
shuffle yourself away, Liv?
shuffle on out of here.
Liv's head might be in the shot of this stage. They're actually going to take us live now, which...
There's Anthony and Shannon and Liv's head.
Yeah. World Parasurfing Championships. We are in Oceanside, California, and the conditions are looking so fun and playful out there this morning. The swell has dropped just a little bit, and we are in for a big day of competition for day 3 here at another wonderful World Championships for the parasurfing community. Taking a look at some waves that were caught early this morning. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Anthony Vela, and it looks like there's some great potential out there today.
Yes, Shannon, good morning. Great to be in the booth with you. And it looks like from watching the waves for a little while and seeing these waves right now, the smaller swell is allowing the waves to kind of make their way all the way through. And you can, as we saw yesterday, there's young Australian Kai Colas with the new hairdo. He had the leopard print for the previous event, and then he went with the Australian stars.
That is so awesome. I did not, I wasn't here last year, so I missed the leopard print as we see. Whoa, look at that top to bottom. That was a really, really nice wave. Driving hard and connecting with the lip. There is a lot of potential out there. I love getting to see these little warm-up sessions as well, and to see what these surfers were getting up to before actually you put the jersey on as well. How nice it is when you're paddling out in the heat, Anthony, and you actually were able to get a couple fun waves in the morning as well. Yeah. Shannon Hughes here alongside Anthony Vela.
Good morning. Yes, it's so great to get your feet wet, so to speak, and especially if you can get one of those nice waves that we saw right there, that carving wraparound at the end, and then you come in, dry off, and you got a smile for the rest of the day getting ready for your heat.
That's right. Well, we've just been handed the schedule for the morning. We got a whole lot of heats to get through. We're going to be kicking things off with our men's visually impaired Division 1, which includes surfers that are completely blind. So it's as if they're paddling out with a blindfold on for anyone out there that's got 20/20 vision or has no sight issues or anything. That's the level of blindness out in the lineup this morning, which is a wild one to consider because they are going to be catching waves, surfing them incredibly well. I'm so excited to see this division get underway, and it always is an incredible one to me to think of going out there without that major sense available to you.
And when you have one fewer sense, you have to kind of spark your other senses. And I was so intrigued last year, you watch them surf, we'll see in a couple minutes like how well they surf and the critical turns that they're doing, and it's so fascinating how they're able to read the waves, not with sight, but by feel, but mostly by sound. And it makes sense where if you're out on the shoulder that you hear less, and then if you're in the peak, it's a little more turbulent so you can hear. And it's great to learn how these surfers do it. And I challenge everyone, go surf with your eyes closed the next time you're out there.
Yeah, it is an incredible thing to be able to see, and consider the fact that those other senses are going to be so heightened coming into things. So we're going to get ready to go pretty soon here. It is just before 7 a.m. local time. We're planning to run heats until about 3 p.m. this afternoon. We get that glare really intensely here on the west coast of the U.S. in California in the afternoons, and it gets really difficult for the judges specifically to be able to see the lineup, especially if there's a little bit of that chop or a little bit of texture from the wind. And so that's typically when we call things off at the end of the day. Even if the surf is fun, it just can be really impossible for the judges to see things. So we'll see how far we make it through the draw this afternoon. And it's nice to get things going bright and early as we're just waiting for that first buzzer to sound.
Yeah, Shannon, I think one of the big stories is we see beautiful glassy water, and there's our heat set up right there.
So France, Brazil, and Germany in the water. Thomas da Silva, Elias Ricardo DL, also known as Figgy DL, and Ben Newman. I can hear the buzzer sounding now, and this heat is going to be underway. So a great opportunity. We've got multiple medalists in this heat. Everyone has podiumed here at the World Championships. Not everyone has won gold. That goes to Figgy DL. He has had that gold medal next to his name representing Brazil, but for France and for Germany, they're going to be looking for that first opportunity to go for gold, but also to get multiple medals to their name this week.
Yeah, Figgy's been a little stingy with those gold medals, wanting them all for himself. And you'll notice that there are 6 people in the water, 3 competitors, and we'll watch this first wave.
Strong paddle now for Thomas da Silva, unable to get into it. Yeah, explain to us why there is those 6 people in the lineup.
So three of the people in the water are the athletes, the ones that will be doing the surfing. As we see our classification there, surfers who have a visual impairment defined by the IBSA Sport Class B1, the IBSA, which is the International Blind Sports Association. And so one of the people in the water is a spotter or a caddy, and they're helping the surfer kind of reposition. And you notice in this division versus some of the other classifications, you'll have pushers, you'll have people on the inside without boards. In this classification, a lot of the caddies choose to ride boards because they'll coach them into the wave, and then they'll catch kind of the next wave in so they can help coach them back out, because like you mentioned, they can't even see at all. And so they have to catch waves all under their own power. They obviously surf under their own power, but they've got to get out through the waves as well. And so having someone next to them is very important.
Having a look here, we got 2 surfers taking a paddle. We're going to track with Elias now up and riding. Great looking snap to start things off with, going entirely by feel and by, what he hears on the wave right now. So he'll just get caught up on that second turn, but that was a great looking start for him. Beautiful conditions this morning, and the size of waves being really playful, still giving some scoring potential for sure.
Excellent word. It's very playful out there. I think it was very challenging the last couple of days, and today the waves are very playful. And as the world champion, 3-time world champion, gets everything started, and you can see why he's earned those titles. Just nice, smooth surfing. And also would like to mention that the caddies or the helpers out there, they're also responsible for staying out of the way of the scoring potential of the other surfers also. So if they get in the way, the surfer can get an interference also. And so they have to kind of play a tag team through the whole heat.
Yeah, that's a great bit of insight to keep in mind as we watch these heats unfold. Taking a look at, how many world titles there are at this competition. We've got 32 in total. 21 men, 11 women here have won gold medals in the past. The most successful competitors being Victoria Faggy from Canada and Bruno Hansen from Denmark. 5 golds to Victoria and 6 golds to Bruno. Alongside of that, we've got a long list of the other 30 competitors who have gold medals. Quite a few of them have multiple gold medals as well to their names, and we'll be looking to add to that. That little trophy case back at home is probably getting a little heavy. It's going to maybe need some new wood to it to give it some strength as we take a look at this replay here from Figgy.
Yeah, and you see that cutback right there, trying to get back into the whitewater. Maybe could have drawn it out a little bit more, but that first turn was a great opening turn. And again, seeing how playful the waves are. The currents aren't going everywhere, but the big story today and all week is the huge tidal changes. As the moon's getting fuller, the difference between the low tide and the high tide is becoming greater. And so today we're getting down, I should say, to a 6.5 high tide at 7:23 just coming up. And then it's going to go all the way down to a negative 1.0 later in the day. So the competitors have to change their strategy throughout the day.
So we're waiting for scores to come through for that first score of Figgy. our surfer from Brazil. Opportunity for the judges also to set the scale. So typically that first score in a heat, especially first heat of the day, will take a little bit longer to drop, potentially even waiting for a second wave in the heat to be ridden before setting that scale. Taking a look at the contest format, 3 men, 3 women per team. We've got, that is per discipline. Teams can consist of 9 men, 9 women for each of the 9 parasurfing sport classes for a total of 18 athletes. So there's a lot of athletes per team. That's one thing you'll notice when we get those shots of the beach, that there is large support crews behind each surfer in the water, and that's because there's a lot of teammates that are supporting on as we take a look at the judging criteria, Anthony.
Yeah, so there you see it: commitment and degree of difficulty, innovation and progression, of course, speed, power, and flow, and making a combination of major maneuvers. And the critical section is better, and some of these surfers tick off all of those boxes on one wave, and it's incredible to watch. And that's why we've seen scores into the excellent range on day 1, and then yesterday all through the day. During all the tides, we were getting great scores. And again, the surfers know the criteria, the judges know the criteria, and their job is to go out and execute.
Yeah, that's totally true. Yesterday, in every division, we saw excellent scores being dropped, which was a great way to, for these surfers to be able to get their campaign started, to get things rolling for them, especially because that format as well, it is not a repecharge format. It is actually like a leaderboard format or a round robin format where every division gets to surf at least 2 times, and it's going to be a leaderboard situation based off of the results from each of those heats from round 1 and round 2 for surfers then advancing through into the next round. If it's a big opening round of surfing, like there's a lot of heats, there's a lot of competitors in that division. We'll get back to that in one moment because we got a strong paddle here from Thomas De Silva out of France, and he's really digging into it, but unfortunately you can see that wave still has yet to really peak.
Yes, that high tide playing a factor in there. And just to piggyback on what you were saying about the format where the surfers have 2 heats, if the first round and second round have maybe 4 or more heats, that might consolidate into a semifinal, and then it would be regular advancement from there. If there's fewer competitors, it would go straight to a final.
Taking a look at the surf conditions here in Oceanside, Anthony, feeling pretty good about it today?
Perfect forecast from our guys at Surfline. Kevin Wallace, 3 to 4 feet, south-southwest swell, with a little bit of north kind of swell mixed in as well. We have that classic fall combination, 1 mile per hour northeast. The winds have been cooperating the entire day, and that high tide, 6.5 high tide, and that low tide is going to be a negative 1.0 that's happening later. And the water temp perfect, air temp perfect. The stoke is electric.
It is a great week to be here. I mean, November in California, those kind of October, November, right before we really head into winter, is just such a pleasant time of the year to be out in the lineup as a surfer here, because you tend to have really favorable winds. The water hasn't gotten too chilly yet. Like, it's cold, but it's not really that brisk in comparison to what it can be maybe in January, or even heading towards spring more. So it's a great time of the year for surfers from around the world to come together for an event like this, with really prime conditions on offer.
Yes, and we have a wide range of water temps for obviously surfers coming from Hawaii, where you don't need a wetsuit. Yeah. Although some of them wear jackets because the wind gets a little bit cold for them. And then we have surfers from the far south of Chile that are wearing 5.4s, hoods, and booties. And it's a great point that you mentioned. It's not super cold winter conditions, so the Hawaiian surfers can get away with like long arms and short legs, or long arms and short leg wetsuits. You don't have to rock the full suit. There you see a couple of spring suits, so perfect temperature.
Steve Fox from Australia will be paddling out next. He'll have his spotter alongside of him, just having a little chat there as they decide, where they want to be sitting. The spotter will be explaining what's happening out in the lineup, what's been happening with this heat as well. Thomas De Silva up and riding. Great way to just get his campaign going. We're down to 11 minutes on the clock, Anthony. We've got that first score in now for Elias Deal, a 6.17 on the board for the Brazilian. So now Thomas De Silva has a 2.17 that's just dropped for him. That means his campaign is underway. He's got that first wave. He had a couple he had paddled for and hadn't gone into, so it's got to feel nice to just get that first score on the board.
And look at that paddle strength on his way back out. He's like, okay, I'm ready. And it's tough. Every surfer does this on high tide conditions. We sit too far out.
Yeah.
We miss our first couple waves, and then you've got to get a little further inside, and he's making the adjustment right there. Missing that one, but we've all done it.
Happens to the best of us, without a doubt, especially like you said, in these high tide conditions, and you go, oh, I see this set coming. Okay, I'm going to paddle out for it. And then you're like, what am I doing? I'm like way too far out, you know. So nice way for Thomas to get things going. Ben Newman out of Germany, he's looking for his first wave. He's sitting pretty deep at the moment, but let's take a look at this replay.
You can see him jumping perfectly to his feet, and just a little bit, I think he was trying to pump down the line. You can see there was a big shoulder on that wave, and if he got out in front of that whitewater, it would have been obviously a bigger score. But the judge is rewarding that one directional change, so anytime you change direction, and he was actually on rail on that turn as well. So 2.7 because he eventually, fell down, but it's better than a 0.0. And with just halfway to go, getting on the board and continuing our talk about the format. And so these surfers, they have 2 heats to get their 2 best waves, and their waves can come from the same heat or separate heats. So they're trying to build their total heat score from a combination of 2 heats. And so they're not necessarily surfing against the guys in their heat.
Yeah, that's a great point.
But they are kind of surfing it.
Yeah. Overall, they're surfing against everyone,
Yes.
but it's also against those that are in their heat. Let's take another look at this 6.17.
That's a beautiful looking wave. This is kind of a preview on what's to come later throughout the day with our swell that's going to be dying a little, but we're going to have consistent swell today. The winds are going to be cooperating. As the tide drops a little bit more, I think there will be more waves on offer, and the surfers, it's a little bit easier to line up with the waves. As Ben Newman must have heard you, his spotter and him are moving in a little bit closer. Ben competing last year as well, missing his normal spotter, Rosita Neuer, who wasn't able to make the trip. Ben, one of a couple of visually impaired surfers that have had the opportunity to surf the world-famous Kelly Slater wave pool. He was actually the first one, I believe, so that would be pretty sweet, to be honest with you. And I imagine, I've never surfed that wave, but I've looked at it a lot,
Yeah.
and I imagine there's a lot of time to kind of figure out how it feels, and because it doesn't change as much as the ocean, maybe you can rip a little bit harder as a visually impaired surfer.
Yeah, there we can see Pablo Martinez from Argentina getting himself stretched and ready to go. Yeah, I imagine that being in a wave pool setting, because the wave, breaks at the same spot every time, it would be much easier. You're not trying to also have the spotter read the conditions, read the sets that are coming through, and have to adjust your positioning constantly every single wave. You're able to just sit in that same spot and make sure that you're in the right zone to be able to catch those waves. So great opportunity, and really good for consistency of catching the amount of waves. I mean, the amount of waves that Ben would have had in a session there, as opposed to just any ocean session, would have to be significantly higher. As we take a look now at Thomas, putting himself in position, really digging in for a strong paddle, but unfortunately that wave just doesn't break quite in time, as we've got the Krispy Kreme donut man down on the beach.
You think he's going to find us in here?
Yeah, start calling out for him for sure. Oh, wow, man. Krispy Kreme donuts are something that we're really blessed with here in the United States.
An interesting, Ben lists his favorite wave as the famous wave in Munich, the Eisbach, I believe is how you say it. Oh my goodness,
well,
yes.
The cameraman's on it. Go AJ.
AJ, don't forget to share.
That's so good. What were you saying before that?
Oh, just how Ben Newman's favorite wave is that famous river wave in Germany, which that wave is very tricky. I've surfed at a fair amount of river waves, and it's not the same. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Thomas up and riding. Oh, great looking left. Fantastic opening carve. This is an incredible ride for Da Silva. He's looking to improve on just that 217, and he has gone way beyond that in the score line. The opening connection to that first turn, getting the combination as well, huge. You can see that excitement in his paddle.
That was beautiful. Like the way that it looked on the screen with the water, and he just drew this beautiful line. That was incredible. I like that more than the 6.17. I'm not a judge, but We can kind of speculate here in the booth.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you completely.
That was an amazing, his positioning was perfect as well. Thomas De Silva, he's been active. He's been going for a lot of waves, and I love his paddle strength as well. And not bad for the 24-year-old from France, just getting a lot of waves. He's been runner-up a couple of times, and so you can see his energy trying to make a run for the title.
Yeah, Liv was sharing with us just before we started this heat that Thomas went completely blind at 10 years old. So completely blind right now, riding this wave, drawing this line, Anthony.
And there's that turn. That's, oh man, it wasn't as critical as maybe it looked on the first shot from that drone. Oh, this is the money shot right here. Look at that bottom turn to top turn combination right there. And then continuing on. I loved how he felt he needed to get low to continue with the wave, and then repositioning there. That was a well-ridden wave.
All right, we got some more live action here. We'll track with Ben Newman, former bronze medalist from this division, and a great looking start for him. So this is his first wave being ridden. He's tracking now with the white water and looking to get himself out onto that open face again. Feeling so stoked with the fist pump. Ah, amazing. So we're going to have scores to drop for both him, and we could see that Figgy took off on that wave for Team Brazil. He's going to be paddling closer to the pier. He opened up with that 6.17, which holds on as the highest wave of the heat so far. So that score is in now, Anthony, and we've got a little adjustment to kind of make in what we're seeing out here compared to the judges. A 5.17 for Thomas De Silva. So it comes in just shy of that first score of Elias, but it does give Thomas the opportunity to jump into that leading position on heat total.
Yeah, I think on that second shot, it didn't look as steep as it did on the first shot, and so the judges, I think, saw that same thing. On that first one, it was like, whoa. And that split of the peak was amazing. Like, I don't know, the communication, I would love if we can get mics on them to hear what the spotters are saying and the surfers, because they were so close and split the peak. That was amazing.
Yeah, it would have had to be really clear directions on who was going left and who was going right as we take another look here. Yeah,
and you can see Ben Newman on rail, nice and low, great form, couple of turns underneath the whitewater there, and he does a great job riding that whitewater ball, and then here is where he earned his points right here on that last kind of turn, and he's stoked. And here's the right, we saw Elias Figueiredo, the three-time champion, and he's backing up his 6.17 with this ride, and look at this turn right here. Bam! Ooh. Beautiful turn, great shot from our guys on the pier there, and that is why he is a three-time champion and looking to regain that title.
3 minutes remaining, and it's all happening now in the last few minutes of this heat. Ben Newman up and riding once again, now on his back hand. Great snap to start, and he'll kick out quickly. So he's got a 3.0 on the board, and we've got Thomas De Silva up and riding again as well. He's loving those lefts at this stage. Scores are in for Elias for Figueiredo, a 5.33 on the board. So he's now jumped into that leader position, an 11.50 heat total to his name. We got a 5.17 and a 2.17 to Thomas, and we got that 3-point ride with another score to drop for Ben Newman, who's chasing a 4.88 to take the advancing position.
Whew.
Wow.
It was slow at first, and then now it's a flurry, and I think that's a great sign to come. You know, it takes a little bit to adjust how far you're sitting out with the high tide. All the spotters and surfers made adjustments, and you know, you don't want to sit too far in because you don't want to take off late and not make the wave, but then you're too far out. It's such a, I always use the comparison of like driving a stick shift for those that have done that, where you know, you have to press the gas and the clutch up to just the right amount or the car's not going to work, and the same thing applies to catching high tide waves similarly.
So down to 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. We can see Team Blue, the Brazilian, getting himself into position. He did have first priority, so Thomas had to get out of the way, and Elias was able to get up to his feet, but that wave just tapered out for him with that high tide. So I don't think there's going to be any issue with priority or anything like that on that one, as Thomas was, you know, kind of getting himself out of the way from where Elias was paddling. Thomas currently sitting with first priority and Ben sitting with second priority. Now, one of the things that Liv had shared with us before the heat started about Thomas, so he went completely blind at 10 years old. Team France has 2 Thomases, so this one is called Young Thomas. So we've got Young Thomas out in the lineup, absolutely shredding.
That is awesome.
He's looking for another wave right here too, and he's not quite going to get into it. So he said he surfs by the feeling of the water underneath his board. And when he catches a wave all the way into the beach, he just puts his head down and he runs to the sound of the pier, not worrying about who's in front of him. So if you are in front of Thomas and you see him just head down charging to the pier, get out of the way. Because he is fired up. He would have had a great wave taking him all the way to the sand, the shoreline, and he's ready to get that little rip right back out again.
Oh, that is awesome. Young Thomas, I'm going to learn from you. So at 24 years old, he's in the heat as young Thomas. Ben Newman at 20 years old. The two of them added together are just a little bit older than the three-time champion Figgy at 54 years old, the veteran, showing the youngsters how it's done in this heat number one.
What a great way for the veteran also to just continue that campaign. Like you said, he's got those multiple gold medals. He's got 3 to his name already. He's the reigning world champion, and he would love to get himself a backup gold medal from that victory last year. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we have more from this division, men's visually impaired 1, heading out right after this.
Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Impaired 1 out in the lineup, and we are now heading into our second heat. So at the moment, we saw a couple 5s, a 6 dropped for those early morning conditions. We know there's some scoring potential available, and we cannot wait to see how France, Australia, and Argentina go out in the lineup with Thomas Spederbrut from France, Steve Fox from Australia, and Pablo Martinez from Argentina. My name is Shannon Hughes, calling the action alongside of local legend in Anthony Vela, as we see a paddle here from older Thomas from Team France. We just had young Thomas in the heat before, who put together a great display of his surfing from Thomas da Silva.
Yes, young Thomas and older Thomas, or wiser Thomas, maybe they call him.
Wise Thomas out in the lineup. So 18 minutes on the clock, and we've got a huge day of surfing ahead of us. Starting out with our men's VI1 division. In this division, it is any surfer who rides. As we take a look actually at some live action quickly, Thomas from Team France now up and riding, taking off behind the section, and a great looking start for him, keeping low, composed to make it through that white water, all by feeling on his board. And he's done a great job on that opening ride. He's going to have a big score to drop in, and he's going to get himself right back out into lineup pretty quickly.
7:23.
Scores are in for that first wave of Thomas. It's a 3.33 on the board. And for this division, men's visually impaired 1, it is any surfer who rides the wave in a standing position with an IBSA classification level B1, meaning they are blind with no vision. So physically outside of that, their body is fully functioning and they have full use of arms, legs, and everything in between. However, they are impaired in their vision for this division, specifically completely blind. So it is going by all their other senses when they're out there riding a wave. As we've got our surfer in red just taking another look at this replay here from a great opening ride from Thomas Spederbrut. So that 3.33 sets him up on the board. We've got Steve Fox from Australia, who will be looking to take off on his second ride, and Pablo Martinez from Argentina looking to take off on his first ride as well. Conditions this morning looking really playful, light, very, basically glassy out there. You can see there's quite a few surfers out at the south side of the pier, free surfers just taking off on peaks up and down the coast here in Oceanside. And we've got this great opportunity to be running heats at the north side of the pier, where yesterday afternoon we did see a little bit of current kind of change, and it got kind of challenging with the current pulling back through the pier rather than towards the south side, rather than pulling from the south up north. Other than that, it has been a really, really great couple days of competition. We started out on Sunday afternoon with the opening ceremony, followed by a couple hours of competition. Yesterday was a huge day of competition, and today we're just getting started. Well, we've got Livestone down on the beach ready to go with our first heat winner of the day, Figgy Deal.
Figueroa. Figgy.
Yeah.
Figgy tree.
His name is Elias, but he's known as Figgy.
Figgy tree.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes, we're down here on the sand with Figgy. Figgy got his name right. Winner of the opening round of the men's VI1 division. He did great. He opened his campaign with the 6.17. Figgy, can you talk me through that first wave?
The first wave is a beautiful ride. And I start the hit a little bit, como é que é assim, nervoso pouco?
Nervous.
A little bit nervous, but I did good control the job to do a good hit.
Okay, fantastic. And what board are you riding here? Can you tell me a little bit about your board setup?
My board is a 6.6, 50 liters, and epox model with a carbon system, and a very light board, and have a good paddle to get the wave.
Yeah, they were pretty hard to paddle into today. How did you navigate how slow it was out there?
Como é que você descobriu que como estava assim tão devagar as séries?
Because I came to California many years, and I know the waves in Cali, and I know that I need a good board for a strong paddle to get the waves, because the wave is a perfect condition.
Fantastic, love that. What would you like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Valeu, galera. Começamos hoje aí o campeonato, né, para quebrar o gelo. Se sentindo muito bem, tem altas ondas, e agora é continuar aí focado na semana para mais um título. Valeu. Abraço a todos. Valeu.
Awesome. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Figgy. Incredible performance in chase of his fourth gold medal as we take a look at some live action here. So we saw Steve Fox up and riding. We're going to track with Pablo Martinez for Team Argentina. Great takeoff and able to get a little bit of distance there in the whitewater. So he's going to have a first score dropping in on the board. We've got a 1-point ride from Steve Fox for that takeoff as well. And Thomas Spedabrut from France having a look at this wave here, getting a strong paddle. We've seen throughout the morning it's a little bit challenging to get into the waves, potentially more so than it has been in our first 2 days of competition, because that swell has dropped. We're also on that real high tide right now. And so you've really got to make sure to be in the right position. In this division specifically, we've got a surfer and we've got a spotter out there. So the spotter is going to be the eyes for the surfer in every aspect, and they're going to be working with great communication back and forth to make sure that they're getting that surfer in the great position to be able to catch some of these waves today.
Yep, that's a great point, that they have to work together for the entire time. And that was a great shot, that last shot of you can see the spotter's mouth moving, talking through, and look at this set coming.
12 minutes remaining on the clock. We've got a nice paddle here from Steve, unable to quite scratch into it. And it was great to hear from Figue, just really loving his equipment. He was frothing on the conditions as well this morning.
And I think it helps Team Argentina right there. Stoked for their competitor, Pablo Martinez. And it helps to have been to California previously, obviously surfing in previous events, but also coming before and getting used to the beach breaks. And there's a lot of water moving around at Oceanside and in previous years when the event's been at Huntington. Similar kind of waves in that they're both sand bottom, and Figue had no problems with the high tide at all.
Thomas out there in the leading position right now loves surfing a beach break, so he'd be feeling right at home here in Oceanside. As we take a look at Steve Fox with a strong paddle, he is from Gerringong. Favorite surf break is Giroa, as we take a look at Thomas with a quick in and out. That's actually really close to where I live in Australia on the South New South Wales coastline. And Giroa has one of my favorite waves. It's this beautiful beach at 7 Mile. And it's a really, really good longboarding wave, like beach break longboarding wave, with heaps of peaks up and down. It can get a little bit bigger when the big south swell hits it, but other than that, it's really playful. So perfect place for someone like Steve with, a visual impairment to be out in the lineup, able to get a lot of consistency of swell, but without having to worry about it being super heavy, and also having that sand bottom just maybe makes it feel a little bit safer than surfing somewhere with like a reef or those kind of rocky sections.
And probably not super crowded down there as well, I would guess. A little further away from everything.
Yeah, totally. And even when it does get crowded, it's the kind of beach where there's just so many peaks that you can literally pull up and you walk through the forest. There's like a eucalyptus forest. You walk through the trees. There's all these different parking lots, like down miles and miles down the beach. And you just walk out on these sand paths. And if there's a lot of people at that one that day, or from the car park, if there's a lot of cars at that one, you just drive to the second one or the third one. And you're able to really pick through surfing away from the pack, which is really nice.
That's very nice. And just to note, you've made the full transition to Australian with heaps of peaks and car park. well said. And, I think for these surfers, having those empty peaks to train on is, so rewarding. You figure if you go surf for an hour or two in some places that have more people, it's tough for anyone to get a wave. And just being able to surf with less people, whether it's at a wave pool where you're getting waves by yourself or at an empty peak, can help these athletes train to come out here and surf at the World Championship level as well.
It's so true. That area where Steve is from, that's the same town that Sally Fitzgibbons grew up in, where she still lives, calls her home. She's a 4-time ISA World Surfing Games gold medalist, an Olympian, a longtime championship tour veteran for the WSL. And she's one of those surfers that is able to just get so many waves all the time. Like, she's always on the hunt, and she lives in a region where, like you said, there are a lot of surfers, but the population to the number of surf spots and everything is just so much less than, say, living in a major city like Sydney specifically, like a little farther up the coast, or being here in California where the population is just so massive. So Sally and Steve coming from the same area and able to probably have quite a few solo surfs in comparison to a lot of other surfers around the globe.
And like Pablo Martinez from Mar del Plata in Argentina, that's kind of one of the more, I would say, like a Huntington Beach type of a city in Argentina. And I think there's waves kind of, around there, but I know that particular spot is, one of the more crowded areas. I'd love to chat with them more to see where's their spot that they go to get waves by themselves. And in France, I don't know that much about France, but I know there's good waves.
There is some very, very good waves. He is from Les Quines. I'm not sure exactly where that is in France, but we do know that there are some heavy, heavy beach breaks there. There's also some locations like Biarritz that have just a little bit more playful conditions that tend to be favorable for longboarding or riding a mid-length, something like that, while also having some extremely heavy beach breaks that are, known to be some of the best barreling beach breaks in the world.
And that's what he lists as his favorite wave, beach break.
Yeah.
It's not specific, just all beach breaks, which this is one of them. And Steve Fox having a look.
Here we go, up and riding Steve. Just quick cross steps, and he'll jump off of that board. As we see his spotter duck dives that wave, and now we're going to see Pablo Martinez taking a look at that wave. Thomas, more on the shoulder, has a strong paddle, is unable to get into it. Team USA with a surfer paddling out next.
It's going to be Joshua Loya, Josh the Jedi. But I really enjoy this division and seeing the spotter and the athlete working together and watching the positioning on that last wave in particular. Wise Thomas was taking off more at an angle instead of kind of straight down. And I know that in speaking with spotters and surfers, that's one of the things they talk about, catching the wave straight or kind of catching it at the angle. It's kind of Jerry Lopez's world famous, you know, he was told to at Pipeline, oh, just take off at an angle. And he's like, the rest is easy. Obviously not the case. You see our perfect conditions for the day.
Paddle here for Pablo. You can kind of see from how that wave was coming in with a little bit of a bend in it that it would be a pretty challenging position to catch that wave from. 5 minutes remaining on the clock.
And it's looking like, looking out the back, that we are going to have some action in these last 5 minutes. All the surfers having a look at this one.
Strong paddle now from Thomas. He's not quite going to be in position. Pablo just with a pop-up a little bit too quickly, unfortunately. And there we can see Team Australia just trying to get through that wave as well.
And for Steve Fox, I'm thinking like a late whitewater takeoff on that wave in particular might not have been a bad idea with, you know, one of the bigger set waves through the day, just turn and go. And it looked like that left was going to reform a little bit. Pretty cool looking at his bio. Music seems to be a theme, you know, in a lot of the athletes. And I believe he was a DJ for a lot of years. And he had a degenerative disease where he, you know, gradually went from sight and it would become, you know, less and less. And DJ would be a pretty cool job.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be a really, really fun job. These days, he spends a lot of his time, he says, making YouTube videos with his guide dog, spending time in the water, and spending time with his dog.
I got to check him out on YouTube. That would be cool to see some YouTube videos with the guide dog. I wonder if he takes the dog surfing. I know in Australia they have a lot of contests where you can have your dogs on as well.
Yeah, Noosa Fest.
The Noosa Fest, yes.
Always an actual dog division, like surfing dogs division.
Yes.
See another small little wave coming through here. And Team France just paddling, changing up positioning here, looking to see if Thomas can get into anything else. He is holding on to that leading position at the moment.
And Team France, will see them in the red jerseys a lot throughout the event because the rankings for the surfers in each division is based off of the team rankings from the previous year. So Team France has been the two-time gold medalist and current gold medalist. So their surfers will be ranked first, which versus some other sports, there's not too much involved with that except for which color jersey they wear.
Big takeoff for Thomas. And he just gets that little turn, that weight on his heel side rail to carve back in the whitewater. Yeah, having that red jersey on, or that, you know, kind of being the highest seeded team, it can work to your benefit if it's a top two advancing situation where you're the top seeded country, you're getting seeded against the lowest seeded countries, as we take another look at this wave.
Yep, and just trying to stay active. He's obviously not as good as some of his other waves and just in the whitewater there and hoping to make that connection from whitewater to open face, but unable to do it. And interesting, it might look like a board swap happening with the spotter and the surfer, perhaps.
Yeah, that is one great thing when it comes to having someone else out in the lineup. You're, mentioning spotter or the term caddy, and having someone else out there in the lineup if he's not happy with his equipment, if the spotter or the caddy is riding equipment that is his own equipment, like the surfer's equipment, the opportunity to change things up. Up and riding now, Thomas on a great looking wave. So he's got this little reform on the inside section, and he's looking to improve on that 1.87 as his backup score. We'll see how that one factors in. He was able to find that green face, where I'm not sure what happened on the outside, but there we go. It's a 3.10. So being well rewarded, judges taking into consideration the difference between riding in that whitewater versus riding on the green face for those bigger scores. As we take a look here at Pablo, and he is just almost getting himself into these waves, but not quite able to find Anthony.
Oh, just a little bit behind, and we've been talking about that frustration as a surfer, just not able to catch those waves. And the good news for all of these surfers is they'll get a chance to surf again in round 2, and before possibly facing elimination. There's the whitewater takeoff. He was listening to my advice. Would have been better served on that big set wave that was reforming, but great strategy, the spotter and surfer working together and saying, hey, the heat's winding down, go ahead and take one into the beach.
Yeah, totally, especially when it's such small scores and requirements that are needed. I think when it comes down to that, it's really important, listening to the beach announcer and being able to figure out if it's a wave where it could just be a whitewater that gets the score required, 100% go for it. And
whitewater takeoffs are not easy. He did a great job there. A lot of times that you're going from no speed to a lot of speed in the nose dives, but right there, he did a great job catching the wave. Heading to the beach.
Heading into the beach. Well, that will round out heat number 2 for round 1 of men's visually impaired 1. Thomas from Team France taking out that winning position. Pablo from Argentina will hold on to second, and Steve from Australia will fall into that 3rd place position. Again, though, this is not elimination. We are going to have a second round for each of these surfers, and with that leaderboard format, it's going to be those top surfers advancing through into the next round out of their first 2 qualification rounds.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here for day 3 of competition. We are in Oceanside, California for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Event is taking place at the north side of the pier. And we've got Australia, USA, and Italy out in the lineup with Josh Lawyer for USA, Kirk Watson from Australia, and Milan Riviero from Italy out in the water. Kirk Watson is the 2023 gold medalist, so he's looking to find himself another gold medal. And he's doing a good job of keeping himself in the running right now because he's already got a wave, and this score drop through Anthony is a 4.33.
And great start there, getting some speed down the line, crouching underneath the lip there, connecting all the way to the inside. You can see that wave a little bit foamy, washing the windows right there as he's falling, but great opening ride.
Yeah, great wave. Found that open face on takeoff as well, which is well rewarded. It seems like as long as a surfer gets the open face, they're getting at least a 3-point ride. And then from there, it just increases based on what they're able to get done. Milan now up and riding with the great style, great stance, and composure on that wave.
That's exactly what surf instructors teach right there.
100%.
Keep head forward, arms out, square your shoulders. That was fantastic.
So score just a 1.67 for Milan, but just reflective of taking off in the whitewater versus that green face wave. Incredibly good stature, though, on that wave and looking really comfortable with where he is out in the lineup.
And I'd like to take this time to say congratulations to you, Shannon, for having your first child, a daughter, and would like to say good morning to my 7-year-old daughter, Athena. She's on her way to school right now. So good morning, Athena. And her and Mom Michelle are listening on the way to school. So good morning and have a great day at school. Good morning, Athena.
Good morning. Hope you have a great day at school today. Nah, it's amazing. It's great to be here for Aaron and I now, having our little girl with us, and just to be surrounded by the surfing community that we love so much. You know, we've got so many friends like you, Anthony, that have done this with kids and traveled and been, you know, raising kids that hopefully love the ocean from a young age. So we're taking all of the encouragement that we can on that side of things from everyone that we've seen do it before.
And she is absolutely beautiful. You guys are so blessed, and just enjoy every moment. And how can she not love the water, because you and Aaron are around the water all the time. So it's going to be fun watching her grow up.
Yeah. It is a special time of life, that's for sure.
Okay, so let's see what happens on this set. After this set, I'm going to drop some stats, because it's one of my favorite things is to see just how hard the judges are working through the day.
All right, so surfer in red had a look at that wave, just wasn't quite able to be in a good position as he popped up for Josh Loya. Kirk Watson then paddled to get himself out of that section to make sure he could hold his positioning out in the lineup.
One was too far out, one was too far in. Okay,
Yeah.
So yesterday there were 372 total waves that were ridden. So 372 waves. If you take that and divide it by the number of hours that were surfed, 7 hours, and you know what? This could possibly be, I'm going to have to check. This might be total waves for the event, so I stand corrected. We'll get back to this.
Oh, right. All right, well, let's go down quickly to check in with Liv Stone, who is on the beach with the winner from that last heat.
We're down here on the sand with the heat winner of our Heat 2 of the men's VI1 division, Thomas from France. He opened up his campaign with 2 threes. How did it feel out there? It was a little bit slow. What was your heat strategy? Yeah, what was your heat strategy?
To take the wave and try to serve the best. To try to catch the left, not the right.
Yeah.
To catch the left, the right, not too far in at the middle. To the open wave, and to try to serve the best, to make the best wave, the best course of the wave.
Okay, fantastic. And what board are you riding today?
Zero gravity GS on 6.6.
Okay, great. It looks great under your feet. How does it feel representing Team France this year? How's the team camaraderie, Team France?
Qu'est-ce que veut?
How does it feel representing your country?
I'm very happy. It's a it's a pride to learn comment on dit porter, to carry the color of the friends.
Oh, fantastic. Would you like, now you can speak in French to friends and family back at home.
Merci à tout le monde, merci à toute mon équipe, toute ma famille, tous mes amis qui m'ont soutenu, qui m'ont permis de pouvoir vivre cette belle aventure. Et on fait tout notre mieux avec Lucas pour essayer de revenir avec une belle médaille en individuel et aussi une belle médaille par équipe. Et merci à tous. On a revu vraiment une belle aventure. Ce matin, c'était pas facile, il n'y a pas beaucoup de vagues. Mais en tout cas, on est grave motivés et on va tout faire pour améliorer nos scores et revenir avec des médailles et des titres. Bisous à tout le monde.
Amazing. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Liv. Well done, and congratulations to Thomas for finding that victory, you know, feeling passionate as he speaks back to his family and friends that are watching, and just a great way for him to kick off his campaign out here.
As we see a couple of bigger sets coming through the day, it's a fading swell, but there's still some beefy sets, and these athletes will have to decide whether they're going to wait for the sets or they're going to go for the waves on the inside. And the spotter's got to be active in looking for those larger sets that come through.
Milan now up and riding. He's an avid sportsman himself as he's just finding his way in this inside section. He's finding the rhythm. I mean, he's got his spotter positioned exactly where he wants him to be, opting to have the spotter standing in the whitewater rather than on a board as well. Gives them that great chance to really be like anchored in where they want to be surfing at and farther away from the rest of the competitors as well from a safety perspective. But taking a look at Milan's bio, he's been swimming for years and years. He's had the first place of the Italian championships in breaststroke in 2001, third place in the 100-meter freestyle in 2001 as well. So that year was really good for him, making podium finishes as a swimmer. He's also placed fifth in the Surfing European Championships in 2023 in the Blind 1 category. He's been surfing in basically as many events as are being held for adaptive surfing for para surfers around the European coastline as often as he can to get that practice up.
He's a competition junkie, and I love it. And it's great to stay active, and I think the healthy lifestyle that these athletes and you know have and share with each other is such a positive thing about surfing, and you know it's such a great place to be, the ocean. But the problem with the ocean is it's Mother Nature, and so at times it can be windy, it can be rainy, and you have to have something else to do, as many of these athletes do have those other activities that they enjoy.
It's so true. Some of the other activities that Milan loves, so besides being a swimmer, competitive swimmer in the past, he's been climbing since age of 12, and he's already climbed most of the Western Cisalpine Arch in the Pyrenees Mountains. He's an avid, passionate, regular snowboarder. He loves mixed martial arts and grappling, and of course, surfing being something that he's really taken to loving now a little bit later in life as well.
Maybe he can have a conversation with Josh Loya, the Jedi. Chris Cote and I were having this conversation. There were two interior designers in the same heat yesterday. One had a degree in interior design. One was an avid interior designer. And so I wonder if they make that connection. Josh Loya has several black belts in several different disciplines of martial arts. Been studying for a long time. And he actually lost his sight from an accident with a nunchuck, which is like the things that Bruce Lee made famous that kind of spin around. He hit his eye, and that's how he one eye was bad already, and the second eye he lost with a nunchuck accident. And so still practicing martial arts, and they call him the Jedi because he's so zen, but don't mess with him either.
Yeah, just going all by feeling. As we take a look at the replay here from this last wave of Josh.
So there's the Jedi right there in the Zen mode. You can see him. You can see that correction with his feet right there. It was a little bit wobbly, and beautiful low stance right there. And Joshua Loya from the United States making it happen on that wave.
All right, at 2.33. That's going to be that single score on the board for him, but it puts him right there in the conversation, only needing a 0.34 to get the advancing position over, or that second place position over Milan and continue to climb that leaderboard. Priority currently sitting with our surfer in blue, Kirk Watson, the gold medalist in the lineup. Took out that victory in 2023.
Okay, so I've readjusted the stats, adding in the 2 hours from day one of competition.
Okay.
And it's really hard to believe because 372 total waves scored from the judges and 9 hours of competition. So that's an average of 41 1/3 waves per hour. And, per minute.
Per minute.
And, per hour. Sorry. Per hour. I'm getting my... Oh, here we go.
Oh, fantastic looking wave for Kirk Watson here, just pumping and driving down the line. He is flying with so much speed, all by feel, all by sound. He'd be hearing that he's getting closer to the pier as well. Huge claim. That was an awesome, awesome wave, and his team is feeling stoked right now.
That was an incredible wave. He was flying down that wave. And there you see our water safety team getting set up for the next rounds, and he's paddling out with that stoke. You can tell how enthusiastic a surfer is from their previous wave by how they paddle, and just as you called it, look at the paddle strength to get in. Perfect pop-up, angling down the line already, able to stay out in front of the whitewater, and then this turn right here coming up, bam, right there, continuing down the line, goes by the water safety guys, drags his hand in the water, and milks that wave, and the nesty plunge at the end. Fantastic.
So scores to drop now for Kirk. That was such a great way for him to start out, you know, his run here at the 2025 World Championships. Scores to drop in just a moment. Kirk is from the northern beaches of Sydney, so quite a few Sydney surfers or Sydney region, New South Wales region surfers competing in parasurfing, coming through for Team Australia. He says that it's an absolute haven where he lives, as far as being a surfer or being someone that loves water sports. There's just so much possibility. So he's able to spend a ton of time in the ocean. There's also a lot of sailing. He's been really getting into sailing lately as well, and does a bit of competing on that as he's already up and riding again. So finding himself on that conveyor belt, swings straight back out to the lineup. Quick in and out for that wave, which probably, you know, isn't going to touch that 4.33. But that's okay because scores are in. He got a 7-point ride for that last one.
Wow, judges rewarding that length of ride, and his positioning was right in the sweet spot on that wave. And that's a pretty significant score. And we've talked about having 2 heats to get those 2 scores needed. That 7 is going to put him in a good position to advance into the next round after the second round of competition. Team USA checking the scores, watching the webcast. That's a great part about the ISA website is you can see all the scores happen. Everything's transparent. There's no secret scores or anything. The judges, again, we've been talking about how hard they work, and you can access all of those scores. You can access the highest heat scores, the highest single wave scores per division, all on the ISA website, isasurf.org.
Along with that, you're able to find the athlete bios. And for an event like this specifically, it's so awesome to be able to go through, click around, read through the bios from so many surfers from different countries, put the translator on if, you know, they've written in a language that you're not able to read and understand yourself. And just be able to find more and more of their stories for their personal journeys on getting here. Which have been, you know, some of them have such wild stories, and it's taken a lot of different things to kind of connect the dots to being a part of this sport and to be able to travel and have the funding and the support systems around them to be able to be here competing this week. So it's really an incredible thing to be able to click around and read all of that also on isasurf.org.
And a lot of them have, you know, it takes a lot of help for them to go out and compete and do the things, but a lot of them have started their own foundations and companies to help others and are passionate about that as well. We talk about Roy Tuscany with the High Fives Foundation supporting athletes and, you know, starting from an injury, you know, with himself. And Josh Loya, who's in this heat, he started the Adventure Mind Incorporated, which is a San Diego-based nonprofit. So many of these athletes need help, but they're also giving help back to others as well, and it's such a great part of their stories.
We got a paddle now for Josh, and he's just got the pop-up a little bit too early on that one, Anthony.
Late takeoff, I love it. It's that
Yeah,
risk reward. If he made it, it's going to
Yeah.
be a good score.
Absolutely charging Milan down the beach. He's putting himself into position. Could be even that same wave that Josh had a look at. And he's not going to be quite able to get into that one. I love what you're saying there about, you know, a lot of these surfers able to give back and to help the next generation of, as we see Milan now up and riding, great positioning, and it's going to be a shorter ride as he's right there on the shoreline, but he's doing everything he can to continue building that scoreline.
Yeah, and huge props to Milan from Italy for getting out there. And every surfer has a progression in their journey, and from all the other sports that he does, that he's going to stay active and take what he learns here at the competition, meeting the athletes. A lot of them become friends and will travel and surf with each other in their home breaks. Ooh, Kirk Watson having a look.
Here we go. Good looking A-frame. We might have a split peak for both surfers. It's going to be Josh Loya who's able to get into it, and unfortunately just not able to pop up, but was in a great position on the takeoff.
And I thought that was smart what he did right off the takeoff with waiting to pop up until he was in complete control.
Yeah. Kirk now swinging around here. Spotter behind will be letting him know, if he needs to be going left or right, exactly what he's looking at. Josh is in another opportunity here with a quick paddle. He has taken away that second place position though. He dropped into 0.47 from this wave to improve on the 2.33 heat total that he had, and that has taken him in that second place position.
I'd love to see, it's great he's wearing a helmet. I'd love to see, from my lifeguard background, more of the athletes kind of using the hand helmet technique when you fall. For all of you surfing out there, it's a great habit to get into, to make sure that there's no injuries. When that board pops up, it's, oh, Josh Loy on the inside.
All right, styling. This is going to be great for his score line. Great composure, and he's got that front foot placed far enough ahead on that mid-length to be finding that really nice trim line.
You can see how hard he was breathing there. It's tiring.
It's so tiring. Kirk Watson now up and riding. He's already got a 7 on the scoreboard. Drives in that bottom turn, gets that first turn connected together, and the wave just fizzles out with a bit of power. Nice looking surfboard under his feet as well. 15 seconds remaining on the clock, and a great way to kick things off on the single fin. I like that. I love riding a single fin. No matter what the conditions are like, just shorten the board as necessary.
I love it. I can see that match in your style.
All right, well, a great performance from Kirk Watson out of Team Australia from the northern beaches of Sydney with a 7-point ride and a 4.33. He will have one more score to drop. We also have another score to drop for Milan, who was able to get 5 waves in total in that heat. So a great way to finish out the round for our men's VI1 division. When we return from the break, we're going to see the women hit the lineup. Women's VI1 in the water right after this.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back. This is the ISA Parasurfing World Championships, and we're straight into it. You're watching Marta Paco now representing Team Portugal. 3 surfers in the lineup. This is your women's V1, round 1, heat 1. And looks like we're going to start it off. A nice set coming through. Valentine Moscatek. You've got Ingrid Medina. France, Brazil, and Portugal represented 3 surfing superpowers in the lineup right now. And we've already have 1 score on the board. We'll see what the judges Give to that surfer that just started things off. Got another paddle on the inside. Lots of waves coming through. So as we open things up today, greeted by beautiful swell here in Oceanside, California, just on the north side of the pier, right where you want to be. And now we see Medina. Quick up and down there. She'll get right back at it. Chris Cote joined now by Liv Stone. Liv, you've been down on the sand all morning long talking to some of these athletes. So visually impaired athletes to start our day. What are you seeing, some of the reactions for the surfers coming in for those post-heat interviews?
I mean, so much stoke, Chris. Yeah, I was down on the beach with a few of the winners from the VI1 division. Such a phenomenal division, honestly. It blows my mind every time I see those guys ripping out there in the water doing bottom turns and top turns and reading the waves so well without even really seeing the waves. So much stoke out there. I'm sure that they were super happy that they got the first heat of the day to kick it off. It was a little bit slow. I could see some frustration. I mean, there was stoke, but definitely still some frustration with how slow the tide, with how high the tide is making the waves a lot slower and harder to paddle into. But overall, scores to be had, some 6s, some 7s, so great way to start off the day.
And every discipline, every division has been so competitive. I mean, you see both sides of that competitive draw, right? You see surfers coming in excited about what they did in their heats, and then you see surfers coming in with, anger. And that happens in surf competitions. You know, you made a mistake or two, but the good news is a lot of these surfers are going to get a second chance in the semifinal division, and then from there, it's just going to get amplified just in terms of what's at stake in this lineup. And we will be crowning our gold medalists at the end of the week for individuals and teams. And with 16:34 to go, this VI1 round 1 heat 1 starting off nicely for Marta, who comes through with a 3. Valentine with a 2.17. And as our surfers make their way back in the lineup, I believe we have Shannon Hughes standing by with the winner of that previous heat.
Down here with Kirk Watson, congratulations on a great victory. I'd love to just start straight away with talking about that 7-point ride and how good it must have felt.
Oh, it was sweet. I was hoping to back it up so I could get a 6-7, but, you know, next time.
Well done out there. For those of us that, you know, are surfing in a different aspect as far as being able to see, what does it feel like for you when you're riding a wave like that and you feel like you might have that distance to really get some maneuvers done?
Like you sort of, when you're dropping in, you feel a bit of speed, and it's like, okay, I can start whacking this one. And then sometimes, I don't know, I used to see when I was younger, so I sort of visualize the wave from the way it feels under my feet. Doesn't mean I get it right every time, though. You cop the few lips in my face, that's for sure.
And working with your teammate Brett here on the lineup, how important it is for you to have a spotter that you really trust?
It's essential. I've worked with Brett for a little while. This is the first comp we've done together, but he's a busy man. He's supporting his wife in the visually impaired and Jack in the visually impaired as well. So hopefully, finals day, he's going to be a very busy boy.
Absolutely. Well, talk to me about your surfboard that you're riding, the beautiful artwork that's on it.
This is my daughter, Gemma. She's back home, unfortunately. She couldn't come over because school. I love this board. Our shaper Daz just does an amazing job. It's just a sort of small wave board, so it's like same as my other board, but just a bit fatter and a bit wider.
Yeah, well, it looked really sharp under your feet out there. Congratulations. Do you want to say anything specific back to Gemma or anyone else tuning in?
Thanks to the family, all their support, and all the Australians supporting us back home. I know it's a difficult time to wake up back there at 2 a.m. But anyone that are watching, thanks heaps, and I love you all.
Thanks so much, Kirk. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
What a great representative for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Congratulations there. Back to the lineup now with 14 minutes left. Marta Paco currently in the lead. 20 years old, representing Portugal. She's a surfer, she's a skateboarder, she's a 3-time world champion and a 2-time European champion. And she started surfing only 6 years ago.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, and I just, again, the storylines that come through here. And to me, I think a word that is underutilized, especially in this visually impaired division, is bravery. I mean, I can't imagine how scary it would feel to be out there without use of sight, with so many forces coming at you. I mean, it's hard enough to surf out there on any given day, especially when the swell's pumping like this. Timing is so crucial. So I just have so much respect for these surfers who, I mean, you can see they're fearless. That last wave we saw flying towards the pier.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, the bravery to go right, knowing that there's a pier there. I mean, he didn't get super close, but he couldn't tell how close he was or not. And I liked his strategy of jumping off his board backwards, like with his hands up, just to make sure he's not colliding with anything, not colliding with his board, because I could imagine that would be very difficult there. But you're absolutely right, Chris. The bravery is just absolutely next level. Like, I think about when I'm out there on like bigger than a 4 or 5 foot day and I get scared to paddle in and take off on those bigger sets. I mean, it's really nothing compared to these athletes that are surfing in the VI1 division with completely no sight whatsoever. Absolutely phenomenal.
And there's scores coming through, which is just another huge accomplishment for these surfers. A 3-point ride, the high mark for now. This is Ingrid Medina.
Yeah, there's Ingrid. I actually had an opportunity to chat with her coach down there for the Brazilian team right before she paddled out. Didn't get a chance to talk with her, but her coach said that this is her first year ever, and she's only been surfing with Team Brazil for about 2 years. First time in Oceanside. And she actually is a mother of a young boy. And so I feel like that seems to be the theme of this competition. Mothers coming out here. You know, Shannon and I had a great talk yesterday about that, and she is super stoked to be here. I asked her coach what her goals are for this event and what she's been working on, what she wants to take out of this competition, and her coach said that she just wants to have fun. And the Brazilian coach, she said, a lot of times we tell our athletes, especially their first time ever here, to just go out, enjoy the waves, and mostly have fun. She said results come from having fun, and I absolutely love that. It seems like she's having a great time. She seemed a little bit nervous on the beach, and my guess is that just comes from it's her very first heat in the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, so I can imagine a ton of nerves can come from that, but she's paddling out nonetheless next to a pier and headed out into the lineup.
You know, and you look at the bios for the surfers that are competing here this week. I mean, everyone comes through with a story of their own. In the case of Ingrid Medina, born with congenital glaucoma, completely lost her sight at age 17. And in 2018, she discovered a company called Surf Without Borders, which opened up a new horizon for her. That's where she discovered her passion for adaptive surfing. And she cites the ocean as her space of freedom, discipline, and growth. Each training session, each wave, and each competition has taught her more about equality, belonging, and what she can do to live to her full potential. And I love that she says, in surfing, I found my voice and my place, not to prove anything to anyone, but to live what I love and build my path with truth.
Oh, wow. That's so phenomenal and so inspiring. I would love to have more of a chat with her down the beach and just unpack how the ocean makes her feel. And because, you know, I talked about yesterday, the ocean is a healing place, and especially for parasurfers. So would love to chat with her more about that. I'm loving her board. I checked it out down at the beach. Has a big kind of square tail there to have a lot of drive and to keep her stable. A lot of foam there, and she's headed back out. In this division, even though she is completely blind, she's not allowed to have any assistance into the waves. There's, like we talked about, like prone to, surfers get pushed into waves because they physically cannot paddle into waves and paddle out back into the lineup. But in this division, you do see two blue jerseys there. One of them is her coach, and she's not able to actually help her in any way other than giving her vocal cues, like waves coming, paddle right, paddle left, and it seems like they're struggling a little bit to get out. I had a chat with Here Goes Green up and riding.
Oh, Team Portugal up and almost into it. But yeah, that's another just incredible tenet to this division is, yeah, they can receive those audible clues and tips and basically direction, but that's it. there's no physical contact between the coach out in the water and the surfer as they're paddling for their waves. And as anybody knows, you know, paddling into a wave requires that split-second decision-making. So I got to give a lot of credit to the spotters out there as well that are helping get these surfers in position. But, you know, once they're paddling for that wave, it's all on them.
And then usually you'll see like the coach, they'll take the wave behind it, drop in to get themselves positioned to where their athlete is to help coach them back out into the water. Like, okay, paddle left towards the channel or whatnot, different cues. Shannon and I were talking. They usually don't say go, 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 because that sounds like no, 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 don't go. So they come up with like their own little language there. Here goes red.
Oh, big paddle there for Valentine. Yeah, that's a good point about the go, go, go. I think I've used that excuse a few times with quote-unquote accidental drop-ins. I thought you said go. Did you say no?
Yeah, exactly. Here goes green.
All right, so the quick reaction time to get back on her board. Beautiful extended ride here for Marta Paco, representing Team Portugal well here, guiding herself towards the beach. Nice and solid on her feet, staying loose. Riding this one all the way through to the inside. That's going to be a solid number. And doing it just by feel alone. And there's the smile. You can tell she's excited with that last wave.
Oh, yeah, she was stoked. So impressive, her balance to be able to stay on that board. With catching some whitewash waves, it can really bounce you around. And so super stoked for her to be able to stay on her feet, ride it all the way in. And I love her style with her hands up, really using her body as much as she possibly can. Here goes red on a nice looking right.
Look at this, right hand pier bowl. Just can't quite get to her feet. Solid drop there though. That must have felt incredible. I mean, the speed burst that she got, straight dropping in. But then sometimes the board is going faster than your body can actually keep up to it. But here's a look back at that last wave.
She hit she was about to get to her feet, and then she hit a bump on the face, and it kind of knocked her, kind of unstabilized her a bit there. So she wasn't able to get up as soon as she would have liked, but she'll paddle back out and try and get another. There's 6 minutes on the clock, so lots of time to be able to continue to get waves.
Well, Team France always comes through with an incredible lineup of surfers in the water right now. We've got Valentine Moscotek. She is surfer out of Bidart, France. And her boards are from the region of Biarritz. She is the vice world champion. She likes to read, she likes to play the flute, listen to music, and surf, surf, surf.
3, surf, surf, surf. Love that.
And wow, she's only, she's 15 years old. This is her 4th time in the ISA Parasurfing World Championships.
Yes, I remember when it was her first year, and she was so young. She was 11, and I think, yeah, I remember her standing in the shallows. She's progressed phenomenally. Wow, very impressive, that wave that she got.
She beyond surfing, she loves classical music, and she likes to shadow box to keep things to keep in shape, according to her bio. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
That's just kind of like boxing into the wind.
Oh, I love it.
Working out, so don't mess with her in the lineup or on the beach. That'll be a 2:17 paired with a 1.03 for Valentine, currently in 2nd place. Marta's last wave comes through, so length of ride definitely counting here in this division with a 4:17 paired with a 3. She's got a 7:17 total. She is into the lead now. And it looks like we've got Ingrid Medina back in the lineup, paddling furiously for this little right-hander on the inside. This could be a nice looking little wave, but it just kind of comes from underneath. But good positioning there on the inside, backing up, listening to her coach in the lineup. Yep, get off the board, get under this wave.
Oh, that's the worst. When you paddle for the first wave in a set and you don't catch it, and then the second wave cleans you up, every surfer can relate to that one.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Ingrid just trying to paddle back out. Great drop. Oh, just can't quite hold on to it from green.
Yeah, I mean, the timing element that we're seeing right now, so crucial. And so far, Marta has been right there in the mix. That one's just a little late.
Yeah,
Gets
and I
over
know
that section.
I know the coaches too. They they yell like, "Oh, pop up," when it's time, you know, because they don't quite know when they're in the wave or not. So we saw earlier in the heat, Green, she paddled into a wave and popped up a little bit too soon and wasn't able to ride down the face. And then she popped up a little bit too late. So their coach is definitely going to help out with that.
Ingrid on the inside trying to capture that white water. Just knocked off her board there. A lot of power in the ocean today. And here we go again, Marta Paco. Riding nicely through a pretty wild midsection of that wave. So she got to her feet, came flying towards the beach.
All three surfers actually in line right now. The exact same position here in the water. That was a big whitewash that hit her.
There's a
and
lot going on right here.
And then Red took off behind her. But that's not going to be an interference because there was no, I don't believe, any type of, like Red didn't come between Green's wave at all, so I don't think that's going to be an issue there.
No, we got 2.5 minutes left here, and our judges have been spot on throughout the entirety of this competition so far here on day 3. You know, they are watching every detail that's happening on these waves, and I believe this contest, even more so than, you know, what you'd get at, you know, elite level on the WSL, ISA World Surfing Games, you know, the judges here are really looking at the subtleties that are happening in the lineup. You know, you see some of the prone surfers that we watched, and it's the, you know, seemingly smaller looking turns that are actually really difficult and really radical in those big sections. So they're looking for the same exact things that they would look for, you know, in any other surf contest, but they actually have to watch even closer because the subtleties are what matters and what counts. You know, when you're looking at the difference between a 3 and a 6, it can, to the untrained eye, look pretty slight. But for the professional judges that we have on site, men and women from all over the world, all, you know, licensed by the ISA, I mean, they are really working overtime on each and every wave, knowing full well that this is a world title on the line here this week. See a quick up and down there for Medina. But I just love the grit and the fight that these surfers are showing us through this heat. I mean, there is no giving up here at the ISA Para World Surfing Championships.
Yeah, Green trying to just catch like an insider to improve on her 3. I'm not sure it will do so just because she wasn't able to get the length of ride there. And Chris, like you said, the judging seems to be really spot on. I feel that Green really executed on that longer wave, that 4.17, and I'm so excited to see the next heat, Green and these VI1 women's division to be able to maybe catch that reform. If Green's wave would have opened up a little bit more on that inside section, she's totally able to like stream down the line. So it'd be really interesting. I feel like those types of waves are going to go excellent, but that's not necessarily the waves that people are looking for in other divisions like kneeling that we see, like where most surfers are out there riding the green face wave and throwing really radical snaps. But however, in this division, everyone is catching waves that are like those insider sections, still going for the sets for sure, maybe popping up a little bit later. So anytime that a surfer throws in a bit of a cutback that may not seem like to the average surfer super radical, it really is in VI1 and several other divisions.
Well, Team Portugal has to be very proud of what Marta just did in that last heat. Comes through with the heat win. It did it in a big way with a massive set to start that heat. Got herself a couple great scores, 4.17 and a 3, advancing through. Valentine, Team France comes through in second, Ingrid in third. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to flip divisions here, but we'll be right back with more action. You're watching the ISA World Para Surfing Championships.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, over your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Great piece right there with my co-commentator, Liv Stone. And I was actually there. So the CIF shows up every year to an incredible event called the Switchfoot Pro-Am.
Yeah.
And that was the first time you've surfed. And since then to now, I mean...
We didn't even know each other back then. And I was ripping on my very first wave and you were commentating. We just made that connection.
That's right.
Wow.
Well,
Small
I'm Chris
world.
Cote. This is Liv Stone. And we're very excited to bring you yet another division here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. The waves are looking super fun here in Oceanside, California. We kind of have a mix of swells. It's still offshore right now. It is the perfect venue for an event of this magnitude. I mean, it's called the World Parasurfing Championships for a reason. We're going to have world champs here crowned on Friday, and they definitely are going to have to earn it because the field is stacked. We've got Beatriz Duran, Sarah Almagro, Monique de Oliveira, and Georgina Melatini. So Argentina, Brazil, Spain, and France represented. I'd say 4 surfing superpowers in the water right now, and we are at it. This is women's Prone 2. Great way to start for Monique de Oliveira, representing Team Brazil, flying down this wave all the way to the sand. And you can just see the energy that she brought with her into this heat. Love this. Making her way. Looks like she's going to be on dry sand all the way from the outside. So length of ride huge there for Monique.
Wow,
and what a way to start her heat.
Love that board. I'd like to check that out down at the beach. Look at her.
Oh, this energy
Look at the
is
stoke.
the best.
Super exciting out there. We
Oh
have
my gosh.
Sarah in blue, representing Team Spain, looking to get started with a good solid score, but I'd be interested to see where the judges go on that first wave for Prone 2.
Oh my gosh, it's pumping. Look at this, another one. Georgina Melatini, Team Argentina,
Wow.
on this left-hander. So she was in that nice, perfect little power pocket on the outside, and now she's fading to the right, going towards the pier. Smart, too, because that's where she knows it's going to be her easiest path back out to the lineup. So got the scoring potential at the back, still riding this wave all the way to the sand. I mean, this Prone 2 division, it's like these ladies are shot out of a cannon straight into pumping surf.
Right away. The first few minutes, we got a huge exchange going on here. For those of you tuning in at home, this is the, Sarah getting pushed into a wave but can't quite get there. She'll get back out into the lineup, hopefully get another one here. This is the Parasurfing Prone 2 division. Women, these are surfers who ride waves in the prone position that do require assistance in the water. So you see 2 blue jerseys out there with Sarah and her coach. Here's Red. We didn't even realize that Red went on the right.
Oh my gosh, this wave
streaming
looks
down the line and
perfect.
cutting back a deep cut back all the way into this section. Let's see if she can make it. Can't quite. Almost feel like if Red would have cut a little bit sooner into that whitewash, maybe she would have been able to catapult herself into that right section there, because it really stood up and had more opportunity. So Red will make an adjustment, paddle back out with her coach, and be able to catch that right, because she only got a 1.83 on that one. So she's going to want to be able to really catch that next section to be rewarded with a higher score there. Georgina's wave came in at a 6.5 for her very first heat at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Super impressive. Here goes Sarah.
Yeah, that's how you want to start with a big number like that. So Sarah Almagro almost getting into that last one. Monique de Oliveira drops a second. She starts off with a 3.33, so a solid start there. She's 38 years old, from Rio de Janeiro. Her favorite wave is the Barro de Tijuca, where we've actually been in ISA competition for juniors not too long ago. And Monique wants you to know that she's an athlete and a therapist with cerebral palsy. She practiced sports that helped her a lot through autonomy and self-confidence. You love to hear it, going double duty there. So as our surfers make their way back to the takeoff zone, let's go down to the glass. Standing by with the winner of that last heat.
I'm down here with the 4-time reigning champion, Marta Pasu. Marta, you've won a lot of events, but more importantly, can you talk about what surfing has done to help you improve physically and mentally?
Well, I've been surfing since I was 12 years old. Now I'm 20. So I grew up with it, and it helps me so much physically, mentally, socially. I made so many amazing friends, especially here in this event from all over the world. And it is amazing for me as a person and for me as a surfer.
And how has this event specifically, the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, how has this event impacted your life?
This has been an amazing journey. The first time I was here, I was 13 years old. And every year I come back and I see the people, and it's so amazing. It's the major event in parasurfing right now, so I think we need to value it and actually come and compete as seriously and as, as good as possible to make it grow and expand all over the world.
Well, it's going to continue to grow with your influence and promoting positiveness to all other young ladies around the world. Congratulations, Spada Bands. Good luck in the next round. Back to you guys.
Wow, so inspirational.
What a legend.
Chris and I both looked at each other like, oh, that is so sweet. Very articulate and well-spoken from her. The previous heat winner there, talking about how just inspiring and life-changing this event is and how she pretty much grew up coming here. Here goes Red streaming down the line, trying to go right.
Oh, here we go. Looks like she's got a good open face wall to work with here. Nice cutback there, straight into the power pocket. Easily going to make the transition from the outside to the inside. She is flying down the line. This is Beatrice Duran representing Team France. Nicely done there, but on the left now, going about 150 miles per hour, straight towards the sand. A great looking wave there for Sarah Almagro. I'm sure she got some work done in the outside as well. So we've got a heat on our hands. Highest single wave score so far, a 6.5. But I have a feeling that last exchange could shake things up. You got Georgina currently in the lead, Monique in second. But let's take a look at this last wave from Red. Beatrice Duran, Team France, with the split peak.
Oh,
follow the left now. Sarah is flying.
Oh, that was such a critical maneuver out the back, and got some nice little check turns here. And I want to point out how she went up into the lip. Gosh, this is going to be a fantastic score.
That's
just
be
streaming
a
down the line.
number.
And notice how she went all the way back on her board. She used her her elbows there to push herself back on the board so that she wouldn't purl. So fantastic work from Sarah there from Team Spain. Red's wave getting broken down here. She's got a lot of nice turns on the outside. A bit of a slopier wave, this right. Not as fast and streaming down the line as Sarah's, but she got the work done on the outside, cutting back into the whitewash, and similar to her other ride, but she was able to get a lot more work done out the back for Red. And here goes Green.
Green back at it again. Starting off so strong with that 3.33. She's backing it up now. Again, we've been just marveling at the skills that these surfers are showing us in the lineup, but also the determination and the competitiveness. I mean, they know that they need 2 solid scores to make it through these heats, and here we go, Beatrice Duran. This so far has been the heat of the day. These women are out here charging and just finding these gems. I feel like the tide is perfect right now. Wind conditions are just stellar. And these are fading to the right.
Another great ride from Georgina here. She has such great heat knowledge because she got the work done on the outside, and then she used the whitewash to her benefit to get as close to the pier as possible. So super interested to see where that second wave goes, because she already has a 6.5, and that left really opened up nicely for her. Not as fast as Sarah's wave, and Sarah's wave still waiting to drop in. The judges are really going to try and break that down. Take time with the scores here, because like you said, Chris, we're crowning world championships at the end of the week. Each score really matters, even when it's an opening ride like Sarah's.
Yeah, the judges right now have a lot to think about. and some work to do to catch up with that incredible exchange of waves that we just saw. And just like that, an 8.83 for Sarah Almagro. Sarah jumps from 4th to 1st, just like that. A beautiful ride. And Sarah's story is incredible that she's at this level. Only 3 years ago, she became very ill, was taken to the hospital, and was in a coma for 10 days due to meningococcus. And it caused sepsis, several multi-organic shocks, and all this resulted in kidney transplant as well as multiple amputations. And just remember, this was 3 years ago, and she's already back at surfing in such a high level.
3 years ago.
Yeah, dropping huge scores like 8.83s, and here we go again, Beatrice Duran. I mean, every surfer in this heat got the memo to get out there and charge. And look at the speed from Beatrice Duran, carving this wave all the way down the line. Airdrop on the inside section. She's making it all the way through to the pier. Another big section on the inside. Talk about high performance surfing right there. And no, straight into the pier. And it looks like the most unfortunate end result to that wave. I mean, she was flying at such high speed straight into the piling, broke her board.
Oh.
Talk about a surfer who wants it. I mean, literally risking it all.
What a phenomenal wave. I mean, she put it all out there on the line. I did not realize how close that pylon was. I hope her board is okay. It looks like it's been buckled.
Yeah, it's definitely buckled. Our safety crew, these volunteers in the orange.
Yeah, as soon as that happened, you saw the water safety crew right there as fast as they possibly could. I mean, that reaction time was less than a second. People were already there helping her out. Beatrice in red.
And look at this, the preparation. Board caddies right there. And we've been talking about bravery and mental fortitude all day long, and there's more on display from Beatrice Duran. But meanwhile, out the back, Sarah Almagro trying to back up that 8.83, and it looks like she got some good work done on the outside. Now she's cruising through to this inside section. What an amazing surfer. I mean, I feel like we're witnessing a historic moment right now for the women's Prone 2 division.
I mean,
this has to be one of the highest scoring heats we've ever seen in this division.
This is incredible. Wave after wave. You were sharing about Sarah's story. She lost her limbs 3 years ago, but in 2023, Sarah was a world champion.
Yeah.
So, like, that is incredible. Let's break down this wave. She got so many good turns out the back, throwing so much spray and having so much flow in between each one of those turns. This is going to be a fantastic score. She manages the bumps well, so much flow. Pretty much airdrops and continues going. And she's like, you know what? I'm going to keep going, keep catching it.
I'm going to throw it out there. I mean, that's as close to a perfect 10 as we've seen of the entire event.
That was a fantastic wave. And she's like, oh, no, there's a pylon right there.
Yeah, I mean, add the drama to the finish and the fact that she jumped right after all of this happened. The pier collision. I mean, the actual carnage, the broken board. She's already back on her backup board and paddling back out.
Oh, my gosh. I thought maybe she would, okay, 6 minutes. She got two really good waves. So that score's still waiting to be dropped, and I have a feeling it's going to go excellent. She had so much flow. We talk about speed, power, flow, the different criteria that the judges are looking for, and there was no hesitation between each one of those cutbacks, and just so impressive.
Oh, and the judges have spoken in 8.20, so yes, up into the excellent range for Beatrice Duran. I mean, this score line, 1 through 4, has been flipping all through this heat. Now we have 5.5 minutes left. Beatrice Duran just jumped into lead with an 8.20 and a 5. Georgina comes through with a 6.5 and a 5.83. Sarah, she just backed up that 8.83 with what we think is going to be a sizable score as well. And that leaves Georgina Melitini out the back on an absolute bomb.
Oh, wow.
A beautiful right-hand pier bowl. She's flying down the line in the most critical section of this wave. And you can tell, I mean, she is using all of her force to rip her way down the line, and she was going so fast. I think that was a wise decision to get out of that wave because the pier was looming in the background. You see Monique on the inside. She's making her way back to the takeoff zone. This was a beauty of a wave.
Yeah, she was streaming down the line so fast, reading the wave really well. Great wave choice. So much speed, throwing so much spray. Nice S-turns there. You can see she's putting all she can into each one of those turns and then just came unstuck there. But honestly, probably the best choice because that wave was headed right towards the pier. So great work from surfer in white. I mean, I just feel like these waves are perfect conditions for these ladies out here today. Everyone catching such good waves. I mean, we have 2 8-8 scores already.
It's the heat of the event so far.
Sarah's
That's
second
safe to
score
say.
dropped in at a 7.17, so now she goes into first over top of Beatrice.
So we have 4 minutes left. Yeah, Sarah's last wave comes through at a 7.17, and there's the remnants of Beatrice Duran's surfboard.
Oh, wow.
Met the pier at a very high speed.
She's lucky, though, that it wasn't her body that hit the pier. You know, she kind of used
Yeah,
the
you
board
saw.
as like a shield. So she did everything she could, and she's back out there in the lineup ready to catch another. So phenomenal work from Beatrice. We just talked about bravery from VI1 earlier, but talk about bravery. Beatrice put her board on the line there, so.
I got to make room on my list of favorite surfers. I got to make space for 4 more because all 4 of these women have just entered the chat as some of the highest performing surfers of this entire event.
Absolutely.
I put Georgina on the list. This wave was incredible.
Yeah, she just, you can see she's really comfortable on that board and using her body weight to be able to turn that board. We talk about Parasurf Prone 1. There's several different types of people that could be classified as Prone 1. You could have a triple limb amputation, kind of similar like Sarah. She's a quad limb amputation. So she has all her hip movement and her back movement and her shoulders, whereas some athletes will have cerebral palsy where a lot of their body is affected, as well as several different spinal cord injuries depending on where the surfer has been injured. So a very wide variety of athletes here. You can see Sarah's style is a lot different than, say, Georgina's. Georgina's is very smooth, very articulate, just like Beatrice, because they have similar disabilities there. And Sarah's a bit more free-flowing because she has a lot more, I would say, capability in her hip movement to be able to get her board to kind of do more aggressive turns, where I feel like Beatrice, she can do those gnarly turns and she has so much flow.
Well, in the case of Beatrice Duran, you know, she is an athlete before and after. She was basically in April, or a few years back, she was a quadruple amputee in 2010. And, you know, she had to give up a lot of her hobbies: jazz dancing, whitewater rafting, hydro speeding, kayaking, hiking in the Pyrenees. But then she found out about a surf instructor that practices adaptive surfing lessons. And she just cites it as such a joy to being able to rediscover the sports that she loves, including surfing. And she says that events like this have really given her so much joy. And I think previously in the post-heat interview that we just saw, the community of adaptive surfers is just incredible. I mean, we bring together over 20 nations in these ISA World Para Surfing Championships, and that just means these surfers now have a lot more friends, and basically anywhere in the world they want to go, they're going to have a friend there via the ISA. And here we go again, Sarah Almagro. She's already got an 8.83 and a 7.17, and she has just ripped a few turns all the way from the outside. I mean, super good style too. See how she's utilizing both the rails of this board. Nice decision there to straighten out. I mean, the damage had been done out the back on that wave.
Yeah, it's so
Great
interesting
combination
to
of
see
turns.
the style difference between Sarah and Beatrice. They have similar disabilities, like you just said. And I don't know, like, gosh, I love watching both of them surf. I don't know if I have a favorite. They both absolutely rip. There's something about Beatrice's just grit and flow between her waves where I feel like Sarah's a bit more like choppy to try and get to that section, but Georgina's wave actually streaming down the line and going left. She got some work done on the outside.
and then goes all the way to cut back right to try and get back to the pier, but she only has about a minute left, so making the most of this wave.
All right, well, you just witnessed the heat of the event. Huge scores going down for the women in the lineup. And guess what? We've got more. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back. This is the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and we are straight into it. This is women prone 2, heat 1, or round 1, heat 2. And if last heat was any indication of what you're about to see, get ready for some action. We've got an incredible lineup with Celine Rollard and Goldsmith, Hannah Dines, and Malathundo Makalima. So we've got South Africa, England, Australia, and France represented. And the waves are pulsing at the right time. We saw multiple excellent scores go down in that last heat. Chris Cote here with Liv Stone. Liv, are you kidding me right now? That last heat looked like a final to me, and we've got another heat in this round.
And back and forth. So many great waves. And the leader changed like 4 or 5 times. It was Sarah on top, then Beatrice, then Georgina. I mean, it was back and forth. So super exciting to see. We have France, Australia, England, and South Africa in the water right now. Round 1, heat 2 of the women's prone 2 division. This division, like said before, they are surfers who surf in the prone position, laying down on their board, and they aren't able to catch waves or paddle out themselves. They have disabilities, some of them like a triple amputation, cervical spinal cord injuries that allow them to not have the ability to paddle into waves on their own, as well as multiple sclerosis or cerebral palsy. Here's Blue up and riding.
Yeah, Goldsmith trying to fight her way back into that wave. Got some good work done on the outside section, but now the judges have some catching up to do. It's all 4 surfers involved. So far, these 20-minute heats have been just entertaining, inspiring, and awesome. I mean, some of the action that we're seeing right now is just incredible. Here we go. This is Boulard representing Team France. Nice cut back there.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. Threw a ton of spray back into the whitewash, streaming down the line. She wants more out of this wave, but it doesn't quite give her anything. Opens up a little bit, but she's not able to really generate as much speed as she would have liked, but rode out really, really well. Went north so that she wouldn't hit the pier, because I'm sure she saw Beatrice from the last heat. So water safety crew getting to them as fast as possible. I had a chat with the water safety crew yesterday. Adam Land, head of water safety out there, said an interesting phrase that I had never heard before, and I've been competing in parasurf competitions for 7 years. Here goes White.
Oh my gosh, Makalima, a huge drop, one of the biggest waves we've seen of the morning. And there you see the stoke right there, knowing that she just basically dropped into a mountain of water.
Wow. Such a great opening ride for White, still going all the way to the inside, and she's going to get help from her catcher. We have a pusher and catcher in this division. The pusher pushes her into waves. Oh, she got a claim there. I love that.
As she should. What an accomplishment right there. I mean, that wave was huge.
Yeah, one of the gnarliest drops we've seen so far in this division. Nalu is her name. She wanted me to call her that. I had a little chat with her before she went out into the water. In Pismo of 2022, she got 5th place, and in La Jolla of 2020, she took home silver. So she's vying for the podium position. She told me, I said, what are your goals throughout the week? And she said that she wants to go back to South Africa with something in her hand, whether that's copper, bronze, gold, or silver, any one of them. She wants to take something back, and she's very proud to be representing Team South Africa. She's been working on her strength training out there in the water, being able to maneuver her board, as well as choosing the right waves out there. And she's been really working on reading the waves in general. And like you probably know, Chris, reading the waves out there is one of the hardest things to do, to be able to pick and choose the best waves. And she picked a pretty great wave for her opening ride.
Well, with 15:20 to go, judges look like they are locking in their scores. And while they do that, let's go down to the glass. Shannon Hughes standing by with the winner of that incredible last heat.
Wow, increíble. I'm down here with Sara Almagro. Incredible. Runner-up last year. What's it like to go out there and just start off your campaign this year with a bang?
Well, the conditions were so nice. I really had a good time there, and we got 2 good laps, and I think we ripped it.
And talk about the importance of your team. What's it like out there, and what sort of things does your team tell you during the heat? Do they give you encouragement? And talk about the importance of your team.
Well, they are my feet and hands, so that's so important to me. And also during the heat, they told me how to improve so we can get better scores. And yeah, some words that we have and those things.
Some trick words that you can't tell us. Well, incredible job. And if you want to say something in Spanish to your friends and family and supporters back home, go right ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias a la Federación Española, a toda la gente que me está siguiendo, a mis padres, y un especial saludo a los chicos y los chavales de Oria y Marchenilla.
And sending it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Anthony. And we could be on the precipice of a gold medal run for Sarah. That was such an impressive heat. And with 13:50 to go, we're back to the lineup right now. This action-packed, prone to round 1, heat 2 is lighting up as well. This is Celine Riard representing Team France with a 5.5. Dines now comes through the 4.50. Nalu with a 3.33. Everybody's involved now.
Yep, Celine just got another wave, pretty similar to her last one, so we'll see where the judges go on that one. They really liked her one before. She was able to get some more turns on the open face that time, and I just absolutely love her smile on her face the whole time while riding the wave. Let's break this down a little bit. This drone footage, great push, great wave selection. One of those in-between waves. She's able to kind of hold her line a bit and stream down the line, cutting back, doing some nice turns there, looking left, looking right, going all the way left, and she's like, no, I'll go right again. So she rides it all the way in and making the most out of it. She has 2 handles on the top of her board that you can see there to keep herself positioned well. You
you can see how she moves her body up and down on her board just so she doesn't purl, because with prone surfing, you tend to be able to purl pretty easily. So she's able to use her arm strength there to move herself up and down on the board to get herself on the best position on the wave, throw as much spray as she can, and a great second backup wave for Red. We'll see where that score line comes in.
Yeah, I mean, this is another super impressive heat. Celine Riard now up in the double digits with an 11.10 total, 5.6 and a 5.5. So starting off really strong. And Team France has to be excited with the surfers they've fielded in this year's Parasurfing World Championships. They're here to potentially grab themselves another unprecedented third gold medal for the team. But not if Annie Goldsmith has something to say about it. Representing Team Australia, the Irukandjis bring the sting on a massive right-hander. The beautiful surfing out the back makes it all the way through this inside section. You know, not how she would probably prefer to end that wave, but the good news is she definitely surfed her way to a solid chunk of points via those big turns on the outside. I think maximizing the scoring potential of that wave.
Oh, for sure. She made the most out of it. Definitely interesting to see how her left hand doesn't seem to have as much mobility as her right. So she's using her right hand on that handlebar to get as much drive and power as she possibly can when she digs into the face of that wave, and making the most of the abilities that she does have rather than what she doesn't. So super fascinating style there. Like I said, the past few days, everyone has their own unique style. They make the most of it and surf as best as they can out here to the best of their abilities. Let's go. Let's see if Hannah can get into this wave.
Oh, she's in. And you can tell she's already going through her series of maneuvers, trying to figure out where the best, most critical spot on this wave is. So she fades to the left. Now she fades back over to the right. All these turns count. You know, these are actual maneuvers, and they actually helped her get to the better parts of these waves. So the judge is going to give her full credit for a nicely ridden wave. Straight into the sand.
Yeah, she's still going.
Carving right again. So going through a series, a combination of maneuvers all the way from the outside. Hannah Dines now is going to be on the minds of the judges. And here's a look back at that ride. I mean, look at the speed she got on the outside section. This is Annie Goldsmith, 17 years old from Adelaide. And I'm always blown away when I read these bios and I realize Anna only started surfing 2.5 years ago.
What? And that cutback was so sick. I was not doing that 2.5 years into my career.
2.5 years straight to the elite level of parasurfing. Yeah, she's already competed on 2 AASP events in 2023 and 2024, including Byron Bay. In this year, she actually won the prone assist at the Australian Nationals in 2024. She loves the ocean and she loves the adaptive surf community. I do too. And now I'm a huge fan of Annie Goldsmith. This is awesome.
Exactly. Hannah Dines there representing Team England. What a competitor. Let's break down this wave. She gets pushed in and it's kind of a slow start, to be honest. Not as big and fast of a right as I think she would have liked. It's more of an in-between wave, but then it kind of picks up here and she decides to go left and then go right again. Great smooth style. I love how her right hand is really, really far up on her board and her left hand is more stabilizing her in order for her to not purl, which I said seems to be a big thing here in Prone 2. So she's making the most out of her equipment. I saw that handle, it looks like it can be moved forward or backward. It has like two little sides there where it looks like you can change the position of it. So depending on the conditions, she can move that handle, which is pretty rad. Pretty making the most of handles, and each board here in Prone and throughout the competition is fitted and adaptive, completely different depending on the style of surfing.
And it looks like we've got another nice looking peak coming through here. Celine can't quite get into this one, but give it up. Here we go. Nalu. And she has been on some of the biggest waves of this heat. And she's got a different setup with two straps on the sides. Liv, how long do you think it takes for these surfers to adapt to find the strap area that it needs to be? Like, how long does it take to find the right board and find the right equipment for each and every surfer in this division?
No, great question. I think it honestly is years. You know, you don't figure it out right away. It's a trial and error thing, at least from what I've experienced, and I'm sure with prone, trying to figure out where that handlebar best fits to adapt to your abilities. And for me, like my first year of surfing, I never even surfed with my paddles on, so I really struggled even catching waves, and that took a while for me to figure out, okay, you know, I should probably put something on my hand so that I can dig into the water and actually get some momentum there. Just like in the commercial you're showing from CAF, I did not have my paddles. I was not surfing very well, but like I said, Chris, it's just an ongoing process to be able to get your boards dialed, and each and every contest, I'm sure these prone surfers and surfers in any division are going to figure out little nuances, little changes in their board setup, their fins, to their handles, to where they can surf to the highest level that they can. It's always changing, always growing. I think for me, I just got a new board dialed. I'm gonna have my first epoxy, so I'm super excited about that. Here's Blue up and riding, streaming down the line, a very similar wave to her last one. She cuts back to try and make that section, but she just can't quite get into it.
Yeah, deep bottom turn there. The wave just kind of died out beneath her. There's nothing more she could have really done there. So with 6 minutes and 18 seconds left, I mean, the ability to adapt to different equipment, of course, is paramount in success here at the Parasurfing World Championships. So I just want to give a lot of credit to the surfboard shapers and the designers who have made a lot of this possible for these athletes. It's obviously a similar looking surfboard to what we'd see, you know, just on any average day out here at Oceanside, but the addition of some straps, the addition of different fin variations, you know, different thicknesses, and of course, the padding and the we call them restraints. What would you call the pads on the side that kind of help keep these surfers' legs in place?
Yeah, some people use definitely a lot of different things. Here's Green up and riding, going right, streaming down the line. Hannah Dines absolutely ripping, going left. She wants to stay in that white water so that she can build as much speed as she possibly can so she doesn't fall behind the wave. Sticking with it. Great drone shot here. And this wave kind of reforms a little bit, so she's able to get more turns done on the inside. There's water safety there, her catcher there ready to catch her. She has 5 minutes left, so my guess is she's going to go out there to try and build upon her pocket 4-point rides.
I mean, you could tell she was pumped when she got to the sand there. This outside section, high speed line, just all the movements she's doing. That right there was super critical. Roundhouse cutback up into the white water.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where she just kind of hangs in there, sticks it all the way through. So length of ride definitely with Hannah Dines. You can see her dominant arm, the right arm, kind of guiding and controlling her, but she's using, it looks like she's using that left arm.
I love that claim there, that smile.
There's the stoke right there that you love to see.
Hannah always just brings so much energy, so many positive vibes down there on the beach. She's representing Team England, but she spends a lot of time in Costa Rica training in warm water with a lot of the Costa Rica team and getting reps in the water. She just always has a big smile on her face, just the sweetest. And yeah, with the phenomenal style, like we talked about that handle, Chris, it's really cool to have these ISA World Parasurfing Championships, not only for the fact that we get to crown world champions, but also athletes can compare each other's boards to one another. They're like, oh, you have a strap here, and well, I have a foam block here, and they can just brainstorm off of each other's ideas and compare from different nations, different cultures, and however they can communicate, whether they speak a common language or they have a translator. I'm constantly seeing every day competitors down there looking at each other's boards to try and just progress the sport. And I think after 10 years, we've just seen the evolution of the individual's skill skyrocket, but as well as the team as a whole. And I think that can be attested to communication with each other and working together and trying to get better each and every year and take pictures of each other's boards and be like, hey, I want something like that. And just be able to progress upon one another.
Well, the R&D element and the technology that goes into some of these surfboards is just absolutely fascinating. It is, I mean, truly, these boards are tailor-made for the athletes that are surfing them. Unfortunately, in the previous heat, we saw one of these beautiful surfboards be absolutely smashed by the pier. So,
so
there are
unfortunate.
dangerous elements out here today. You know, the waves, I feel like just the perfect size for this zone. You know, it's 4 to 5 feet on the face, nice and consistent. Here we see Nalu again. She's already got a 3.57 and a 3.3. She's working her way through the sand. Nice series of turns there. Love that, just leaning into it. Driving down the line on the right. She is dancing on this wave.
I love her style. She almost kind of picks up the board with her handles and moves it to where she wants to go. I've never seen anything quite like it, and it's super fun to watch.
Yeah, that was a cool looking wave for Nalu Makilima. Another set out the back with just inside of 2 minutes left. You see Annie Goldsmith. And this one looks like, yeah, it's just going to break right behind her. She's going to go ahead and go for it. Not ideal, as there wasn't a lot of open face on the outside, but she already had some really good work done. That 6.10 was one of the waves of the heat for sure. But at the moment, it's Riard representing Team France. Celine is in that top spot and back into it. Beautiful left-hander. She's right in the pocket of this wave, coming around this section, fading back. And that wave just kind of dissipates beneath her, but the damage has been done. She has a 5.6 and a 5.5, a great heat for Celine Roulard, representing France. Hannah Dines in second, the 4.6 and a 4.5. Just another great heat, almost in the books with 1 minute left.
Yeah, we'll see if that replaces her 5.5. I'm not sure it will. I don't know if she really got the length of ride like she was looking for. That left just kind of fizzled out on her, but it'd be interesting to see the replay to see if she got work done out the back, to see if it would come into her score and really make a difference to strengthen that lead that she has.
Yeah, and thank you so much to our volunteers in the orange jerseys right there. They've come down here. They've been down here since dawn every single day. Just adding an element, one layer of support and safety to the athletes competing. 22 seconds left. Dines now, Team England, here we go. This is looking like a nice right-hander. Perfect positioning for Hannah. She's got a 4.6 and a 4.5. This wave's looking good. Big roundhouse cutback straight into the whitewater. So utilizing the most critical section of this wave and still going down the line.
Wow. So impressive. I love that Hannah Dines trademark roundhouse cutback, because she's able to cut back and go left and hit that, bank it off that whitewash. So she'll definitely be rewarded to that. Let's see if she's able to make it into that first position. She's got 2 4-point rides. Celine in first has 2 5-point rides. So let's see where that comes into play.
Just another epic heat in the books here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. This is our last look at Hannah Dines. Could this be the number she needs? She needs a 6.50. That was a great turn right there, straight back into the whitewater. It's going to be close for the judges.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see where it comes into play here. Hannah Dines representing Team England. So much stoke. Big smiles on the beach for her. That's her trademark claim, is just a massive smile. Absolutely love it, taking it all the way to the beach.
It's a cool look at the board she's riding right there as well. And that's going to be it for women's Prone 2, Round 1, Heat 2. I would say back-to-back, 2 of the best heats we've seen of the entire event.
Oh, absolutely. Just back and forth, and phenomenal performances from the women's Prone 2 division.
Well, we got a lot more action coming your way today here on day 3 of competition at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're going to flip the booth, bring in Anthony and Shannon. So much more action right after these brief messages. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the sands of the world. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water. The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are in Oceanside, California, and we are currently in the Prone 2 division for the women. We're in the third heat out of 3 for round 1. Surfers are competing on a leaderboard. It will be another qualifying round to be surfed later in the week as well, and then those top surfers will be advancing through to the semifinals or the finals per division. We're going to take a look at some waves, though. Shannon Hughes alongside Anthony Vela for the call, and Anthony, here's what we got up to during the break.
Ashley Banting, Team USA, into this beautiful left-hand wave. Does a great job of staying in the power source right there, not getting too far out onto the shoulder. And you can see her nod her head. I believe that is a sense of, that's a little claim right there. She's stoked on that opening ride. And we see also our surfer in blue, Quinn Waitley from Team USA. Team USA getting started. Look at this deep fade right there. Beautiful drop in. And she's kind of looking to decide if she wants to go right. And here you see her go right, but no, she's going left. Can't decide which way she wants to go. She's going to ride this one all the way in. That wave was spectacular. I'm still trying to catch my breath from the previous 2 heats because the action, the level has just rised, and this heat is going to be a spectacular one as well.
Yeah, that last heat was so good. Those rights into the pier are absolutely fantastic at the moment as we see a live wave being caught here. It looks like our surfer in the white jersey, Orit Buron from Israel, with a great looking left in front of her. And she is just flying out in front into the flats from this wave, and she'll have a huge wipe out there, but she's going to have a team really close to her, and she'll flip onto her back and just be feeling good after a great looking ride like that to start things off with. Volunteers and her teammate now, her catcher on the inside as well, straight onto things. We got some scores on the board, a 4.17 for the start of Quinn, a 3.7 for the start for Ashley, and now we'll have a score to drop in for Orit as well. Those 3 surfers up against Netta Reuveni from Israel. So 2 Israeli surfers up against 2 USA surfers. And wow, the conditions look so fun. This division is awesome as well. There's so many waves caught because there is a catcher and a pusher on the outside. So there's a team dynamic to getting these surfers onto those waves, which typically means that we get a lot of waves caught within this division.
And beautiful technique. You notice this is for beginner surfers. Oh, here we go, taking the replay at that last wave from Orit. She's looking at that left. She's eyeing it. And she's on a, that's a Fanatic supboard. So that's a stand-up. Oh, look at this. Angling right there in the pocket. Beautifully read. She waited and then angled. Then you can see her lean on the rail, on that inside rail a little bit too much. And here's the same wave from the drone angle. This is the angle we were watching live. And I love her patience, waiting for this wave, the whitewater to hit her from behind. Then she started angling, and the judges like to see you in the pocket there, and that's where she went down, and the water safety gets right back into play. The athletes know, they turn over. She put her hands up saying that she was okay, and they'll get her back out there.
All right. A 3.07 drops in for that first wave. Great start for things, and you can really see how high those scores can go if the surfer is able to really find themselves in the green face for a long time, to be angling down the line, gaining more speed and momentum, and using the weight of their head a lot of the times, and maybe their shoulders, if they've got some mobility to be able to just kind of lean in to the left or to the right and get a little bit of get some of those bigger turns thrown in as well.
And when you say turns, this is what the judges want to see is changing of direction.
Yes.
So you want to get out into that open face like you mentioned, and then even just a slight directional change, the judges see that. And Chris Cote has been talking about the subtleties that these expert judges pick up on and reward the surfers accordingly with these slight directional changes or huge directional changes.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, any directional change when you're surfing as a quadriplegic is incredibly impressive, regardless of how big or how small it may seem in the context of surfing. Each one of those directional changes is a massive, massive deal. We've got so many surfers. We've got 137 in total, with women making up a third of the total competitors this week. The ISA continues to maintain a strong commitment to gender equality. That is an incredible thing for the growth of the sport internationally as well. Since 2017, the ISA has offered equal slots for men and women across all of its championships, world championship series, between the World Surfing Games, the juniors, the longboard, the SUP Masters, and the parasurfing discipline. So it's awesome to see that continued increase, to see more and more women getting those opportunities to surf, to travel, to represent their team flags and their colors as well on the road.
And the importance of sport for women, I have a daughter, and you know, I'm very passionate about the confidence and the different things that sports builds. And you know, for a long time, women, well, I'll get back to that.
Here we go with a solid ride for Ashley Bunting. She has so much speed right now for Team USA. Driving back, that is a massive directional change. Huge turn, hooking it on the right, and she's just kind of eyeing up left to right to see where she wants to finish off this wave. She's going to angle down the left, continuing to get that weight thrown as far as she can with the changes of direction from her head. And what an incredible ride, great way to start things off to build on that 3.70. That outside section, Anthony, was fantastic.
These pictures are going to be so beautiful. Obviously, we have the live webcast. You can watch the webcast on a replay, but these images are also being captured in still photos. And look at this, perfect takeoff right there, under the lip. She gets out in front of the wave, and you can see her kind of eyeing the power source. She turns right back into it, and using that's a King's, I believe that's a SUP board as well, local shaper Dave Dahm down here in San Diego area. Great job on this wave. That is an incredible ride from Ashley Bunting from Team USA. And they're packed on the beach, the Team USA. Obviously, we're in Oceanside, California, in the United States. So the Team USA is here in full force. They've got their trainers, their physios. They've got all the exercise equipment to help. And Becky from Team USA, everyone's doing a great job down there.
Amazing. Well, scores are in. It's a 4.97 for Ashley. Jumps her up into the leading position. And it's those two surfers from the U.S. that are sitting in the top two spots at the moment. Still waiting for Netta to get her opening ride for the surfer in the green jersey. 10 minutes remaining on the clock.
It's worth mentioning the importance of the pusher as well. If you've ever taught someone how to surf, you know, you hear people say, oh, I tried to learn how to surf, but, you know, I fell a lot. And my response is always, well, you probably had someone pushing you that didn't know what they were doing. And so to kind of put the right amount of pressure on the tail of the board so the nose doesn't dive. And look at this, out the back.
Oh, incredible wave for Quinn Waitley. That was like such a heavy lip coming down right next to her. And a really dynamic takeoff as well. She's just going to angle herself away from Orate, who's out there with her team. They're going to wait to get her on her board until this white water rolls over her. And Quinn's getting some huge direction changes as she finishes off on the inside.
Wow, that wave was incredible. And no matter how many times I see this being done, it's incredible each and every time. The speed in which the helpers get there, and they have a specific order, a process in which they do it. First, they get the athlete secured, then they get the board turned around, put perpendicular to the wave. Then they get the athlete on the wave, and they're going to be paddling back out. There's Solange Ballet from France getting ready for her heat coming up next.
Yeah, it's an incredibly good bit of teamwork that we get to witness in this division specifically. The catcher now pushing Quinn back out into the lineup, having to get her and a bigger surfboard as well that's got a lot of flotation out and over these waves. Takes a lot of strength on a small day, let alone when some of these bigger sets are coming through as well. There you can see that her pusher is also swimming in to help out and getting her out the back as quickly as possible. Good pair of fins, extremely important in this situation for the swimmers.
100%, and just even popping over the wave like that, that's a technique in and of itself, and it's incredible to watch.
We are in the Women's Prone 2 division. This is the final heat for round 1, and it includes any surfer that rides in a prone position that requires assistance in the water, paddling into the waves and getting back on the board safely. That's where we see those pushers and catchers both coming into play on either side of that.
And we also have the Prone 1 division where there aren't the pushers and the catchers. There are still helpers in the water that are equal for everybody, but the athletes are under their own power. You see a free surfer on the bottom of the screen.
Coming a little close into the contest area, but it looked like a nice wave.
Yes.
Yeah, so there is a full classification process that Dr. Mo Johnson spends a lot of time working with each of these athletes in the lead up to the event to make sure that they are classified. Specifically in the Prone 1 and Prone 2, it seems to be one of those that is the most complicated classification due to the differing levels of actual mobility that each of these competitors has when it comes to their upper body mobility. So in the prone divisions, for the most part, there will be surfers dealing with a spinal cord injury. There's also the potential for amputees or cerebral palsy. But for those that have that spinal cord, those differing spinal cord injuries, their level of ability to use their upper body changes quite a lot across that category between Prone 1 and Prone 2, and whether or not they're really deemed to be strong enough to paddle themselves into waves. Even if they've got a little bit of mobility, maybe it's not quite enough to be paddling and catching their own waves, so they'd still be in Prone 2, as opposed to surfers in Prone 1 who definitely have enough function of their upper body to have that strength to paddle themselves in and out, especially when the conditions are a little bit sizey, when there's, it's harder to get yourself in and out of these, get yourself out to backline, get yourself back in as well.
Yes, very well said. And we're just touching on the tip of the iceberg as far as the classification goes. And our, knowledge that we have, Dr. Mo will explain it a lot deeper. And there's so much that goes into these athletes being classified. And this is a gem right here.
Ashley Bunting setting up for a great looking ride, carving back for that opening turn, and she's trying really, really hard to get there. You can see a big smile on her face, recognizing that that wave has just gone soft on the shoulder.
That's a mistake that all surfers make. We don't want to get too far behind the wave because you want to continue riding on the open face of the wave. But sometimes on certain tides, it's tricky to read. And she was smiling at herself. I think she's like, oh, I should have cut back more. And it's great to see these surfers smiling. And sure, it's a competition, but I think, we all enjoy being out in the water. And the contest format is great because you get to surf with nobody else in the water. And then it's also kind of cool that your waves get judged. Or maybe it's not cool, but I find that pretty fun, to see every wave. If you're not getting judged by someone else, every wave you surf is a 10. And then to top it off, you get to go and watch your waves on the live webcast.
Yeah, it's a really great experience to surf in a jersey, even just, a couple times in your life, to really be able to kind of see where you sit amongst the scale for other surfers.
Totally, yeah. I think it's something, and I would do events sometimes just to surf certain waves with only a few people.
Here
She's
we
up
go.
again.
Ashley Bunting straight into it. So she is just finding some rhythm right here on this little pier bowl right that's coming into the Oceanside Pier. Flying down the line, and she's just, like we said before, you know, angling left and right, getting those changes of direction. Those are all super important when it comes to scoring potential for each of these rides.
And she carried that smile from the previous wave into that takeoff. I think she was surprised and happy that she got one underneath the priority of the other surfers as well. So she's like, hey, I'm going to sneak another one. And that one might have been a little better as well. She was a little bit deeper, and oh my goodness, look at that set out the back. A couple waves on the inside, but out the back as well.
Oh, nice high line start for Quinn as she's dropping down to the bottom of the wave, really eyeing up to see where she's sitting. Nearly gets a barrel and covered up across her back. She's going to head straight into the pier here, flying down the line as it starts to close out in front of her. She's going to make that adjustment, and that is going to be, I mean, the degree of difficulty and her commitment on that outside section. If she had fallen, she would have risked losing the entire rest of the wave.
Quinn Waitley throwing down on that wave. I was literally on the edge of my seat, and you can tell she was like eyeing the tube there. And I mean, that's about as close as you can get to be getting barreled without actually getting barreled. But I'm calling it a barrel because she was in there. That was phenomenal. Yes, Quinn, Team USA, it's got to be stoked. It's like Ashley and Quinn are just out there having a free surf together. And then Ori on command, she's getting involved as well.
All right, Ori on a great looking wave. Bomb from the outside section. And she's got, you know, that board's got so much width to it. It really gives her that great stability to try, you know, to get some of those direction changes in, but to not have too much risk of falling as she's coming through to the inside, aiming straight for her catcher. And that's going to be a great way for her to continue in the seat. She's only chasing that 5.2 at the moment, but we know that there's also a score to drop in for Quinn, and Arid is frothing on the inside section. You can see her shaking her head there.
Wow, we're so lucky to be in here, being able to watch this and have these great camera angles and replays. And the Stoke is alive and palpable out there. If you're somewhere else besides Oceanside and you're anywhere within, I don't know, driving distance, it is absolutely inspiring to watch these surfers compete, to watch them hang out and share in the love of surfing. We'll be here all week. So this is day 3, kind of day 2.5 of competition, our second full day of competition. On Tuesday, we've got Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Friday crowning individual champions as well as an overall team champion. ISA has been crowning team champions since 2016 in the World Parasurfing Championship. And whew, we have to take a break. This has been phenomenal, but we can't take a break because the waves keep coming.
Well, I was just having a look quickly to see if Quinn Waitley has ever won a gold medal, and she hasn't. I reckon she's going to be on her way with the kind of surfing that she did on that last wave. It's only come through as a 5.0, but I think what I saw within it was that commitment and the degree of difficulty for looking for those critical sections in the wave. And if she's able to continue putting herself in a position like that, she's going to find a barrel and she's going to get a 10-point ride.
100%, 100%. That was an amazingly committed attempt at that wave there, and the pusher had her right in the perfect spot, and she timed it perfect. Was on the rail. That was a great wave.
Well, 18 seconds remaining. Ashley, not to be outdone in that first place position. She's dropped into second. She's chasing a score to get that leading spot away from Quinn once again. And great looking combination on the outside for her with that left to right, and she's just gonna continue flying through to the inside here. She'll finish out right on the sand as this heat times out, and we'll see. Will that be enough to get her? She's looking for a 4.21 for Ashley to take out that first place position from her teammate in Quinn. And just an incredible way to finish out our women's prone 2 division today with so many good waves that were caught throughout the entire thing. As we see the crew there grabbing a hold of Ashley Bunting. So scores to drop for Ashley, and we've got more action to come when we return. We're going to be into our women's prone 1 division, which is those surfers surfing in a prone position who have the ability to paddle into waves and catch them themselves. We also have Dr. Mo Johnson, that will be joining me in the booth to call the action, so make sure to stay tuned. We're going to pick her brain on all things parasurfing when we return.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the open ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It is a beautiful day in Oceanside, California, with plenty of fun surf on offer. And my name is Shannon Hughes. I am joined in the booth to call the action for this heat by Dr. Mo Johnson. It is such a pleasure to call the action with you here, because not only are you an avid surfer yourself, raising your kids in the sand as often as you possibly could, you're also someone that's really, really invested in this parasurfing community specifically. You spend so much time working with these athletes, and it's just a pleasure to be able to sit here, have a chat with you about how it's all been going behind the scenes. First off, have you had any waves this week?
This week, at the beginning of the week, I did. I paddled down in Carlsbad, so it was super fun.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, but here I've been too busy to surf myself.
What have you been busy with?
Well, so I'm head of classification, and my job is to work with my classification team to classify the athletes to get a better, fair, or as fair as possible sport class.
Is it pretty tricky because of the differing abilities of so many of the different athletes?
Yes, so even though many athletes might have the same diagnosis or the same condition, they're unique in and of themselves, and so the condition has affected them differently. So we have to do tests and measures to make sure that we put them in the right sport class.
Well, let's take a look at some live action here. Paloma Oñate from Spain with a great looking start to this heat. 18 minutes remaining on the clock, so still plenty of time. And we are into our prone 1 division, which includes any surfers riding a board in a prone position, laying down on their stomach, but they have the use and mobility of their upper body, of their arm strength to be able to catch any waves.
That's right. So prone 1, I think, is maybe one of the hardest divisions to be in physically, because they do have some trunk. Most people have some form of trunk strength. Some have none, but they have full arms, and they have to paddle and really navigate the waves.
Yeah, and is that, talking about trunk strength, really that core strength that allows them the ability to lift their chest up and maneuver their board and their body as well?
That's right. You know, try, if you are a surfer, try surfing with your chin on the board and just paddling your arms to get a feel of what it's like for some of them. Very hard. And they just navigate it so well, and here we go.
Another wave being ridden from Paloma, so she's just finding her rhythm out there, dragging in that left arm for a big direction change. This is a great looking start for Paloma. She's coming through to the inside section, and a couple paddles here, but there you can really tell, as what you were just describing to us, Dr. Mo, just her ability to lift her, not only her chin, but lift that chest off of the board a little bit.
That's right. That's right. And then she's also using something called head-hip ratio, where when she leans her head, her body and board will follow. So they really start practicing maneuvering the board, you know, to start getting some momentum and hitting the rail as much as they can.
Oh, that's incredible. I mean, there's so many things that you have to consider, you know, coming into a contest like this as a competitor, but to be sitting in your position specifically as someone that's responsible for those classifications, what is it, you know, in the lead up to this event, a couple of days before, you've got a clinic set up for everybody to come in and do their classifications with?
That's right. We set up a clinic. Oh, here we go. One more.
There's just so much action. Well, this is the replay from one of Paloma's waves. I think this was her first one. It came through as a 3.33. She also has a 4.33 on the board. What do you think of this ride?
Oh, I think it was great. And you literally can see her turning her head. She'll drop her arm and bring the board with her and then switch to the other side. So really getting that technique down. Yeah, very nice ridden wave.
Yeah, great to see the differences between this division and the last division in the Prone 1 and Prone 2, being that some surfers actually get reclassified between the two throughout their competitive career.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. It's pretty tricky to find that right position for them. Sometimes we'll keep them on a review status, say go surf like this for a year or 2 years, and then let's reclassify you.
Grace Kennedy now on a really long ride. I love that she's got the goggles on as well. Just give her perfect vision out in the lineup. And she's had so much speed. That board looks really fun underneath her as well. Like it's got really great rails and you can see that spray throwing off the outside rail. So that was a really nice ride. We'll have a score in, and there it is, quick from the judges, a 2.93. Again, we got that 3.33 and that 4.33 on the board for Paloma out of Spain. And then for Solange out of Team France, she's waiting to get her first ride there in the red jersey. As we wait for her to get her first ride, we got 15 minutes remaining, and I'll be back with Dr. Mo in a moment, but we've got Chris Cote down on the beach with the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. Ashley, it's still your second year competing here at the ISA Para World Surfing Championships, and you're already stacking heat wins. Tell me about that 20-minute experience here, just to the north side of Oceanside Pier when it's firing like that.
We were pretty excited about the conditions. We were watching it before, and we went out there and just were pretty much seeing what the ocean gave us and then just making the best of what we had.
Now, of course, every division has been incredible throughout the week, but I got to hand it, those last 3 heats, what is it about this division that brought out performances like that? 3 of the highest total heat scores of this entire contest so far.
I think it's just like our teamwork. I couldn't have done it without these guys. I mean, they're helping me get in and get back out there, and I think it's just the teamwork and just going out there and just really getting it, basically.
Well, you know, Team USA has had some overall team victories in the past. What are you going to do as a team this year to take back that title?
I think we're all just like trying to do our best out there and then just coming together and cheering on each other as a team. And that's basically it, yeah.
Well, teamwork makes the dream work. You got a great crew behind you. You got a great crew on the beach. Team USA on the board with another heat victory.
That's so awesome for Ashley. I love seeing her out there. She was able to sneak away the win on her very last wave. It was Quinn who was sitting in that leading position. But for Ashley, that's a great way to continue on her campaign here. And it's cool to see, Dr. Mo, that each of these surfers is going to get those 2 opportunities because it's not like an elimination round straight away or even necessarily like a top 2 that advance. It's every surfer is going to get that chance to surf in at least 2 heats to start out with and then be on that leaderboard for their opportunity to qualify through to their final or to their semifinals. So basically, they're not even really surfing against the surfer in the water that they're surfing against. They're actually surfing against the entire division.
That's right. And then when they change after their first heat, the leaderboard changes even who they're going to be competing against. So yeah, they're surfing for themselves, trying to really advance and for their nation. Mm-hmm.
Now, is that one of the things that you would see also helps to work towards the fairness for each of these surfers? Because of the way the classifications work, you're kind of seeing the fairness for each surfer, being that they have differing abilities. Who you would get paired against in a specific heat would really make or break some of your heats.
That's true. However, if we did our job, it should be pretty equivalent.
Yeah.
But what happens with a lot of conditions is we wax and wane through the day. Our energies go high and low. So depending on the condition, sometimes the morning we're stronger and more aggressive, and in the afternoon we're not as much. So it's nice that they're able to have early and then a later on another day, so they can show their best talent and their best skill. So it's fairer for them to be able to show their performance on 2 different occasions and then start going into the elimination rounds.
Yeah, I really like that idea, you know, giving everybody that chance to really like spend that 20 minutes really focused right now, super intensely out in the lineup, and then have a couple days off, have those free surfs, get to know the break even better potentially if they haven't been able to spend much time at where the location is, where they're surfing.
Yep. So you asked earlier about classification. Yes, we set up a clinic and we bring in the mats, and we even have privacy dividers, so it's very confidential in how we do our medical classification. We do the physical classifications in there, and then we do our tests and measures, like we test strength or we test flexibility, coordination, depending on their condition.
That's really awesome. I love the fact that there's just that setup coming into a contest, and that some of those surfers, like you said before, they're aware that they may be in a classification category for a year or 2 and know that they're going to be up for potential reclassification. So it sometimes might come as a surprise, but oftentimes they would be aware that it could be changing up which division they're surfing in.
Yep, that's right. And even the juniors. So we have a lot of under 18. So I really don't like to confirm them, even though they might have a pretty solid impairment that's not going to change. I do like to give them that opportunity, or maybe things happen as they grow. So I really try not to confirm people with neurological conditions, to give them a couple rounds, a couple years. Let's see how this is going to play out for their best ability.
Yeah.
And then same with the Groms.
Oh, that makes so much sense. And is it kind of the same true for juniors as well as anyone, if it is some kind of an injury-related impairment that has come a little bit later in life, where if it's brand new, if it's just happened, when we get some surfers where their injury happens, they break their neck, spinal cord injury, and they're out here competing 6 months after that happened, a year after that happened.
I've had to turn people down for classification because they're still under precautions, medical precautions for spinal injury or for their amputation. They still have stitches. I'm like, no, I cannot classify you right now.
Yeah.
You have to heal first. Yes.
And is that typically like, would you, I'm thinking now of anyone that's tuning in from around the world. We were 100% will have an audience of potential surfers for this event that in the future are going to be either qualifying for the team. They didn't quite make that qualification for this year because it's, maybe Australia or the USA, France, one of those big nations with a lot of surfers, or they're brand new to it and maybe there isn't really that big of a surfing scene for parasurfers in their community. What is it, that kind of time frame for getting that classification, and does it require them to come to an event like this to get classified, or is it something that they can do while they're back at home?
Well, it depends. We do have classification around the world. We try to hit many continents to get more people, so the cost of travel is less.
Okay.
And you have to classify before you can compete. So what I say is, look online at isasurf.org under parasurfing. We have all the information there, and kind of start watching, become a fan to a couple people who are similar conditions, and kind of watch them, look at their equipment, how they've dialed it in, look at the gold standard athletes. So for Prone 2, for example, check out Jesse Bilal. He's really dialed in his team and his equipment. And Jocelyn Newman, also from Prone 2, she's now makes 3D prints her own pieces for her surfboard.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yes, she's just gnarly with that. And a lot of people just find someone like you or similar to you and kind of start following them, see what they're doing. Try to reach out to them, ask them how they got started, and then find a location. So we usually classify in Australia in March, Hawaii in May, Oceanside in September, and here again because of ISA's back. So we were able to classify here. We classified in Japan, Costa Rica, so we go around.
Yeah, that's incredible. Is it mostly that you're then traveling to do those classifications? Is
Yes,
it
or my
under
team.
the ISA? Yeah, so you've got a team that works under you as well. So it doesn't specifically have to be you doing those classifications.
Correct. It's my team, and again, we try to keep costs as low as possible. So if I have an international classifier in Australia, I'll use them and then just bring one person out.
Well, here in the lineup, we can see that Solange from Team France, she went on a big sized wave. She had a nosedive and quite a big wipe out. She looks like she's okay out there. She hasn't, waved her hands to say that she needs any assistance or anything, and she's just looking to get herself back into position. As we can see, surfers for the next heat heading down to the water and getting ready to paddle out. We've got 6 minutes, 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Paloma's holding on to that leading position. We got some shakas down on the beach as well, which is awesome.
Catherine Beatty.
Oh, so good. She is just such a bright, shining, surfer to have on the team down here. So 6 minutes remaining, and Grace Kennedy is sitting in that second place position, still just with that single score next to her name. And then for Solage, they're not counting that as like a ridden wave because she had that wipeout on takeoff. So she'll be looking for another opportunity to actually get some distance while riding on that wave. Here we got Grace having a look. She's having a really strong paddle. See if she's able to get into this one. And it looks like it could, it's so close, but also so challenging out here today to get into some of these waves. As we see Paloma just adjusting and shuffling her body back with a heavy wipeout afterward, but that was really good positioning on takeoff.
I love watching the women just really dialing it in, getting that skill up. So exciting in the world to see the women surfing.
Yeah, it is really, really incredible.
We have 1/3 women competing, and that number's up, so I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's so nice. I mean, if there's anyone that's tuning in around the world that might fit into one of these categories, you're a woman that wants to get into the water. Like Dr. Moe was saying, there are potential opportunities all over the world. And even outside of just the ISA, World Parasurfing Championships, as we can see Grace on the inside now, she'll have a second score to drop through. There are a lot of adaptive events popping up globally, which is why you end up spending more time on the road, or your team does on the road, to classify people because of the different tours that are now available within adaptive and parasurfing.
That's right. We have the Association of Adapted Surfing Professionals, which is the Adapted World Tour. And that's great. That's prize money because you're surfing for yourself. Not so much, you're representing your nation, but you get money. It's $30,000 prize purse sometimes.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's so good, and so much that can go towards, the more events that there are, the more opportunities there are surfing on the Adaptive World Tour and events like that, or national events. That's more exposure for the sport. It's more exposure per athlete, which means better opportunities for them to pick up those sponsorship deals, to get funding, to get connected with a good shaper in their area that will want to help them also dial in that equipment, which for a lot of these athletes, specifically in these prone divisions, is really, really unique to the type of surfing that they're doing.
That's right.
As we take a look at Solage with a takeoff, unfortunately just wipes out on, kind of that opening section. And she's going to be repositioning herself out there, kind of wiping off the water from this starting heat.
You can see her board has a nice rocker, and then she's got handles all around the side to help her.
Oh, this is a great looking wave, Dr. Mo. What are your thoughts?
Yep, she got it. See, she's using her backhand down, and she's got her hand on the strap trying to go along the whitewash wave there. There she goes.
Yeah, those straps are really make a massive difference to how much maneuverability that she has on that board.
That's right. That's right.
Team is there on the inside, and they're going to do the run around, get her into position to paddle back out closer to the pier. We've also got Paloma coming to the inside.
That's right. Those beach chairs are game changers because especially if there's a current, they can jump in the chair and have their team wheel them down and get back into the channel under the pier. And there we go.
Now, for those beach chairs, is that something that mostly you'll find beaches will have access to? Or is it better to maybe own one and bring it down?
I would say if you're an avid surfer, I would own one, and I'd also try to get some access tracks because then you can go anywhere. They're portable. They all fit in the car or the back of a pickup truck. And then you can surf anywhere. You're not limited, right? So we don't want a limitation to the ocean. We're still trying to get the world accessible.
Yeah.
And starting with something like access tracks and those beach chairs is a game changer.
Yeah, it's amazing, especially with the access tracks, those plastic planks down on the shoreline. I mean, you can take a normal wheelchair onto the sand.
That's right.
Without needing to have those big beach wheels.
And you're not destroying the world, right?
Yeah.
The terrain is still safe. It's just right over the sand, and when you're done, you pick them up and take them home for the next beach.
Take them with you to the next place you're heading. We've got a couple scores. We've got the team with a quick runaround for Paloma. Volunteers at this event are just absolutely incredible, aren't they?
We can't do it without volunteers. And if you're watching right now, come down and volunteer. We'll show you how to go, where you can help. We always need volunteers.
Grace with a huge takeoff. It almost looked like she might get tipped over, but she just had so much control regardless of how much strength and power was coming through with that wave. And she is just changing those directions, putting in a lot of turns as she comes through to the inside section. Big smile on her face as well. Looking to improve on those 2-point rides that she has at the moment. This will probably sit pretty similar in that category to the 2.93 that she has on the board, and she's going to do everything she can to see if she can get one more ride out there. It's also so nice right now because for these surfers, they've only got, 2 other people in the water with them, as opposed to the 137 athletes that are competing here and all the free surfers that live in Oceanside are coming down to surfing every morning.
That is right. You have the break to yourself almost.
And there's so much to be learned. I think it's so important for the access for women surfing specifically, to get access to surfing heats at different breaks around the world. We talk about that when it comes to those high ends of professional surfing, of women getting to surf heats specifically at waves like Pipeline or in Tahiti at Tehupo. For them to get that time with the lineup cleared to really see what's happening without the hustle and bustle of 50 other people around, it's going to be the same thing for these athletes this week. It's so valuable for their personal surfing to just get to wear a jersey and have only a couple people in the lineup.
That's right. It's their time to shine.
Well, just 10 seconds remaining. Dr. Mo, it's been so nice to have you in here today. I know you've got to run to teach some seminars because you're not only, a doctor of classification on this side of things, but you're also a doctor of education now.
Yeah, I got to go run and teach my class.
Well, it's very nice of you to spend your morning down here with us on the beach, and thank you so much for everything you're doing behind the scenes.
Yes, of course.
We're going to talk to you more throughout the week as well and continue picking your brain on classification. And with that, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we have more from our women's Prone 1 division hitting the lineup.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action. We are here in Oceanside, California, surfing at the north side of the pier for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Perfect autumn conditions here. Little A-frame peaks running down, light offshore winds, pretty much glassy out there. A-frames all across the beach, and a great way for our surfers to continue on with day 3 of competition here for the World Championships. The opportunity to walk away with those gold medals. Out in the lineup, we have our women's Prone 1 division, round 2, heat number 2. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Anthony Vela to call the action. And Anthony, it's been really awesome to see these women take to the lineup over the last couple of hours.
Yes, and the conditions are supposed to be easing, but the swells are just the forecasts are just a guess, educated guess. And it's been so refreshing to see the waves pumping all day long continuously. We've had 3 great days of waves and conditions, and especially today, I think the tide and the winds and the swell have all worked together, and the scores have been showing that cohesion of all the conditions.
It's so nice when, for these surfers paddling out in their heats to luck into surfing their round in conditions like this as well.
Yeah, it's so funny. I was just talking with one of the gentlemen yesterday in low tide heat, and you see the heat, and it was the men's the men's kneel division, and going up against a world champion. But then it was a low tide heat, so you have to change your mindset. You still have to go and do the heat, and you just change your mindset.
A lot of world champions are in the draw this week. There's 32 in total, so there would be a lot of surfers having to change their mindset before paddling out, knowing that they've got 1 or 2 in the draw. As we take a look at a replay here, first wave of Sarah Betancourt from Team USA, Captain Sarah, out in the lineup with a 5.17 for this opening ride, looking really strong.
Yep, great opening ride, and she's riding a Ben-Way-shaped board, so she's got a couple of different boards, and here we see a split the peak, and that is Roberta Galizia from Italy. We're sticking with her on the right, going towards the pier, and the Italian surfer opening up her 2025 world title campaign. Strong contingency from Italy this year. Great to see them continuously adding more members to their team.
Yeah, their team does seem to be growing, doesn't it? It's awesome, the knowledge of parasurfing growing throughout Italy and the opportunity for more surfers to be surfing across Europe that have that Italian heritage representing. So Sarah Betancourt up against Natalia Perez from Costa Rica, Roberto Galizia from Italy, and Catherine Beatty from the USA. We're currently in our women's Prone 1 division, which includes surfers who ride in a prone position that do not require assistance paddling into waves or getting back onto their board safely. As we take a look now at Catherine with a couple quick paddles here, she's got that helmet on for extra protection. We could see her throwing some shakas to the camera as she was walking into the water. It was really awesome to see that level of stoke as she's heading out into her first big heat here.
And that level of stoke has been one of the common denominators in every single heat. These athletes aren't shy after getting a good ride, and I think it's not something that's pre-planned or anything. It just happens spontaneously, and it's great to see the enthusiasm come out.
15 minutes remaining on the clock. We're going to go down to the beach to check in with the winner of that last heat.
Well, thank you so much, team. Wow. Team Spain has come through with some incredible surfers, including you, Paloma. What a heat you just had. And looking behind us, it is absolutely perfect out here. How much of a joy is it to surf in conditions like this?
It's perfect. I was super nervous, but once you get into and see how nice is the wave, you relax. You relax, and I was lucky. In the 5 minutes, I got to normal waves, to nice waves. So I was really calm later in the heat. So yeah, enjoying a lot these conditions.
Now, of course, like I said, the team's been going off all week long. But tell me about the parasurfing community. It seems like you guys are all one big family. Of course, very competitive in the water. But what's it like when you're in the contest area meeting everybody?
It's amazing. This is my 4th, and I don't get used to it. It's awesome being with people as you, with different roads, and each year I value more. I know the effort that it takes to be here, the trainings, everything, and all people here has their story, and it's amazing coming here.
Well, I love your energy, and I love what you did out in the lineup. You tell me, what are your goals here for this week?
Okay, I think going to the final is the first goal, and if I'm comfy, let's try to be in the podium as last year. But I think the feelings are very important, the emotions also. So step by step, and all we can do is we've done it. So be with that safe. It's certainty.
I know you got a lot of friends and family watching back home. You want to send them a message?
Yes, of course. I know that many people is watching. I love you, and I want to say thanks to all my friends, the surfers we've been riding this year, the equipo Fundación también, and also to Fundación DISA, because with them I could come here again and try to be in the podium again.
Thank you, and congratulations, Paloma. Look forward to seeing more.
Thank you.
So good to hear from Paloma. She was shredding out there. She looked really confident, really comfortable, and I think her sights on the podium are well founded for sure. As we take a look at Captain Sarah Betancourt, she's got 4 ISA gold medals to her name already. She's undoubtedly the queen of the Prone 1 division, and she's going to be pretty tough to beat with this kind of surfing. Taking off in a great section on the outside and now continuing through to the inside here. That board is looking really, really good underneath her. It's got some great rails to it that are allowing her that opportunity to just really flick that board around quite a lot, Anthony.
That's the 5'7" wide squash tail from Ben Way. That's the board she won on in Huntington. She's got 2 boards with her. Her other board, just talking to Ben Way's board she won on in Pismo. And so choosing the larger 5'7", her other board's a 5'5". And it looked great on that wave. She is surfing extremely well right now and sending a message to everyone in this division. Like you said, definitely the queen of this division. I don't know, she's the captain, but also the queen as well.
Yeah, so true. Yeah, it's great to see so much of that equipment out there. Ben Way has spent a lot of time working with so many of these surfers on really redefining what they're riding out there, making sure that their boards are giving them the best opportunity, you know, for paddle power, for actually catching the waves and everything that needed on that side, making sure there's enough foam, enough length to those boards, etc. But also the shape for what these parasurfers are requiring is so different from a surfboard that you or I might be riding out in the lineup. So it's great that Ben's been spending as much time with these surfers, really getting to redefine their equipment and working with these world champions. Catherine Beatty now with the opportunity. You could see that Sarah was having a look at that wave, and Catherine's just a little bit deep on the takeoff, unfortunately, so it kind of broke on her back instead of just giving her that opportunity to get into it a little bit quicker.
And you can see Sarah Betancourt has her board with no handles. Catherine Beatty, who we just saw, she's got that center handle. Natalia Vindas Perez also has that same front handle. And so as each kind of disability is different and unique, as Liv Stone said the other day, so is their equipment. And when you have a shaper be able to model their equipment to your specific needs and how you like to surf, that definitely helps you to earn those scores that are needed to outscore your opponents.
That's right. Like for someone like Catherine, we could see that on the back of her board as she was flipping it over to get back on after that wipeout, that there's actually fins on the deck of the board by the tail as well, not just fins on the bottom of the board. And those are not sharp fins, but they're just there so that she can have her legs locked in behind her, and she doesn't need to worry about the back half of her body sliding off the board. Which is important because when you're riding a wave prone, that water is just shooting across your back, you know, whether it's white water or out on a green face wave. So keeping those legs locked in is just as important as keeping that upper body locked in.
That's a great point and good eye. I saw that, but my brain wasn't processing what that was.
It's so really different from anything that you or I would ever have on the deck of our surfboard.
Yeah. So Captain Sarah, and she's been donned the moniker captain because she's actually a real captain in the Marines. So there you see our highest scores from this year.
We can see now Natalia with a great looking ride here representing Costa Rica. She's got that 3.5 on the board so far. And a 6.17 now for Sarah, having her in that leading position, a 1.43 to back up for Natalia just behind her.
And what a great interview from that last heat from Paloma Oñate with, you know, I think when English is not your native tongue and you have to simplify things, and she brought out so many great points, but one about surfing a heat, and she's was saying how she caught a couple of waves right in the first 5 minutes, and then she got to relax for the rest of the heat. And that's every competitive surfer's dream right there. And she explained it so well.
It's so true. If you can start your heat early, the first few minutes, with a wave that is a score you want to keep in your score line, just takes so much pressure off the rest of the heat.
You can relax, wait for a good one. And, you know, not saying that you can't get good ones at the end, but it just helps you relax, especially the first heat of an event you've been waiting all year for. You get to the event and there's so much going on, and I think it's hard too. you know, starting your heat, your competition on day 3 of the event. So you've had the opening ceremony, you've watched all your teammates, and then you've got to go out there and execute. And no matter how many times you've been through it, everyone has some nerves. It's how you deal with those nerves that really kind of define you as an athlete. There you see the California famous sandpipers.
As we see Sarah now up and riding once again, that was a gnarly takeoff. Great couple turns, really digging the rail in and getting as much air as she possibly can as well. Fantastic surfing from Sarah. She comes through to the inside section here, now just using her upper body to kind of pump that board along, and she's going to hit the lip to finish off with. And we're going to see that score for sure improve on her current situation, as she'll have a big smile on her face coming in close to the pier.
Wow.
Teammate there on the inside section. She had so much speed. She looks like she is frothing right now.
That's the purple deck. That might be her 5.5, actually, the board she won on in Pismo. It's hard to tell when she was on it, but that wave, as you said, she took off so critical on that drop there. And I can't even believe the conditions that we're having. It's incredible. And you see that first wave on the bottom of the screen kind of coming at an angle. We have a little bit of a combination of swells, and look at that team duck dive right there. The helper got on top of the athlete and they both went under the wave, and you'll see another one. Here's a bigger set coming in. So let's see how they do. They're able to make it to the shoulder on this one, working as a team. But they'll talk through it all and say, okay, here we go. We're going to duck dive together. And so many different techniques. And as the tide continues to drop, we'll start to see that rip current get involved a little more.
Here we go with a paddle from Catherine. See if she's able to get into this wave. She's got just enough momentum to find herself on a nice looking right, smaller wave in comparison to something breaking on the outside, but it could be also a really good opportunity for her to just reset. She's still got 5 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time. This is also going to put her closer to the pier, and it might get her into a really nice position when she gets back out for one of those rights. As we see Roberta putting herself in position here too, you can see that weight adjustment just shuffling back a little bit, and she knew exactly what she needed to do to potentially catch that wave. Unfortunately, it was just so bumpy that it's bounced her right off. But you can see on the deck of her board, she's got a lot of grip on the deck rather than, you know, wax there. It looks like those deck pads, like a full deck covered in those, and she's got away from behind and she's caught it. That was incredible. Perfect positioning from that wave before to just set herself up right there, and she is ready to go for this one. Fantastic, right? As she's just digging that rail in, setting herself up now on the inside section. And I mean, that is professionalism in a jersey to the T. You know, washing off that last wave straight away, had a big nosedive, got herself on the board, was in the perfect position to be riding on this one.
Yep, you said it perfectly. And there's those kind of side rails that you were talking about with Catherine Beatty's board as well. She's got some kind of rail system to help keep her legs on the board, the deck of the board, and you can see some different modifications there with the deck pad. And you know, it takes going out there surfing and then thinking about it. You know, as surfers, we're always thinking about the waves after we're done surfing and the ones that we're yet to catch. And then I can imagine and thinking about, okay, well, what if my arm was here, or if I had a little bit more volume on my deck pads, I can sit up a little bit easier, I can see a little bit better. And so great ingenuity, not only in their surfing, but also in the accessories that they use to help their boards ride these waves.
Great teamwork here to get Roberta back out into the lineup. Use of that beach chair. And she's going to climb back up onto that surfboard, get herself right there in position. And that team's just going to give her that assistance so that she can make it through this bit of white water. You can see that current's really starting to come into play too, Anthony.
Yeah, and props to the beach chair lady, because that seems like a difficult job next to the pier. And then, I mean, those things are not easy to maneuver around. But yeah, look at all the current happening now. There you can see the helpers giving each other high fives. So they just help her get out of harm's way, sort of thing, and then let her paddle out on her own.
That's right, because in this Prone 1 division, it's actually a category of the 2 prone divisions where the surfers are not allowed to have assistance to paddling and catching their own waves or getting back onto their board safely necessarily. Of course, with that pier in the question right on the inside, or anytime that a surfer rides a wave all the way to the inside, needs to get back into the beach chair for a run around, that's where you're going to see those assistants come into play. But out the back, like Catherine Beatty right now, they're going to be completely on their own to be catching waves and navigating the lineup, as she's had a great takeoff there. This is a potential to improve on that scoreline as well. She only needs a 2.71 to get herself up into that second place position behind her teammate in Sarah Betancourt, as she's just driving down the line. This is also great positioning because she's going to set herself up closer to the pier, but she's going to angle back to the left and make sure to just get as many direction changes as she possibly can as she comes in for the finish.
And I like one thing you said earlier about kind of that, in order to get a score that's a 3.0 or perhaps a little bit higher, you've got to get into the open face of the wave. And so that's one thing, if we were coaching Catherine, to kind of tell her, hey, you're surfing great, you're doing the directional changes, but a way to get those scores, the surfing's there, it's just where she is on the wave in order to score potentially a little bit higher. And I love that kind of 3 marker that you set.
Yeah, it seems to be exactly what the judges are saying. That was a great effort from Natalia, who is just a well-accomplished parasurfer across so many different events and so many different opportunities around the world, putting herself into a great position. It's exactly what you were just mentioning, like wanting to find that more difficult takeoff, get into the green face. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out for her on the timing.
Which happened. I love that. Everyone enjoys a fall, but you see how much these surfers are putting into it and how much risk throwing caution to the wind on some of these takeoffs, and that was a great late takeoff.
Well, due to the difficulty of the takeoff for Catherine Beatty, she gets a 3.33, which does jump her up into that second place position behind Sarah Betancourt, who has an 8-point ride from her last wave. We knew that was going to be a big one for Sarah, and it has put her into a very, very convincing leading position across the leaderboard across this heat with that 8 and that 6.17 as we are into the final countdown.
Wow. Team USA is going to be stoked right now, finishing that heat in first and second place. Great surfing by all of these surfers as we move on from the women's Prone 1 division. Great surfing by all of these surfers in the first 2 heats of round number 1 in this division.
Yeah, that was incredibly impressive. That will round us out for our women's Prone 1 division, and we'll be heading into men's stand 2 next with Chris Cote and Liv Stone in the booth.
The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water. The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back. We're live from Oceanside, California. This is the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. I'm Chris Cote, and I'm stoked to be here next to Liv Stone. Liv, we were just out on the beach, and the excitement levels, the vibe, the energy we're feeling from these athletes. Today, I mean, yesterday was awesome. Day one was really cool. It's kind of the afternoon.
Exactly.
Today just feels like there's some new energy.
For
and
sure.
the waves have been with us all day long. Maybe you can talk about the momentum that we've seen these athletes build throughout the week. It's only day 3, and I feel like we're over here at 110% already.
Oh, for sure. I feel like each day the momentum builds more and more. That stoke level just rises. Just because people are starting to throw down big numbers. Sarah Betancourt dropping that 8. Yesterday, Freddie dropping a 9.9. So it's getting underway, competition in full swing, and it's getting serious. Stoke levels are high. Here's Balulu up and riding, green jersey there from Israel. Got a little bit of a check turn there on that right, but some of those insider rights are kind of fizzling out a little bit. I saw that happen to Catherine. It's those bigger rights that push all the way through, and you're able to get that inside section. So some smaller scores underway here for the second round, Heat 1 of the men's Stand 2 division.
Yeah, so there's a lot at stake here. In this Stand 2 division, these are surfers who ride waves in a standing position with a lower body impairment below the knee. All of our different disciplines explained really well earlier on by Dr. Mo, who is part of the team that basically comes up with the different divisions. And right now you're seeing Morgan Galefi, you're seeing Nasham Yariv Balulu, and Carter Hess. So Israel, Italy, and USA in the lineup. 3 surfers right now who know the stakes have risen since round 1. All 3 of these surfers still in contention and in the conversation for a potential gold medal at the end of the week. Friday will be finals day. And the good news is, check the Surfline forecast earlier on, and we're going to have swell all the way through the week.
For
and
sure.
I feel like if any contest deserves great waves, it's this one right now, because these surfers have worked so hard. They've trained incredibly hard throughout the entire year to get to this World Championship. So they're very deserving of the swell we have today.
Oh, absolutely, Chris. And I think for a lot of parasurfers, it just makes life a little bit easier when we have waves on hand that you can get to that open face, and instead of scratching and really trying to catch small waves or just way too big of waves. So today seems like honestly really perfect. It's a touchdown on a swell level from yesterday, a bit more playful and pretty easy to read out there for the most part. And here's Carter's first wave, Blue from the USA dropping in. He got a 5.17 on this, had a great cutback to start off this wave. 2 really good solid slashes there on the open face for Carter Hess from Team USA. Leading with his, he is a regular foot. Oh, nice slash off the top. So great first wave for him. Red's first wave kind of looks like it might close out a little bit. He gets to the open section of the wave. This is Morgan from Team France. And another replay of Green's wave from Israel dropping in. Nice slash, but doesn't quite get anywhere. Kind of falls a little bit, but that wave just kind of fizzled out. So here's Israel up and riding again for his second wave. Let's see what he can get done down the line. Streaming, great first maneuver on a bit of a smaller size wave, but continues going, trying to find another section after that first slash. Nice bank off the top, swooping it around.
Oh, yeah.
Fin release and rides out.
Solid finish right there. So Balulu with 2 waves ridden there. He'll put himself in a good position as the judges start to catch up. Carter Hess' first wave comes through to 5.17. Morgan, Team Italy, with a 3.23. And getting to know Carter Hess a little bit more, 34 years old, from Panama City Beach. His favorite waves. Churches, just up the coast. He's riding a 6-foot torque go-kart. Morgan having a look there, but has to give way to Carter.
Carter can't quite scratch into it.
So Carter actually was he was stationed in North Carolina as part of the 82nd Airborne Division, and he's 3-time ISA Worlds competitor, and he likes, I should say he loves, short walks on the beach.
Short walks.
Yeah, he
I
just
love
likes
that.
to,
That's
get
very
down,
Carter.
quick walk.
Morgan up and riding, has 2 nice open face turns, but a little slopey. He's not able to find that big open section that he was able to really capitalize on during his first heat. He got a pretty sizable wave with a good section for him to go up into the lip. So he's hunting that down from Team France, Morgan. And Definitely has, I mean, 2 solid scores, but not what he's looking for considering he dropped a 7-point ride on the opening round.
Carter has a quick look at that one. It's a no-go. That gives us the opportunity to go catch up with the winner of that last heat, standing by now with Shannon Hughes.
Well, thanks so much. Just down here talking with Sarah Betancourt. Congratulations on a great heat. We're talking about being moms and how challenging it is to think straight. That said, you were really thinking straight out in the water. You had some great waves. Talk me through that 8-point ride.
Oh, the 8-pointer was good. I saw the wave coming in, and I was trying to figure out, okay, am I going to go left on this one? Because I really wanted one of the beautiful peeling lefts. But I was watching, and I'm like, oh, I'm not quite in position for the left. I'll go right. And I was able to kind of get up on it and man, it just presented itself. And every time I felt it starting to slow down, I was able to curve back into the pocket and then just get that speed boost to come up. And I kind of, I rode it pretty well. And then at the very end, I was able to stay in that pocket, and I saw the lip forming, and I was like, hit it, time it. And I did, and I was like, land it, and I landed. I was like, yes. It was really awesome. I was really proud of myself for that. Just riding it the whole way through and then landing, you know, and finishing that wave like, yes, I did.
It's such a good exclamation point to the judging panel too, because you got the work done on the outside, which was really good, really sizey. It had a nice clean face to it, but also to find that finishing maneuver would have felt good for you, but also just showing them that you're fully in control.
Exactly, and that's really what it's about, is to make sure that you take advantage of everything the wave has to offer, from the beginning all the way to the very end, and showing that, yeah, you could do it. You could ride it really well. It was awesome.
Well, you're one of those surfers here that has multiple gold medals. You got 4 to your name already. What's your motivation to continue coming back year after year, given that you've already had so much success in your career?
I do it for the generations coming behind me. I know we are going to make Paralympics. It's going to happen at some point. So I want to pave the way and teach everyone coming behind me, now I'm getting up there in age, that they too can get out there and show the world how amazing surfing is, and that truly anyone can surf. You might have to do it a little differently. You might kneel, you might stand, you might prone, you might be visually impaired, whatever, but anyone can surf. So I'm doing it to show everyone who's watching, get in the water, paddle out and catch some waves, because it is life-changing. It is healing, it's magical, it's super fun, but also you can compete and represent your country, because it will be in the Paralympics one day.
I couldn't agree more. Brisbane is just around the corner, and we are very close to getting our foot through the door there. What would it mean for you to be a Paralympian?
It's been a dream. I started having my eye on Paralympics with sled hockey, or para ice hockey, and I'm still helping Team USA and the rest of the countries try to fight for that goal. And then being able to also fight for para surfing to get into it. I'm rooting for these sports to really get in, because they're competitive, they're fun, and it's just being able to represent your country at that elite level and showing that you're just as good, if not better, because you have the mental and all the physical challenges that you're also overcoming. It's just such a powerful message to the world. And I really believe everyone should have that opportunity.
Well, thank you so much. Extremely well said, Sarah. We're so stoked to have you back here once again. Good luck in your chasing down that 5th gold medal, and well done for your surfing today.
Thank you so much. I love you, family. Hi, Matt. Hi, Tyler. Hi, Kyle. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Back to you guys.
That's the energy we love to see. Sarah Betancourt, what a legend. What a great ambassador for surfing, for parasurfing, for Team USA. And you can tell right there, I mean, she's not only doing this for herself, for her team, she's doing this for the entirety of the sport to try to grow the parasurfing community, past, present, and future.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
You just can hope but nothing for success for a surfer like that.
Yep, captain of Team USA this year, Sarah Betancourt, always just such a light on the beach, and every time I talk to her, she's just always so positive, considering that she was in the Air Force, in the military, and has a very, very, very rare disease. I don't know what you want to call it, some rare form of MS. Here's Red up and riding. We'll get back to Sarah in a bit. Morgan from France, from Italy, ripping, banking it off that section. Hope to see the replay so we can break that down even further for Red.
Yeah, he's got a really cool style.
Yeah, super loose, yet super flowy, and can throw a lot of spray.
But Lulu now, Team Israel, your current leader with a 6.83 and a 3.20. Looks like he's utilizing some modern technology. See that the front leg there. I'm seeing a lot of some carbon fiber, and you know the technology element really shines when you talk about the surfboards that we've seen in a lot of the prone divisions previously.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, a lot of these guys will be on just kind of standard standard shortboards.
Correct.
You wouldn't be able to tell the difference between these boards and any other pro contest. This Team South Africa in the house. What's up, guys? They've been representing so well all week long. Got some surfers coming up. Freddie over there. So Morgan now jumps into the lead with a 7.33 and a 5.17. As expected, he's been really in control of this heat. And now he's in that top spot. Balulu drops to second. Carter Hess drops to third. Still plenty of time left, though. 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Carter was able to get a similar ride. That 4.57 was he did almost the exact same thing he did on that 5.17. It was just a bit of a smaller wave. Not as fast at all. We're looking at a helicopter out there. Not quite sure what's going on.
Yeah, we're right next to a rather large military base here in Oceanside, California. It's been historically a military town. You got Camp Pendleton just to the north that stretches all the way to San Clemente. And we do have quite a few service members, especially in this division.
Yeah, exactly.
We had some service members from the East Coast, the Air Force, in the previous heat. So thank you to all of you for your service. This is a pretty cool display. This copter is
I'm
really
just waiting
close
for people
to the water.
I'm waiting for people to jump out.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, as I was speaking about Sarah earlier, the helicopter reminded me she was a helicopter pilot, and she started getting symptoms from this really, really rare form of MS. Like only 1 in a million people have it, or something even crazier than that. And she was flying her helicopter one day and lost control of her arm movements, and just from then on hasn't been able to regain much function in her legs and her hands. However, absolutely ripping with that 8 and a 6 to kickstart her campaign as the 4-time Parasurf World Champion. Sarah Betancourt, previous helicopter pilot there, and Carter Hess, obviously. Also, he was a combat wounded veteran, Carter. And he goes on base all the time, surfs churches. I've surfed with him out there before. And you'd think, out of all this adversity, that it would come between them and being a pro athlete, but it really doesn't. Carter rips, Sarah rips, and they're just doing the best job that they possibly can, throwing out big numbers. Carter looking so solid on that board that he's riding. Morgan dropping a 7.33 and a 5.17. I'd like to see that replay of that left, because I think he just threw a lot of spray. Even though it wasn't a huge wave, he was able to make the most of it. His first few waves, I think he was getting really frustrated. He wasn't picking necessarily the best ones. They were just kind of fizzling out. So glad he got a 7.33 to add to this second round. I actually had a little bit of a chat with Morgan here in the Stand 2 division. He's from Cabo Verde Sal, and he had an accident when he was 3 years old, which caused his one of his legs to be impaired. And so he doesn't actually ride with a prosthetic like some of these other guys. Here goes Green up and riding. Not quite able to make it out of that one. Morgan, yeah, he has less function in one of his legs there, and this is his second ever competition and first time ever in America in Oceanside. Carter up and riding.
Nice cutty there, 5.5 to go. So at the moment, you got Morgan in that top spot. Having a look here, it's a no-go there. So Balulu representing Team Israel. He is a 47-year-old father of 4.
Wow.
In 1984, he had an amputated leg. Or he's been surfing since 84. In 2017, he had the leg amputation. See now, Galefi, big snap there, goes for the foam climb. So well done, trying to get rid of a 5.17, but well into the lead of the 12.50 total. There's the Italian flag flying high just to the north side of the pier. They have fielded a really impressive team this year in 2025. So expect big things for the overall result for Team Italy. But meanwhile, Balulu. Ooh, good snap there. Just gets a little bit behind it. Balulu's model is live and let live. He's already had a second place in a championship and the U.S. Open in 2022 and a world championship for the AASP in 2024. So he's got a solid resume, and he's a powerful surfer. You can see it right there. The wave just let him down slightly. But with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left, all surfers look like they are ready to pounce if one of these wedges comes their way out the back. Looks like Carter Hess could be in the dream spot for this right-hander. Oh, and he's just in the middle of that peak, so slightly out of position for the right and left.
What a left. That just went streaming down the beach.
Wow, it looks so fun out there.
Oh, yeah, I was just on the pier and watching Catherine and Sarah's last heat, my fellow team members or past team members that I've been rooting on this week. I had a bit of a break and walked up there, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, it is firing. The conditions are really ideal out here. It's 10:30. There's absolutely no wind. I just checked the Surfline forecast. Here goes Carter taking off on a nice-looking left. But comes unstuck. A bit wobbly there on the takeoff. But yeah, I checked Surfline, and the wind's supposed to be, I don't even like saying that word.
The W word?
The W word?
Don't bring it up.
Don't say it.
No, but it's in our favor, right?
It is. I mean, I only saw like 6-mile-per-hour winds. Here's Green up and riding, but cutting out of it because it just kind of mushed out underneath them.
So it feels like a lot of surfers in this division started surfing with both appendages, and then something happened, whether it was an affliction or, some kind of accident to where there was an amputation. So this would be below the knee.
Right.
Incredible to have to relearn how to surf and do it so well at this level. And I'm really blown away by the entirety of this field. So many of the surfers in their bios saying they're only surfing for 2-3 years. They're already at a championship level. I mean, the learning curve is just so impressive.
When you surf prior to one's accident, you kind of already have that love for the water. Here goes Green up and riding, but just again, kind of fizzling out, trying to make it to the inside. Doesn't look like there's a ton of shoulder on option there for him. But like I was saying, Chris, when you already kind of have that love for the water, it's like it seeps deep into your bones. And when something happens, like an accident or whatnot, a lot of times surfers, they can't imagine their life without it. So they're going to figure out any way that they can to get back in the water. Just like Carter, Morgan when he was young, and people who have surfed prior to their accident, like Sarah. Sarah grew up surfing all her life, and then once she got back into the water after her accident, she felt like it was a way for her to heal. And I'm sure Carter can attest to that, and anyone who surfs after their accident, that it's not only great physically for them to stay active, but also mentally. And for me and a lot of other para surfers, it's like our home out there. It's healing. We can feel free. We can feel not different than anyone else. So that's my guess why people who have surfed before, they're just stoked to get back out there because they know that feeling that surfing gives them.
Some people want to surf, others need to surf.
Yeah.
And there's a real, a positive addiction. Once you get into surfing and you realize that it is just the coolest thing ever to do.
Oh my gosh.
That the by any means necessary ethos, you can just feel that all around this contest area. These surfers are not going to let anything stop them from getting back in the lineup, and that's huge. I can just keep going with the accolades for each and every competitor. Right now, the judges have the final say. So for Morgan Galeffi, Team Italy, sitting in a strong position there, the 7.33 and a 5.33. Team Israel, that's why they're stoked, is because Balulu is in that second place position. Carter Hess with a 5.17 and a 4.67 would need a 5.44, but time is winding down. These 20-minute heats just flying by.
Looks like Morgan's gonna take the win from Team Italy. I asked him what his goals have been throughout the past year training for this event, and he says that he's been training in tough conditions. He's usually surfing a long, drawn-out point break, because I wondered that. He's been surfing great on this beach break, reading the waves really well, so he's been putting himself in those tough conditions, just like yesterday and the day before when he had to surf kind of grindy, low-tide waves. So Morgan putting in the work, and it's paying off with a 7 and a 5.
No doubt, another great heat in the books here at the ISA World Para Surfing Championships, and more to come. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. We're going to field a solid 4-surfer international superheat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been half road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
We are back. And the waves, well, they're still with us. It is firing out here in Oceanside, California, just to the north side of the iconic Oceanside Pier. 4 surfers in the lineup, greeted by these nice looking lefts and rights. So Sean Rangout, his backhand getting involved there. Good opening turn for Sean. Meanwhile, on the left, Forrest Weinberg coming through for Team USA. Ooh, looking like in control and command of his board. Nice and loose all the way through. A couple good turns out the back, making it through this inside section. Solid finish there for Weinberg. He is hyped. We're hyped. And wherever you're watching out in the world, we want to know who you're cheering for. Give us a tag at ISA Surf. We'd love to know your thoughts. Who you think is going to take this thing out? Which nation are you rooting for? And how amped and excited and inspired are you to surf after watching all of this? I know with each and every heat, all I want to do is paddle out.
Yeah,
That's the goal, right?
I had an hour break, and I'm like, I was frothing so hard. And I went and I put my wetsuit on, and my mom's just like, you don't have enough time to paddle out.
You gotta work.
I gotta work, so I was like, okay. Here's Forrest first wave. Green up and riding. Forrest from Team USA, nice slash. This was his forward to kickstart his campaign for the second round of the men's stand 2 division. But I'm really interested to see that second wave. Here's Blue's first wave. Deep bottom turn and up for, kind of tried to get a little bit of a slash, but that wave just completely mushed out on him.
Yeah, that wave kind of just disappeared beneath his feet. So storylines in this heat, I mean, each one of these surfers seriously could and probably should have a documentary made about them. You know, Baldir, representing Costa Rica. He learned to surf when he was 7 years old. His brother and his dad. Oh, and here he is. This is represented from Team Japan, Kenji Ito. Great looking wave there. But Team Japan has really fielded a solid squad here in Oceanside for 2025. 15:45 to go. Judges have something to think about now. Good outside turn, and look at how beautiful this wave was.
Yeah, just dropped in so nicely up right into the lip and threw a ton of spray on a section that honestly didn't even offer him that much. Just slashed as much as he could. I love his stance. He stands a little bit wider than all the other contestants, and he bends a little bit more and just has so much flow and grace between his turns. I love Kenji's style.
He's going to be rewarded for that last wave for sure. Peg legs coming up for Team England. And now here's your surfer in white, Baldir Valleos Enriquez. He's got a cool story. You know, he says when he started surfing, or when he restarted surfing after his accident, he surfed on his knees, but then he just went ahead and built his own prosthesis so he could start competing standing up.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about, by any means necessary. He did not have the ways
sure.
and means to get a custom prosthesis made, so he just said, you know what, I got this. I'll do it myself.
Make my own. I love that. Love the ingenuity, the adaptation. For sure. That's incredible. I don't know if I've ever heard of someone who's just like, yeah, I'm going to make my own leg. Pretty fascinating.
14:29 to go. Forrest Weinberg, Team USA, with a 6.50 and a 4.17. He's in the double digits now. And in that top spot, I mean, you can tell that Forrest is a veteran competitor. He's 38 years old, from Long Beach. His favorite break is Chicama in Peru. And he's into everything. Soccer, flying airplanes, software development, family, basketball, hiking, technology, movies, skateboarding.
What? All of it. All the hobbies.
He does it all. I mean, he was born and raised in Long Beach. And he graduated high school in 2005, joined up with the Marine Corps. Forrest was an active duty Marine for 6 years. And he was very fortunate to be able to see the world. And basically, he's been everywhere. Japan, Guam, Cambodia, Philippines, Australia, Macedonia, Albania, Switzerland. I mean, the list just goes on and on.
Wow. Yeah, Forrest just brings so much energy down there on the beach. He's team vice captain or co-captain for Team USA and is always there supporting his teammates in and out of the water there. Here's Team USA cheering Forrest on. Forrest had a great 6.5. He was on his backhand there going left and had a nice couple slashes and was able to ride it all the way in and bank the inside. So the judges not only rewarding length of ride, being able to ride it all the way in, but doing several turns between the takeoff and the finish and throwing a ton of spray on his backhand there. I was able to paddle out with Forrest before the event started at Northside Pier here and just kind of talking through his heat strategy and just how he's feeling. He seems more confident than ever. His paddling looks great, able to fly into so many waves. Here's White trying to take off on this right, catching it. Bit of a interesting pop-up there. Love it. Turning on the inside, slashing the wave, riding a bit of a mid-length, it seems. Bit of a longer board to get him into those waves, streaming down the line, going right, cutting back, kind of losing it there at the end, but a lot better than his first wave, so he's going to be stoked about that one to paddle right back out.
Yeah, some good work out the back on that wave. 12 minutes to go. And Kenji comes flying down the line, gets around the section. Good little snap back into the white water there. Trying to maximize the push of that wave, but it dissipates quickly. Both surfers going to make their way back to the takeoff zone. That'll give us the chance to catch up with Anthony, standing by with the winner of that last heat.
We're down here with that last heat winner, Morgan Galeffi, representing Italy. Morgan, your first time competing at an ISA World Parasurfer Championship. Waves are pumping. You won your heat. How does it feel?
I'm pretty happy with my performance. I got a pretty good left. And yeah, the waves are good today, not as the last days that were pretty challenging. So I'm happy with the waves, I'm happy with the wind, and yeah, I feel good.
Awesome. I want to ask you about Team Italy is growing. What's it like? Surfing usually is an individual sport. What's it like to be competing with your teammates and being part of Team Italy?
I like it because you have all the support of all the team, and we have a chef, so we eat good Italian food. I like it. It's good to have the support of all these people.
Was that an invite to come and eat with you guys? I accept. And you want to say something to all of your family and friends and supporters back home in Italy or around the world watching in Italian?
Obrigado per tutto gentito iom. I don't speak Italian, I speak in another language here. Obrigado per tutto gentito iom, obrigado per minha família, obrigado per minhas amigas, obrigado per Cabo Verde que sempre dá-me onda para me surfar e thanks, não estava para final.
All right, congratulations. Good luck in the next round.
Solid finish there. Morgan has been ripping his way through this contest. He's got a cool story as well. So he's representing Team Italy, but he lives on a small island called Cabo Verde. And I actually got to meet a couple of the surfers from Cabo Verde in the last iteration of the ISA World Surfing Games down in El Salvador. What an awesome crew they have down there. Love to get to that part of the world someday soon.
Definitely.
But with 9 minutes, 50 seconds to go, during that interview, we saw a quick glimpse at your surfer in green, Forrest Weinberg. So he's already put up two solid numbers, a 6.5 and a 4.17. That last wave could be a pretty meaningful score. Kenji Ito now has jumped up into the second spot with that 5.17. Sean Rangut from Team Puerto Rico with a 5.33 and a 1.67. Sean, he's a hammer as well. I mean, tow foiling, kiteboarding, woodworking. This guy does it all, and he actually just finished a 60-mile kiteboarding race.
What? That's gnarly.
Excuse me, he won a 60-mile kiteboarding race.
He didn't just complete it, he won.
Yes. So he learned to surf after his accident at the age of 19. And I love that, you know, he stands out for being risky, friendly, and very sociable. That's why he's such a popular guy.
I love it.
And here he is right now. This is Sean Rangut representing Team Puerto Rico. His favorite wave is called Wilderness, so that just tells me he likes to surf in pumping waves. That place is pretty gnarly. He has 7 titles in the extremity games. Wakeboarding and 60-mile kiteboarding. That's from Cocoa Beach to Vero Beach, Florida, which that's a long way. It's a long way to kiteboard.
Yeah, Blue opening with that 5.33, so we'll see where this next score comes in because he had an awesome backhand right wave with 2 really nice cutbacks.
Well, late takeoff here for Baldir. Like he whipped that front foot around and put it on his board just in time too, and he's making the most of this inside section as well. An easy transition all the way from the outside. Nice snap there in the shadow of the pier. Baldir, Vallejos, Enriquez. This guy surfs so good, they named him 3 times. And right there could be the difference between a 4th place and a top 2 finish. That was a great wave.
Great exchange here with 7.5 minutes on the clock. I kind of was thinking that Forrest was about to run away with it, but 2 great waves by surfers in blue and white.
We've got 7.5 minutes left. Now the judges have something to think about. I feel like that was beyond a 4.28, which is the requirement now, but how far beyond will it be? Most of the work done on the inside, that speedy little section going right into the pier.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, when you're competing, you kind of have to gauge whether, okay, is this wave worth going all the way to the inside and getting those few little grindy turns when the wave has like bottomed out to something like half a foot or 1 foot, and really making the most out of it. Or sometimes we see surfers, and I've done this quite a few times, where I'm like, you know what, I'm kicking out. This isn't worth it to go all the way in. So we'll see if that benefits surfer in blue. Oh, I'm sorry, surfer in white. My bad. Beautiful day here in Oceanside, California. You can pretty much see the bottom there. Super perfect conditions. Look how blue that water is. Wind, as we've said, hasn't been a factor as of yet out here at the north side of the pier. I was chatting with the water safety crew, Adam Land, and he was giving me a bit of a surf report. He said it looks like the swell direction is a little bit different than yesterday, a little bit more straight on, more opportunities to be had, less closeouts. So that's always great to hear for our competitors surfing today. Looks like a line's coming through, so let's see if there are any takers.
Looks like Kenji had a quick look at that wave. Pier has a way of kind of telling you when a set is coming. You'll see the swells start to perk up a little bit on the outside pilings of the pier. And if everything goes right, those waves will kind of swing wide, and then they kind of come back. This right-hander, pretty internationally known as a very consistent, fun wave. Here you see one right there, maybe just a little too close to the pier on that one. But don't discount the strength of this left coming off the pier. We've seen some of the biggest scores of the day come through by way of these left-handers.
Coach from Team USA was calling it Liv's left because he knows I never go right. But yeah, left's looking awesome today. Unfortunately, this year not putting on the jersey because those lefts are absolutely calling my name. We have the current conditions here. Swell looking like a 3 to 4 foot south-southwest swell, which is great for north side with 1 mile per hour winds. We love to hear that. Someone trying to get barreled on the inside. Doesn't quite make it out.
Nothing wrong with that. I think as any surfer will tell you, if there's a chance for a tube, it's probably what you're going to go for.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you already have like 2 scores. You want to go for it.
Baldir's last wave came through at a 3.33. Pair that with a 2.83. He's got a 6.70 or a 6.16 total. He needs a 6.70 to get up in the top spot. So he did improve on his secondary score, but it wasn't enough to get him out of that fourth place position. Kenji, meanwhile, with that 5.17, looking good. Only needs a 4.87 to get one of those top 2 spots. Highest score of this heat so far comes from Forrest Weinberg, a 6.50. And Sean Rangout, Team Puerto Rico, sitting on a couple solid scores, a 5.33 and a 4.70. We're inside of 5 minutes now. Still anyone's game. We know one wave can be a huge difference maker out here. It's just a matter of will one come in time.
It's definitely anyone's heat. I mean, Forrest is sitting with that 10.67 and Blue with the 10.03, so it's so close out there. Obviously, any wave at any given point could totally flip this heat. I was talking about, I was paddling out with Forrest before the comp, and we shared some waves together, and he's just been putting in so much work on the off season. It's so great to see him on a bit of a smaller board and throwing so much spray. He used to surf a bit of a longer board and wasn't quite getting rewarded as he would have hoped in previous competitions for what he was doing, and his style is really coming together. His maneuvers are just looking so sharp, and we talked out there in the water about his heat strategy, and you know, I gave him my 2 cents of try and get a turn out the back as fast as you can. Pop up, throw a turn in there. The judges love seeing you take a risk. Like, you could fall on that first maneuver and lose the wave, but they love when you really risk it all out the back and pop up and go right for a turn and connect it all the way through. We saw there White wasn't really rewarded as he would have hoped for going all the way to the inside. Hence, here Kenji up and riding, big slash out the back, throwing so much spray, another right into a second turn. Let's see if this opens up any more for him. Trying to get all the way to the inside. Can he finish with a bit of an exclamation point? Bank off the top. Absolutely great finish. Claimed it with a clap. Love it.
Earned it. Earned that little claim right there. Kenji is 48 years old, born in Tokyo. He surfs in Ichinomiya Beach in Japan, one of the more famous surfing beaches there. This is a great wave. I mean, perfectly placed it as well. Maximize the power.
Perfectly timed turns. Absolutely, Chris. Those 2 first turns and then the bank off the finish. Great snap. He did that during his first heat. Was highly rewarded for it.
Oh, yeah.
So he might have flipped the heat, Chris?
Definitely. 7.33. So Kenji did everything right on that last wave. Jumped from 3rd all the way to 1st. That knocks Forrest Weinberg to 2nd. And Sean Rangout, who was basically in control of that 2nd place position for the last 18 minutes, now finds himself needing a score. Just be a quick look there from Enriquez. Costa Rica goes down. Minute 40 left. Now that means that Rangout from Team Puerto Rico needs a 5.35. And Forrest now is going to have to try to play some defense. So you can bet he's got his eyes on that blue jersey to do whatever he can to keep Sean off a wave that could potentially give him that 5.35.
Yeah, exactly. And Forrest has just built a house in this heat. Got that 6.5, backed it up with a 4.17, doing super well at waiting out the back for a good wave just like this one. Let's see if he goes.
Ooh, could be a little corner here. So Rangout needing a 5.35, just caught behind. Trying to get back on the open face. Okay, good turn out the back. And he's got to hope for this wave to have a good, solid reform through to the inside. But as you can see, just dissipating beneath him. Most likely won't be the 5.35 needed to get himself into one of those top 2 spots. Still putting up a couple decent scores. No takers on the left.
He was just a little bit far behind, and the wave kind of ran away from him, and I'm just not seeing that it's going to be a 5.3. But I really think if Blue picks and chooses the right waves with the open faces, he can throw a lot of spray. So he's going to be a big contender for the men's stand 2 division.
And we've got about 10 seconds left now. Don't think there's going to be enough time for this set that's starting to roll through the contest area. So the countdown is on at the end of men's stand 2, round 2, heat 2. Kenji Ito, the last minute victory. Forrest Weinberg comes through in 2nd. Sean Rangout, after controlling that 2nd place position, drops to 3rd. Valdir, Vallejos, Enriquez now in 4th. So a hotly contested heat right there. great sign of sportsmanship.
I love that.
We love to see that. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action as the ISA World Parasurfing Championship rolls on.
Oh, I want to break down Kenji's wave. There he goes, streaming down the line, right up into the lip, slashed it. Oh, I'm sure his contestants saw that spray that he threw right into a second one. And he was so patient here, stayed in the whitewash, did exactly what he needed to do, slower, slower. Then he starts to build up speed and smacks that end section. A little bit of a thin release there. Oh, so much style. Great work from Kenji. And he was patient on that one, and I love that claim.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. Chris Cote here with Liv Stone, and in the water, this is stand 2, round 2, heat 3. Matthew Gaujon, JP Valdry, Pegleg Bennett, and Jonathan Marinovich, for incredible surfers, take to this lineup hoping for 2 high-scoring waves. We've got 16:58 left to go, and who's at it? This is going to be Valdry representing Team South Africa. Good snap out the back, fighting for this inside section. He's trying to take the low road, staying in that white water. Meanwhile, right behind him, Team England, an absolute character, Pegleg Bennett. You gotta love this guy. He's such a rad ambassador for English surfing. As you see Blue Valdry all the way to the sand. And here's Pegleg. His bio, very simple. I'm just an old guy that likes to surf, and I hate small waves.
Hey, well, I mean, he's got pretty good size waves here, so he should be happy out there. Pegleg with his first ride. Nice few slashes on the outside, so we'll see where that score goes. JP in blue representing Team South Africa had a great looking first wave, a little bit behind it. Not as much flow as he would have liked for sure. JP is a fierce competitor. He is so competitive. I just saw him up on the pier, definitely getting in the zone. He wanted me to give a shout out to his wife and his daughter cheering from back home in South Africa. Very proud to be representing his country out here in Oceanside, California. JP actually surfed with him out at the South African contest a few years ago.
Here's a look at your past champions. Shingo Kato for stand 1. JP Valdry won it last year. And Luciano Silveira for stand 3. Zoe Smith from Team England getting the title last year as well. And here's a look at what Pegleg Bennett did on his opening ride.
Nice cruisy cut back here. A little bit further up on his board, just so he's able to make this section because it's not super punchy. Here's a replay from Red. Nice drop. Deep bottom turn up into the pocket. Huge slash there. I love how low he got onto his board, able to throw so much spray, and then just kind of loses it a little bit. That's been the theme of the Northside Pier on high tide. JP's wave here. South African up into the lip. Throws some spray for sure. Nice connection through. Bit of a Huntington hop going down here in Oceanside. Nice slash. Does he make it all the way through? He's patient.
Good read.
Kinda just tries to make it all the way through. Can he get a little bit of an end section? And he does, and throws a lot of spray for a 1 foot wave. So interested to see where that score goes at a 5.5. JP's last wave, definitely the best out of the opening exchange of these men. Stand 2, round 2, heat 3.
14 minutes left. So Vaudry launches himself into the lead as these surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to the glass. Anthony standing by with the winner of that last heat.
I'm down here on the glass with Kenjiro Ito. Great job on that last wave. We're going to put it up on the screen for our viewers at home, and maybe you can take us through that last wave that you caught. It was epic.
じゃあ、ケンジロー、最後の波、すごいめちゃめちゃいいライディングしてて、多分今、画面でもうみんな見てる人が、もうそのリプレイ見てる。どんな感じだった？どんな感じしました？波で。
最後の5分まで、もう、トップスコアが 5.5 ポイントだったので、それ以上出そうと思って、最後まで波を待って最後乗れてよかったです。
So up to the 5-minute mark, his top score was a 5.5, and his plan within that last 5 minutes was to get something higher, and he was able to pull it off. He was stoked.
Yeah, you were. So talk to us about, you've competed in many of these. What are the conditions like here in Oceanside versus La Jolla versus Pismo or Huntington Beach?
まあ、私たちの、パラサーフィンのワールドチャンピオンシップも何回出てて、今回もピズモとハンティントンに比べると、オーシャンサイドどうですか？
初めて出たのが、2016年、今2025年なんで9回目になります。で、全部の大会出てるんですけれども、US オープンアダプティブでもともとオーシャンサイドでやっていたので、このポイントが一番好きです。
So I mean, he's been competing. This is his 9th World Championship, but also the AASP Tour. They do the US Open here, so he is familiar with the wave, and he said it's his favorite.
Awesome. Oderito Kirijo-san, good luck. Ganbatte in the next round.
Thank you so much. 朝からすいません。応援ありがとうございます。また次のラウンドも頑張りますので、応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとう。Thank you so much.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, Kenji with that buzzer beater. That was a rad way to finish that heat. So 11:55 to go. We're back to lineup, and we're back to JP Vaudry ripping his way all the way through to this inside section. In the shadow of the pier. Fisk bump right there.
Yeah, I can't wait to break down that wave. It was a huge turn out the back. I think it might go excellent. JP with an awesome ride there. His 3rd wave of the heat. Feeling good under his feet. Big set wave out the back. Great drop. Times this perfectly up into the lip, super vertical, right into a cutback. Actually reminds me a lot of Kenji's wave. Is patient, does another slash. And it opens up pretty nicely for him, but kind of has to grind into the inside a bit. Doesn't really get much on offer here. Just another bit of a check turn. Able to make the most that wave has on offer, and a Fisk claim. Love to see it. Feeling super amped from the South African from Cape Town. Let's see what that wave comes in at, an 8.17. JP just dropped an excellent score, the first excellent score that we have in the men's stand 2 round 2 heats. Should be absolutely amped about that one. Timed those turns perfectly up into the lip vertically. Had a lot of flow in between turns.
He launched himself into that top spot, didn't he? With an 8.17 and a 5.5. Now everybody trying to play catch up. So Goujon now from Team France having a look at that one, trying to get in. Sneaks underneath him. Jonathan Mrnovic, the .43 needs a 4.94. Keep Team Canada's hopes alive. Pegleg Bennett kind of firmly entrenched in that second place position with a 3.17 and a 2.20. So JP, when he's not surfing, he's shooting photos. He loves his family time. He's 49 years old, and he is a professional photographer. He has been for nearly 30 years. And shout out to Gabriella, Amelia, and Isabella, his wife and daughters, who are no doubt cheering Dad on somewhere in South Africa. As you can see, it's a beautiful day here in Oceanside, California. It is 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and if it's still this glassy at 11 o'clock, it's a good sign for the rest of the afternoon here. Tide is on our side as well. It's going to be slowly dropping through the day, giving maybe just a little bit more punch to this pier ball ride. I mean, we've seen that's really, in this heat, been the majority of the zone that's given these surfers their top scores. As you see surfer in white, peg leg, making his way back to the lineup.
I think he did the old runaround there. Team Brazil and Colombia cheering everyone on. Yeah, that tide's starting to drain out a little bit. Freddie's heat is about to be up next. Freddie dropped a 9.9 in his first wave of the event. Super exciting to have him up at the next heat. Yeah, that tide's starting to drain, so it's going to be, like you said, Chris, a little bit more punchy. Here's Green up and riding, but just a quick up and out for him. Can't quite connect there.
Yeah, 8.5 left here. JP really in the driver's seat. Now he gives himself the luxury of being able to just wait for the magic wave to roll through. Got a chance to meet this guy right here, Freddie, yesterday. Just such a cool guy, and obviously a ripping surfer. Currently in that spot for highest single wave score throughout this entire event. You can tell he is pumped to get back out there.
Absolutely. He just had so much stoke. I interviewed him after his first heat with that 9.9 ride, obviously highest single wave heat score of the competition thus far. Feeling like there could be a 10 though. I'm just putting that out there. Definitely could be. I mean, everyone in every division's more than capable of a 10-point ride. So we'll see how Freddie's second wave goes. JP in the lead as of now with that excellent ride of an 8.17. Any wave from an 8, 9, or 10 is considered excellent. 5, 6, 7, good. Correct, Chris? And then lower than that, fair. So surfers obviously in a heat looking for 6s and ups for sure. I mean, when I was competing, I was always hoping for a 6 or a 7 for my first few rides and then sit out the back, wait for something excellent just like JP did. But I don't think I ever dropped an 8 at ISA World Parasurfing Championships. I dropped a few 7s.
I'm going to have to go in the history books and look that up because I feel like you have. With that
I don't
many
know
titles.
I don't know with an 8. I got solid 7s, that's for sure. In South Africa with JP, I got a 9.5. But that was my highest. Not at ISA World Parasurfing.
You know what? Numbers don't really matter anymore once you got a gold medal around your neck, does it?
That's very true. Very true. But that's who's to say I won't ever put on the jersey again? So maybe my 8 and 9 they're in my future.
Well, that'll be bittersweet for us because we want you in here, but we also want you out there. So maybe there's a way we can work it. Double duty.
Oh yeah, I was talking to Alex. I was like, well, I mean, I would probably only surf once a day, and maybe twice during the comp, maybe 3 times. I could totally still be in the booth.
I'm all for it. Well, this is stand 2, round 2, heat 3. Currently, JP Vaudry in the lead, well into the lead for Team South Africa. Second, we got Pegleg Bennett representing Team England. Matteo Goujon from France with a 3.67 as his high mark, and that is not the situation you want to see. This is red and white up on the same wave, and they're battling down the line. Both surfers put their arms in the air. What's going on?
Who has priority, though? I'm very interested.
Well, at the moment, it looks like Pegleg was in that 3rd priority spot. No priority right now with red, so our priority judges now are going to have to sort that out. If that is an interference, that's one of the longer interferences that we've seen.
Well, it's like usually you see the person without priority get off, and yeah, they just called up priority. I just heard it through
white
the tent.
on red.
Yeah.
So red had a
Makes
higher
sense.
priority order than white. So that's going to switch things up a lot. So that would be Mathieu Goujon from France, who had priority over Pegleg Bennett, the surfer in white representing Team England. So just a slip right there in decision making. You know, not only do you have to go out there and try to find the best waves possible within the span of 20 minutes, but you also have to be aware as to what's going on with the priority positioning. You can look up towards the tower. There will be, you know, colors and there will be numbers next to who has priority, and also our technical beach announcers have been right on top, just making sure these surfers know what's going on in the water. So an unfortunate incident right there for Pegleg Bennett. He was in second place, but with that interference, second wave stripped away. That becomes a 0, so he's going to have to rely on that one wave score only. And Goujon, with a 3.67 and a 2.7, now finds himself in second place. And it didn't look like there was any malice involved there. Just a mistake. It happens.
Absolutely. Priority is one of those things you can ask any competitive surfer. It's so stressful out there. I'm always looking at the board to see who has priority, because ultimately dropping in on the wrong person and you mix up priority, like, you could have a world title on the line. And luckily, this is the earlier rounds here. I mean, it is the second round, but he could still... is there another priority interference?
Things are getting wild in the water right now. So surfer in blue had second priority.
Yeah, and green had P3, so I'm thinking JP will be okay. I'm not sure if there was any actual interference there. It'd be interesting to see if the other surfer actually came in the way. Here's Pegleg up and riding, not letting the priority get in his way too much, but just a quick in and out. You're seeing that tide dropping, so that wave just totally bottomed out on him. It's getting a lot more steep out here. Drops are going to be heavier. There's not going to be as much face, not as much opportunity other than a quick few turns.
Yeah, JP Vaudry, he's safe. He's got a 13.67 heat total. That's a massive score. Goujon stayed out of the fray of that last one. And there you see, that's what the surfers are looking at from the lineup. There's 4 X's right now because there's no priority situated yet because our surfers are all still paddling out. So with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go, when they look back towards the beach, they're going to see the colors start to populate that 4-screen board right there. There's Team England kind of assessing the situation that just went down. And here's a look at that last wave. So JP... that was just a quick look at JP paddling back out. So he's going to be looking over. I think Jonathan Mrnovich now will get the note that he potentially has a priority as well.
Well, it's pretty rare to see if there is a second priority called priority interference. 2 in 1 heat's pretty rare. I mean, we don't see it all that often, but it can happen. And it's just, it's unfortunately just a part of competitive surfing. And priority needs to be a thing, right? Or else it would just be kind of chaotic out there. Everyone just dropping in on each other, catching random waves, and totally so much of a paddle battle. So priority is important. It's just so unfortunate when priority interferences happen, especially when you can tell that I've seen it over the years of between Sponge and Mono, 2 of the best in the kneeling divisions, where it was totally an accident and there's a gold medal on the line and then you drop down into bronze or copper.
Well, it looks like Mrnovich from Team Canada gets to his feet. And meanwhile, out the back, Vaudry just pedaled to the metal surfing. He just now replaced his secondary score with a 6.67, amplifying his overall heat total to a 14.84 with a minute 20 left. Jean-Paul Vaudry, he's safe. He is in that top spot for a reason. I mean, he's been picking the right waves, doing all the right turns, riding these waves all the way through to the inside. So he's done everything in the proper way.
Yeah.
You see that Jonathan Mrnovich at the moment with no interference in his scoreline yet, because we didn't feel like it really affected the scoring potential for JP's last wave, because it's the opposite type of interference as we saw between Pegleg and Goujon. He was behind JP, so JP probably just looked back and said, well, I'm going. I've got top priority.
I think JP wants to go again.
Well, when you get in a cycle like this and your rhythm is just on, why not just keep it rolling? So with 28 seconds left here in our men's stand 2, round 2, heat 3, South Africa stoked on JP Vaudry. Dominant performance there. Mathieu Gaujon from Team France with a 3.67 and a 2.27. He's in second place. And
yeah, JP just absolutely showing his knowledge of the ocean, putting together a great second heat with a really excellent score of an 8-point ride. Went out there, grinded for the first 2 waves, waited for that 8-point ride, showing his, he's been surfing forever, competing forever, showing his veteran knowledge out there, totally coming into play and fighting for a podium position.
big heat for South Africa. Give it up to JP Vaudry, the 14.84 total. And he is, I mean, that's why. That right there, that was that 8.17, pairs that with a 6.67, puts himself in a massive, massive lead. So Mathieu Gaujon comes through in second, Pegleg Bennett third, Jonathan Marinovich in fourth. We got a lot more surfing to come. We got prone 2, we got stand 3, we got Neil, we got men's, women's, Neil. Lots of action left for the rest of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. 18 minutes on the clock as we are into a brand new division. There we can see Matias Luna from Costa Rica on his first ride. We are in the men's prone 2 division, round 2, heat number 1. So this is the second time each of these surfers is hitting the lineup. It's their second chance to keep themselves high enough on the leaderboard to advance through into the semifinals, as there are 4 qualifying heats for their opening round and for their second round. It'll be those top 8 surfers out of the entire field that will advance through. As we see Freddie Merriman, former world champion here, driving through those first couple of turns. Great looking left to start things off for his campaign. Those 2 in the water as he goes for a full 360 in the lineup and throwing in some really dynamic maneuvers. This is going to be a really, really exciting, well-contested heat up against Jack Curfey from Australia as well. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Anthony Vela, and that was an awesome opportunity to see Freddie get that first ride.
It's exactly how he opened up yesterday, and we see an explanation of the Parasurfing Prone 2 surfers who ride waves in a prone position and need assistance to paddle into waves and while in the water. And so you can see Freddie making his way back, his helpers getting to him, but that's exactly how he opened up yesterday. So now in this round, all of the surfers, in the original rounds, most of the surfers in the red jerseys, they were ranked in those jerseys based on their team performance. Now that we're into round 2, the red jerseys are representative of how they finished as their total heat score from round 1. So Freddie Marimon, the highest single wave score of the entire event, but also leading this division in his overall heat score. So the top 8 athletes from this next these next 4 heats combined from yesterday. So they can pick any of their top 2 waves in order to advance into the top 8 out of 14. So only 6 athletes will drop, and Freddie's already in a good spot with a total heat score of 16.9.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging for him to improve on that today. We'll take a look at some replays here as the first wave of Matthias has dropped in at a 6.5, Anthony.
Beautiful takeoff under the lip. You can see engaging that rail up and over the top there, side slipping his way back down, check turning his way back into the whitewater. Looking left, you can see he's still looking for more. And yes, he's stoked right there. I love the just exuberation from these athletes. There's no way to hide it. It's not planned. They're not saying, okay, I'm going to get a wave and then I'm going to claim it at the end. It just comes out because you wait all day to surf and you go out and you rip, and that's what happens.
Let's take another look here at Freddie's wave as well.
I love how he comes right back in off that first turn and then again engaging the rail. And here's that little bit of a fakie. Comes one way. Oh, finishes the 360. Yeah, that was awesome. A little bit of innovation there. It fakes us out, but I'm not sure how much the judges really score that. But it adds. It's not a turn out the back. If you only do that turn on the inside, it's not going to be a huge score. And look at that first turn, dropping all the way down, so much speed. And then he keeps the rail engaged and drops in like it's a whole new wave. That's going to be a wave in excellent range, I believe, or close to it.
Scores come through, and it's very close. It's a 7-point ride, so it matches that second highest that he's already holding on to on the leaderboard. Hasn't improved that situation, but has come out with a very strong start. And you could imagine that if he's able to pull off a maneuver like that 360 on one of those opening sections when he's on the face of the wave, I mean, he's got so much torque in those opening turns. He could be looking at an incredibly high score. As we take a look now at Jack Curfey from Australia, driving down the line, setting himself up with his first ride. So this is going to be a score on the board now for Jack, and you can see him really just angling down the line, changing his direction now, using that upper part of the body and getting that lift of his chest as well, the way that his elbows are positioned. I like that he's got his handles are actually like poles coming straight out of the board that keep his shoulders and his elbows in that upright position as we take a look at this last wave of Matthias.
Matthias Luna flying down the line. Turn's not super critical there. He'll get awarded some points for the speed. There wasn't a whole lot of change directions, but he's stoked. He likes it. A couple of waves ridden from him, so I believe that's in addition to the 6.5 that he's already locked in. And Agent Chaos, our surfer from Australia, is currently in 9th overall, so he's got some work to do if he wants to advance into the semifinals. And look at this beautiful wave out the back, Freddie Marimon from Colombia.
Oh, he's in an excellent position. He's going to look for the left. It's just curling up so nicely around him, and he goes for the 360 out on the shoulder. Doesn't complete it, I would say, he falls out of that wave, but that's exactly what he needs to be looking for.
Do you have an earphone to him or something? Because that's exactly what you said.
All right, well, let's take a break for just a moment. We're going to go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat.
All right, we're down here on the glass with JP from South Africa, our reigning 2024 world champion gold medalist, representing Team South Africa. JP, you dropped an excellent score. Talk us through that 8-point ride.
Well, you remember the conditions yesterday. I was really frustrated. I couldn't give it my all. First wave I played really, really safe. And then I thought, okay, it's enough playing safe and just go for broke. And yeah, it's the first time I've ever surfed this break. It's the second time I've ever surfed. Yesterday was my first heat ever. So yeah, it was quite daunting, but this is what you got to do.
All right, from the gold medal in 2024, what have you been doing to get ready to defend your world title here in Oceanside?
Besides lose weight, yeah, just to stay current. I mean, I start my day every day with a surf. Thanks to my wife and kids for letting me do that. I appreciate that. I mean, it's all about practice.
Yeah, absolutely. Time on the wave is everything. Talk to me a little bit about your equipment setup here. What are you riding? It looks rad. Yeah,
I'm really, really grateful to Barron and Hurricane Surf. They've given me a beautiful stick. I'm really grateful for it. It's great boards. I'm really, really grateful. A special shout out to Quicksilver, who've been with me since the beginning. 16 years they've been supporting me. I really appreciate it.
Rad, and a special message to friends and family back at home in South Africa.
Gabby, thank you. My wife, Amelia,
my daughter and Isabella. I really appreciate it. Just want to mention also CAF for helping me get here. Miko, my favorite coffee brand. I brought coffee all the way here just to stay hydrated and caffeinated. Yeah, I'm scared I'm going to leave out people, but thanks to everyone who's supported me. Appreciate it.
Awesome, JP. Great start to your campaign here at the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Well done, JP. And I love that he's, changed up his game plan for his second round, and it clearly paid off in a very, very strong wave. As we take a look at this wave now approaching for our surfer in the blue jersey, Matthias, and he's looking to try and duck himself into the curl. Back half of his body definitely underneath the lip of that wave for a minute. And great looking wave from this drone angle for Matthias. That was just absolutely beautiful as he's coming through the inside.
That was fantastic. 6.5 and a 5.67. Both of those scores are better than his scores from yesterday. So he is currently sitting in 8th place. This is the first heat in this second round. So he's already better at his situation. And that wave has to be equally as good as those other two waves, maybe better.
We'll take another look at it now from a different angle. This is more what the judges are seeing, so it's easier to pick apart.
Oh, he's flying. He's under the lip right there in the tube. And that turn cutting all the way back. I love how he just held that all the way. It's like John Florence when he does his long carving cutbacks. That was excellent. And look at it. Look at him smile. He's loving it. Every single wave, he gives that little body shake. He's like, come on, I can do it. Little positive affirmations to himself. Great wave. And he's having a ball out there. I think surfing well, but also having fun.
That was awesome. I love getting able to just seeing a different angle from that wave, because then we could really see actually how dynamic it was. It was hard to tell from that drone if he was really, ducking into the lip or if it was just that white water brushing over the top of him. So that is just... that's going to be a great score for him. It's that 5.87, so it has increased his heat total so far. Again, like you said, he is increasing on his scores from yesterday as well, so each one of these waves so far has helped him climb farther up that leaderboard. And we've got a huge score in for last of Freddie Marimone, an 8.67. So he's now sitting with a 9.9 and an 8.67 as his two high scores on the leaderboard.
I'm going out on a limb. He's going to make the top 8. That last 8.67 was incredible. He's so fluid and is able to, he rides a small board and he's able to fit multiple maneuvers and has great combinations, which the judges like to see. It's great to do one maneuver or two, but when you can really combine those movers together in a stylish way, carrying some speed, and that's exactly what he does. And there you see, and here's that replay of his 8.67. Comes off the bottom and this straight off the top there, redirecting. And then right after that, he leans into that inside rail and goes right back up to the top. Turn 2 is the money turn right there. Up and over the lip, air drops down, side slips, trying to get back into the open face again. But that combination of maneuvers, the first turn was great. The second turn was even better, and the judges love that. And here's that second replay from Matthias, and under the lip, look at him in the tube right there. The Sean Evans photo is going to be epic on that. And you can see him dragging his arm, trying to get that rail engaged. Looking for the lip right there, flying high up on that wave. A little bit of bouncing there. What a great slow motion. And then this is that beautiful carving cutback. Keeps that rail engaged all the way around. Throws some spray, goes right back into the white water, and two fantastic waves. I could watch these waves all day long.
That was a really, really good back and forth between those two. An 8.67 now for heat leader Freddie Marimone, the reigning world champion for this division. As we can see, Cliff Gralton from Australia getting ready to paddle out shortly. He'll be up in the next heat against Jose Martinez from the U.S. and Claudio Morales from Chile.
That's a great point that you make with the comparison with those two waves. The first wave in that replay was an 8.67. That's an excellent score, the combination. The second wave, the 5.87, 3 points of difference. And that was there weren't any major turns. That second turn was a little further down the wave. And so it wasn't as critical. And so I think a great evaluation of two waves by two great surfers.
Putting him into position now is Jack Curfey's pusher, setting himself up with a great looking left. What incredible conditions we have out there for these guys today. Nice top to bottom line that he's drawing as that wave just closes out in front of him. He's going to redirect now off to the left, and he's looking to improve on his score line from yesterday as well. He's got that 3.17 to his name at the moment. Yesterday he had a 4.1 and a 3.87 as his two high scores, so he's going to need to do something really solid to get himself above those score line, the two top scores, that he already has on the leaderboard. Let's take a look at this one and see if it might inch in higher.
Maybe a little too far on the bottom there, trying to go off the top, but that wave kind of closed out. It looked great on the takeoff, so I think he was coming off the bottom to really drive off the top, but that wave, I think, closed out on him a little too quickly, and he would have liked to have had a little more open face in order to score higher, but another fantastic wave.
Jack's from Phillip Island, which is in Victoria. It is close to the Mornington Peninsula, and it is a beautiful, tiny little island right off the coastline there. There's some really solid surf, but it's cold. It's very cold water, cold temperatures a lot of the year. So he's used to surfing with a lot of neoprene on and would be feeling pretty happy probably to be in some warmer water conditions, and also surfing a wave that is probably a little bit more forgiving than some of the surf spots back at home.
And penguins on Phillip Island as well.
Yeah.
So, interesting fact.
As we take a look now at Matthias, big drop in. And he's just going to continue on here. I was thinking he might even pull himself out after that for a second. Looking to get himself closer to the pier for an easier paddle back out with his catcher on the inside section. He's always such a just happy, positive guy. He really wants to be able to be introducing more surfers to the sport, more people with disabilities into parasurfing, increasing the numbers there in Costa Rica. For Freddie Maramon, he is, he's already very successful as a parasurfer. He's actually now starting to pursue paraski with the goal of making it into the Winter Olympics.
I love that double duck dive, and it's a lot of the same mechanics as far as surfing and snowboarding or skiing. You see a lot of crossover with these para athletes, and I think Freddie Maramon will do a great job in trying to achieve that goal. And just 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. I was just thinking about the way that these guys train outside of the water as well, and how it, a lot of martial arts participants, and a lot of them skateboard and do sports that kind of cross over to each other. And the one thing of all of that that's hard to kind of take to the ocean is the ocean is ever changing and dynamic. So you can do all the other stuff, but you also have to take what the ocean gives you. And as the conditions change, so does the strategy from the high tide fatter waves, and now they're getting a little bit steeper, and we'll see a lot more people getting caught behind the section.
Surfers for the next heat getting ready to paddle out. 2 minutes, 48 seconds on the clock. Nice little rip running next to the north side of the Oceanside Pier, where our competition is underway for this week, for this year's ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It's nice that it's a new venue for everyone. It's got subtle differences to the Huntington Beach Pier, where it's run for the last couple of years, Pismo Pier in the past as well. So we've had a lot of piers in the conversation for the Parasurfing World Championships. But I don't think we've surfed north side ever. It's always been a south side of Huntington Pier and south side of Pismo as well. So nice to see that little change up for everybody. Also a different town, a different place to explore as far as, coming over as an athlete, competing, but also as a tourist, getting to see a new location.
And I love that the pier atmosphere, as far as, the hotels are close by, and you see the athletes walking along the pier. It's very close from the hotels to just walk down. Saw a couple athletes hitting the pizza spot on their way to the hotel as I was walking to my car, but it's very similar in that fashion as a tourist destination. And the time of year has been great. Oh yeah, see Davi getting ready, getting into the groove I wonder what he's listening to.
Something that he's really happy with right now. Getting in the groove, getting ready to paddle out.
Oh my gosh, that is awesome. And so it's interesting. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He's got some great dance moves.
Oh, I hope this makes the highlight reel for the day. And it's interesting in this division in particular, some of the athletes, I'll hold that thought as we got waves approaching.
Solid set on the way. Red, our heat leader, Freddie, gets pushed into this wave. He's pretty far behind the section. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it around into that green face. You can see him make that decision kind of early on in the wave, giving it a good bit of effort, but incredibly strong performance back-to-back days for Freddie. He's able to improve on his second scoring ride from yesterday, which was a 7. Now he's got an 8.67 to back up that 9.9. As we take a look at Jack Curfey driving down the line, setting himself up here with an opportunity to try and go above that 3.68. If he gets above a 3.87, it will replace his lowest score of his top 2 from yesterday. And this is a great opportunity for him. Wow, I love that wave just connected together, and he's hit the incoming section. Just unfortunately bites the outside rail and goes down on that one, and just puts it all on the line to finish things out here for his round 2 heat.
I wonder if that maneuver was a complete maneuver. He landed it and then fell, so
good question.
We'll see what the judges think, but he had a lot of scoring potential on the beginning of that wave as well.
Scores are in. It's a 4.43, so judges rewarding that better than any wave that he's had so far. Actually, that comes through as his highest score across the leaderboard to improve on his 4.10. So great surfing. That was excellent. Second round for each of these surfers. We're not going to know the results if they make it through to the semifinals or not until the end of the round. That's when we'll get a look at that leaderboard. So we'll try and keep you up to date on how it's looking as we go through. More action to come right after this. Men's Prone 2, round 2, heat number 2 right after this.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to action. Launching straight into it, Jose Martinez for Team USA. Flying down the line, he's got so much speed, he's just trying to shave it off as he goes in for that huge front side carve. And he's gonna make it back to the open face, maybe as that wave kind of closes out in front of him. Excellent way to start things off for Jose. He's gone so far on the left that he's into the zone where the free surfers are. And he just had so much speed flying down the line.
Yeah, oh, he's stoked. He was going so fast. And those free surfers, man, I just want to like paddle out there. Like in Hawaii, you would never do that. And so, you know, it's just a matter of respect, which we thank the locals for giving us this opportunity to surf here. As Claudio Morales from Chile getting back up on his board with the help of our specially trained volunteers. So they go through 2 days of training. Many of them have volunteered before, and under the leadership of our ISA crew, these volunteers work very hard and spend a lot of hours in the water. So we can't thank you enough.
Yeah, it's amazing, you know, to come with that opportunity to learn how to be a great volunteer as well. So we take a look at this wave for Claudio. Huge takeoff, and then there's where things went wrong, and he just clips that outside rail.
It's amazing the pummelings that these guys and girls take. And it's part of surfing. You can see there, he can't even roll himself back over. But the key is to just stay calm, knowing that someone will be there. And that was a good 12, 15 seconds that he was face down underwater. You can see him come up. You can see the helpers get underneath him to hold him up. There's his green jersey caddy coming in and supporter to help as well. But no worries. And he's currently in a top position due to him charging yesterday as well, as here's that wave from Jose Martinez flying, and that turn was so bouncy and he was able to hold on. You can see a spotter like, go, go, go. Jose Martinez just flying down that wave. I wish they all had GPSs so we could know what sort of speed he was going. I mean, that was close to 10 miles an hour, if not faster. If you've ever clocked yourself surfing, a lot of the surf apps have those now, and look at this, look at this. He's like, come on, get me out there again. Let's go, let's go.
Don't waste a second. Get out there as fast as possible. Well, that score came through as a 7-point ride. Solid performance. And he's going to be looking really good. We'll see where he's sitting on the leaderboard. His highest score being a 5.33 so far, so that's going to work well for him.
Yes, and I'm trying to remember this division yesterday, and I think the first couple of heats were as the tide was dropping, and then the later heats it was getting low and challenging. So that 7's really gonna. So that would have been his best wave from yesterday too. And I think with those scores, he's shown that he can surf at that world championship level. And so as a champion back in 2021, so he's getting his championship rhythm again on that wave. And I think that's why the excitement came.
Yeah, especially knowing that he's won before. It's like, for any surfer that's had a victory at a beach, a specific location, maybe you get that special feeling returning to that location, the moment that you're kind of on the sand. Like, okay, I remember the day that I had it really good here, the week when I had a really good run. Let's see if we can do it again. It's the same thing to returning maybe to the same event. Even if it's at a different location, it's knowing that he's already taken out that gold medal. He's already got that title as a world champion. He's got the expectations on himself to be able to rise to that occasion again and to surf this well once again.
Yeah, and just flying under the lip. That was a little subtle turn there. And then just bouncing. He was like in a rodeo and able to hold on. Fantastic ride.
So a 7-point ride on the board for Jose Martinez. Claudio Morales with a 2.67. We're still waiting for Cliff Gralton to get his opening ride. As we wait for that, let's go down to the beach to check in with Liv Stone.
Yep, we're down here on the glass with Freddie representing Team Colombia. Another absolutely incredible performance with an 8 and a 7, winning once again. From yesterday you had a 9, now you have an 8. How do you feel like that momentum is going to carry you into the rest of the competition?
¿Cómo te sientes? Ayer hiciste un 9.90, hoy hiciste un 8. ¿Y cómo te sientes y el impulso que estás teniendo en la competencia?
Bueno, súper contento, agradecido con Dios, con el equipo de trabajo. Me siento motivado, me siento tranquilo, trato de cada día diferente disfrutármelo. Es una etapa diferente. Ayer hicimos el trabajo de ayer y hoy era el de hoy. Surfear, estar tranquilo, disfrutar, sentir la conexión con las olas y así, súper contento.
Yeah, he said he's very, very happy, okay? Yesterday was a different day, every day is a different day. So yesterday he focused on do the job. Today another job, another kind of different conditions. But he's enjoyed the moment, enjoying the competition, enjoying all the people, the friends, and yeah, he's happy to be here and competing with these beautiful waves.
Incredible. You seem super confident out there. How do you feel like nerves play into any of it? Are you nervous at all?
Que si estás nervioso, que te sientes súper confiado, que te ves confiado, que ¿cómo te sientes? ¿Cómo haces para estar así?
Pues
Solamente, bueno, es algo que Mimo siempre me ha dicho y es que las verdaderas competencias se hacen en los entrenamientos. Y si los entrenamientos la dimos toda, entrenamos, pues ya todo el trabajo está hecho. Ahora solamente es que disfrutar y demostrar todo lo que hicimos.
Yeah, he said like I always say to him that the gold, the medals, winning at the training. Okay, in the competition you have to do only like you did on the training session. So he's enjoying the moment. He's with his mom, friends, family, and so all that, you know, it's like complete, you know. Okay, and so he's happy with that, and no nervous. He's happy to be here. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely love it. Killing it as always here with Freddie. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Liv. Well done to Freddie. Great to be able to see the replays of those waves again during that interview, too.
Oh, I love the crew doing that. It's so incredible to watch and hear, watch the waves as we hear them talking about them, and some great insight for all sports. And his caddy helper out there, also his coach, and giving him some wise words. And you hear him saying it, the trainings was done already, and this is all just to go out and have fun. The work's been done. You just have to go out there and execute, and I think a great mindset. He looks relaxed in the water. He looks relaxed on the beach when we see him rolling around with his mom and his family, and he's in great form. I would say he's the one to beat, even though Dabi Teixeira has won multiple gold medals as well, but Freddie seems to be the one in form this event so far.
Yeah, I mean, the scores speak for themselves as we see the team with the beach chair on the fastest run back towards the pier. Oh, my goodness.
They were flying.
They were absolutely pumping it. That was like, I should have been paying attention to the clock, actually. I was so like zoned in on the fact that they were just running so fast to see how quickly they could make it from where they were across the contest zone here. So that was really, really awesome. But yeah, I like what Freddie was saying just about, you know, that work has been done coming into it. Now he can trust the process in the water. Physically, he knows what he needs to do when he gets onto a wave. It's probably more even just that mental capacity of the decision making. Trust that he is going to, you know, when he needs to make that decision on which wave to go for, what kind of movers he's going to do, trusting that he's got the capability to do that really well.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better, and we see for the first time kind of in the day some water that's not green, some murkier water, and that tells you that the rip currents are starting to be a little bit more prevalent and moved away from the pier. So as the tide gets high tide, the rip is still there, but right against the pier, and then as the tide gets lower, the sand moves around a bit more, and so does the water move around a bit more as well. But Cliffo Gralton with that 5.67, and I love the new event, the 100-meter beach wheelchair sprint.
It needs to be added into one of the newest discipline, the newest category here for parasurfing includes the chair run of the beach. So we're halfway through this heat. Each surfer is looking for their personal best waves, kind of regardless of where they fall actually in first, second, and third in this heat, looking specifically to improve on their top two waves from their round one heat and keep themselves either inside that top 8 conversation to advance through the semifinals, or to jump from those bottom few spots up into the top 8 and knock someone else out with the opportunity to surf again later this week.
Yes, for example, we saw in that first heat, Matias Luna from Costa Rica bettered both of his scores, so he is going to move up significantly, but there's still plenty of heats to go, so it's sort of like ice skating in the Olympics or figure skating where you have to wait to see what the other skaters do, and you can check all this on the ISAsurf.org website, and the Refresh crew doing all the scoring and tabulating. It's all there, and as soon as this heat ends, you'll be able to see who advanced. We're trying to do the best we can just to take our own notes because we want to know as well and give you as much information as possible, but all the information will be available to you, as well as checking out the daily highlights. You can check out some of the photos that are available for download. Just give the proper photo credit. The boys are working hard down there taking those still photos and also videos. And you can also see the highest scores from each of the different classifications as well. So a lot of useful, fun information on the ISA website.
So much information available there. If you want to get involved in this sport as well, if you're, have the potential to be competing in one of these divisions, if you want to just be volunteering or helping out behind the scenes, there's positions and opportunities all over the place. There's so many different countries represented here, and I got to talk to Dr. Mo Johnson earlier today, and it was great to hear her just break down the classification process and the fact that now that there's not just the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, which were the first parasurfing contest really to be running around the world starting back in 2015, now to be grown all the way to the Adaptive Pro Surfing Tour. There's so many events happening globally and a lot of opportunity for surfers that maybe haven't competed here for the ISAs, but with other options for surfing around the world, as we see a huge high line from Jose Martinez just driving top to bottom, massive, massive turns, making it look so fun and easy out there, and just connecting this wave all the way down the line with this little reform to the inside. What a fantastic performance he is putting on, and I agree with you. He's going to be the one to beat.
That was the wave of the heat for sure. That first turn, holy moly. And, looking at his scores from yesterday, just low scores for him. So he was looking at a 5.33 and a 4.57. Probably thought about it all night, was, hopefully staying positive and not beating himself up. But this can totally change your mindset. That wave looked so fun, and just this beautiful drone shot. Love the way he positioned himself for that first turn. And then again, connecting on this second turn. You can see him pounding his board. They're already stoked. But he's got to finish it off as well if you want to get into the excellent range. And so I love that last maneuver by Jose Martinez in this angle. You can see the speed off the top all the way back down to the bottom. And he combos that right up again with this cutback deep into the pocket of the wave. And again, disappears into the whitewater. Jose Martinez showing his championship form, reforming this wave down the line and showing his excitement. He is stoked.
He is stoked, that's for sure. That was incredible. That opening turn, he just set it up so, so well. Oh, man. Scores to drop in. It's a 9.83 for Jose Martinez. It is just shy of the high score of the round, which holds on as a 9.9 from Freddie Marimon from yesterday. Absolutely incredible performance now to have two scores of that level in this division, and for Jose to be sitting right there at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh my gosh, it had to be a high score. I gave a double hand claim for you, Jose, in the booth. I literally threw up both of my hands at first turn. It looked so fun. Like you said, Shannon, that wave just looked so much fun to ride, and I can't imagine that feeling that he had coming off the top and then screaming down to the bottom of that. And we're going to have one more view of it. And you can see it just comes off the bottom, all the way off the top, screams to the bottom, and then just carving this rail work right here. And he wasn't done yet. You can see him pound his board there. He disappears into the whitewater, comes back out, and he sees that section coming in to him, and he straightens out, still angling. What a great wave.
That was amazing. Now, Jose hasn't taken out a gold medal since 2021 here at ISAs. He's definitely put himself into that conversation with a wave like this.
And I think the speed coming from that first turn and just coming off the bottom, that bottom turn was one of the best maneuvers of this whole wave, and set up that cut back. And he was really doing a lot of rail-to-rail surfing there, which is great to see. And I can watch this wave all day long. Again, that rail work coming from that first top turn where he was all the way up on the top of the wave and just shot down to the bottom like a cannon and carried all that speed into the next turn. Holy moly, Jose Martinez representing the U.S. Great job, great wave. And there's still time in the heat to go. So
3 minutes, 40 seconds. Cliff Grafton sitting with that 5.60. He's in second place, and he's just got that single score to his name so far, but that actually is one of his highest scores. We're going to take a look now at Claudio Morales, the psychotherapist who works with people of differing abilities and wants to encourage them and what opportunities there are to live life to the fullest. He's just charged in on that wave. The team, again, getting to him as quickly as they possibly can. He's trying to turn over and he's unable to, but now he's got that assistance right next to him. And this is where those volunteers are just ultra crucial to be in the zone. He's obviously got his catcher and his pusher, but if he falls mid-wave, he's far away from both of them. And so that whole team dynamic has been really, really incredible to get things going as far as getting him back onto his board, safely flipping him over so that he can breathe the fresh air once again. Down to 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. He's going to have time also to get himself out to backline again. So far for Claudio, unfortunately, it hasn't been as good of a heat as he had yesterday. He hasn't been able to improve on his score line yet. Looking for a 2.83 as the lowest mark to improve on, and then a 4.57 for his next highest.
And live action.
Great looking wave here for Cliff Gralton. He's already got that 5, 6, 7. Nice couple turns to start things off with, just readjusting the body, and that will be feeling really nice. He's been really selective with his waves within this heat, Anthony.
Yeah, and that wave had a good combination, so it wasn't the long wave that we've seen from some of the other competitors, but there is definitely the combination of maneuvers, and I think the judges are going to enjoy that wave and give him a decent score, maybe equivalent to the 5, 6, 7, maybe a little bit under, but that combination. And the Australians the Irakanjis are having a look.
There it is, a great combo, a 7.17. They're just about to hear that from the beach announcers, and there you can see they are stoked. Yes. That's a great score for Cliff. Yesterday he had a 6.17 and a 5.33, so he's now been able to improve on his top score. And we'll take one more look at it here as we see that great top to bottom surfing.
And just a great combination. And when you can finish the wave kind of coming from the top and angling down, so he had a lot of north and south turning on that, going from the top of the wave to the bottom instead of kind of the east to west that you see sometimes, and that's why the judges went so high. A shorter wave as far as those maneuvers happen in 2 quick seconds versus some of the other scores of that range that were a longer wave, but he did a lot in a little bit of space. Great work by the Australian on that wave.
That is a lot of the job in surfing is to do a lot in a small amount of space. Unless you're surfing like a really great point break somewhere where you might be up and riding for, 30 seconds, a full minute. Often you've got 10 seconds maybe to make a difference on something. And that can be one turn, it can be a couple of turns, getting those combinations together, especially in beach breaks like this, where sometimes you get that running wall, and other times it's just gonna close out in front of you is really, really impressive, especially for surfers like Jose Martinez, who is just gonna have kind of a smaller wave here, had a little closeout on it. It didn't look like he got a massive turn or anything, but he's already gonna just be so excited with the scores that he dropped earlier on in this heat.
Oh, and he angled into the high five. I think you should get points for that. But it was funny because you were talking about the wave closing out as the wave was closing out on him. Are you a little bit clairvoyant there? That was a great call by you, Shannon, and great heat by our surfer representing the United States. The home field advantage coming into play for Jose Martinez, 16.83. Both of his highest scores from yesterday were bettered, and he just moved up the leaderboard, and he's looking in a good position, not only to advance, but to feel good going into the next round.
Yeah, that was absolutely so impressive. I mean, between him and Freddie, now they've got very, very high heat totals, and they're going to be the two names to beat when it comes to taking away those leaderboard positions. Without a doubt, they're advancing through to the semifinals. We'll say that much. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we still have 2 more heats in this division. Men's prone. It's one of the biggest divisions in the field. We're going to have Jesse Blauer from the USA paddling out right after this.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are in Oceanside, California, and the surf has been really fun at the north side of the pier, so we've been taking advantage of that. We've seen some surfing from the likes of Jesse Blauer from the USA, Davi Teixeira from Brazil, Lorenzo Bini of Italy, and Spike Kane from England, with Davi up and riding for his opening ride into that first big turn, then connects with a nice carve back into the section. And he's looking down the line to see if this wave is going to open up once again, just redirecting as that white water converges on the inside section. He's going to get that green face for just another moment as Spike Kane is charging on a solid drainer down the beach. Doesn't quite get himself ducked into it, but that was, I mean, that was a great takeoff and a long ride for him to start things off with. A little bit more of a pulse, too, from a size perspective to what we've seen in the last couple of heats, Anthony.
Yeah, definitely. It's still pulsing. So we've talked about the swell fading a little bit. So according to Surfline, the Kevin Wallace forecast, easing 3 to 4 foot, occasional 5 foot faces. That was one of those occasional 5 foot faces as we see some faces approaching out the back. The surf remains quite fun, as it says, with peaky bowls when the swells cross up. And the tides haven't become a factor yet. We're still seeing scores being dropped, and pretty much most of the surfers bettering their scores. And Davi Teixeira has some work to do. He was sitting in 6th, but 2 surfers below him bettered their scores. So kind of sitting in 8th place right now, which is in advancement position as Jesse Billauer's up.
Oh, great looking wave for Jesse, driving down the line, boards looking sharp underneath him, as you can see that water just flying off the rails. And some very, very good surfing there from Jesse to start off his campaign. Still has so much speed as he's driving. You can see his teammate there. His catcher on the inside's like, well, he's not going to be able to catch him. He's got to get some help from the rest of the team down the beach. And he's just got so much speed, flying way down to the north end of the beach here.
Yeah, they're running to try to catch up to him. They're like, can you come back to the right? And I think I heard you mention it yesterday, Shannon, and you can see it on that wave. Some of the surfers are in this contest are newer to surfing, but Jesse's been surfing for a long time, and his advantage, some of the surfers have a little more movement in their body, but he has a lot more experience in the water, and you can see his ocean knowledge come into play when right on the takeoff on that wave. I mean, he was just right in the spot, and so it's great to see his wave knowledge, and it's fully on display at these events.
It's so true. It's such it varies based on when these surfers started surfing, right? Jesse Blauer is a top level surfer globally prior to his accident. His ocean knowledge is, second to none, and we're seeing that now play out in his parasurfing post-accident. The waves that he's able to catch, that communication with his pusher specifically, wanting to charge, wanting to look for those really good sections, it's incredibly impressive for someone who is a quadriplegic.
I think he had one of the best interviews where he just said, surfing as a quadriplegic is tough.
It's just tough. Well, a 7.67 on the board now for Jesse. He's getting the run around. And as we wait for him to get back in lineup, let's go down to the beach to check in with Liv Stone.
All right, we're down here on the sand with Jose Martinez, the winner of the last heat of the Prone 2 men's division. Jose, you just dropped a 9.8 ride. Walk me through that wave.
Oh, man. As you saw, we switched from catcher to pusher because we had no choice. And, I mean, I told my pusher, hey, if we can get this, I won't fail you. And exactly what happened, he angled me to the right direction, and I made sure I held on. I saw the opening, and I kept seeing how it wanted to close, but it was getting farther and farther, and I just saw more sections to hit. So I was using that speed, getting that bottom turn to go all the way up and spray as much as I can to show everybody that we can do it.
And you threw buckets on that 9.8 ride. Is that something that you've been working on? Walk me through your training program the past few months to get ready for Worlds.
Actually, the past year. Last year I came in 4th because I was rolling dice for the last competition to try to get first place because I know Freddie was on a good one. And this year, all I've been trying to do, I want locals, I want pro surfers to look at us and say, that guy can surf. So all I've been working on is going top to bottom, spraying as much rooster tail off the top as I can, and continuously showing that we can control ourselves in the water.
Absolutely, Jose. You bring so much energy. How does it feel to be team captain of the USA team this year?
It's a lot of pressure. Last year, I was able to get my team into second place. I like to say when you nominate me as captain, we're going to win it or I'm going to sink the ship and I'm going to let everybody out of it. So I'm hoping that this year we don't have to sink the ship. We can get as close to that first place as possible. But more importantly, my teammates have gotten so much better since last year, and I'm so proud of them that all I can say is thank you guys for trying your hardest, and even the whole community. I mean, they're coming so strong this year that no one knows who's going to win any division. It makes it incredible.
Oh, so exciting. I'll leave you with what you want to say to friends and family back at home.
I just want to tell everybody that's been supporting me, Team USA, my family, my wife, my dog and my cat, like all my friends, I love you all so much, and thank you for believing in me. Thank you for seeing what this really does for me. And for all the pro surfers and all the locals out there, we're going to show up and show you guys that we can surf with y'all. Thank you.
Love that, Jose. Back to you guys in the booth.
There is no doubt that Jose was absolutely ripping, throwing so much spray out there and making that statement, not just with his mouth, but with his actions as well.
I love that interview. That was great. And we'll watch a couple of replays and then get back. This is Dabi Teixeira. And great turn right there. Dabi carving back into the white water. And a smaller wave, but a lot of action on that wave. He's waiting for it to reform. You can see him lift his body up to pause the board a little bit, and then he'll regain some speed. So great job heading left and then back in the direction towards the pier, going right. A little bank off the white water there. He's having fun. You can tell his dance moves working for him. And this is that ride from Jesse that we saw earlier, I believe. He's screaming down the line, and he is flying on this wave. This is, look at how perfect that wave is. He picked an absolute gem of a wave on that one. He's riding that board that we heard Benway talking about last year. It's kind of a collaboration with Bob Hurley and Benway as well. But such a great interview there as we see a live wave.
There's just too many waves being caught for us to really catch up on that, isn't there? Davi with a big under the lip smack, and he'll just get rolled out of it, unfortunately. So he's got a 6.6 on the board so far. And our surfer in green, Lorenzo from Italy, just tracking down the line here, looking to just make some adjustments, angling towards the pier. He's got those couple of twos on the board so far. His goal is to make it outside of that 2-point mark, get something higher onto the board to look at improving his scores from yesterday as well. But yeah, that interview was just absolutely incredible with Jose Martinez.
Yeah, so just want to say back to what Jose was talking about, and I think, you know, all good surfers, whatever discipline you're in, respect other good surfers as long as you're showing respect in the water. And I think he made such a great point, and it's a testament to what the ISA does as well. They don't only have a shortboard world championship, they have other disciplines as well: parasurfing, stand-up paddling, longboarding, masters, and it's incredible to see the live action we have now, but just to watch these athletes in all of these different disciplines, and there is that mutual respect. And Jose is demanding it by showing his surfing, and the respect, it's earned, and he's definitely earned the world's respect for being a world champion and for his surfing here today.
Yeah, well said. You know, it's really, I think what the ISA truly represents is surfers, but it's wave riding, right? It's wanting to catch waves specifically. It's not just being out in the ocean or on the sand or anything like that, but it's wave riding, and it doesn't matter how you're riding that wave, but that's what matters, and that's what comes into factor when we're talking about anything around the International Surfing Association, as we see a big wipeout there from our surfer in the white jersey. Jesse Belauer now flying down the line, setting himself up with a great bit of speed for the section. He's going to drive off the bottom, connects with the top of that wave, finds that lip line, and he's got so much speed now as he's just going to finish off Great positioning at the bottom of that wave at the end to just come and straighten himself out with a board underneath him that is looking so dynamic. It is a board shaped, a collab between Ben Way and Bob Hurley. And we know that Jesse's got a great relationship with both of those men, working towards putting together some great equipment underneath his body.
Wow, and he's in tune with his board. Just little micro adjustments can cause that board to react in a way that he wants it to, and he's able to carry that speed at just that little bit of the rail engagement, and just slid up to the top of the wave there. That was a great wave, and I'm sure that's going to be a good score.
8 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. At the moment, it's Davi from Brazil who's sitting in that leading position. Jesse in second, but we have a score to drop. He's already got a 7.67 on the board. This wave has got to be similar to that for sure on the score line. And he's looking to get himself even higher. So he's already improved with that 7. It's already improved himself on the leaderboard because his big scores yesterday were in the 5-point range. Let's break down this one, Anthony.
Oh, he is just right in the pocket. And he had to do some work to make it past that section. He drops underneath and then just carves off the bottom straight to the top there. That was beautiful. And then he carries that speed down the line even more. But that work that he did to make it around that section, adding in one more turn off the top. But sometimes we get caught behind sections, and there to not wipe out on that kind of, as the wave was closing out, he had to, you can't tell, but there was a lot that went into not nosediving at the end there.
Yeah, it's really challenging. Not many surfers in this division could finish an in section the way that he just did.
That was awesome.
So the team together, getting him back in the lineup, and he's now replaced both of his scores in the leaderboard. He's got another 7 on the board, a 7.43, as Spike Kane from England, longtime California resident, just gets smashed in the closeout on the inside section. He's been competing for a number of years, and yeah, it just really is a great family man as well as a great teammate here for Team England. Well represented waterman of the British Surfing Association and what he does as a representative in that space. And he's charging. He wants to get himself into those final rounds this week.
And Spike not having his best event from the previous day's competition, currently sitting in 14th place. So he's got some work to do, which he's done with those scores that he's dropped. If you're, as it's standing right now, and we've got the results from the previous round, so if you want to go to the ISA website, it's on there, and you can see who has advanced in Stand 2 for the men and also in the women Stand 2. So the men's and women's Stand 2 division results have been populated onto the website. Thanks, Eric Kramer, the contest director, for bringing us that info.
Might have a push here. Not quite. They've decided not to go on that outside section. A little bit of texture starting to hit the surface of the ocean. It's been an absolutely beautiful morning of conditions. We got that tide starting to drain out now, so we would expect, based off of what we've seen the last couple days, it's going to get more challenging for our surfers out in the lineup. And it's been nice talking to some of the surfers just in between our heats and stuff, catching up with people that the way the schedule kind of works its way out through the week, you know, one round, one discipline might end up with trickier conditions in their first round, but hopefully better conditions in their second round. And I think for this round specifically, the scores are really reflective of that, because a lot of the surfers have been able to replace their 2 scores in today's round based on how nice the conditions are for everyone. As we take a look at Lorenzo Bini from Italy, he's got those couple of 2s on the board, and he's staying nice and in control here. He actually works as a swim coach, working with other people with similar with a similar disability to what he has, and just giving them a lot of great coaching advice when it comes to swimming, and spends his days in the pool back at home in Italy.
What a great cross-training for surfing, swimming is. Obviously the physical benefits of the movement, but also the breath control when having a breathing pattern in swimming helps. You know, obviously there's lots of different breathing techniques, but in swimming you're combining the physical activity of the movement of your arms and or legs, and also the breathing of having a breathing pattern whether it's every 2 strokes or 3 strokes. And you can even do drills to hold your breath longer during that. So great point. Lorenzo Beatty getting back out there after this wave. And
there's some of the results from last year's World Parasurfing Championships. Some of those top scores and top waves coming through in the, those excellent ranges pretty much across the board for our kneeling and prone divisions. Freddie Marimone taking out that victory for Colombia in this division specifically for prone 2. Jocelyn Newmuller from Australia took out the gold medal for the women's side. And we'll see how the two of them go this year, looking to back up those results.
So we're about 2 hours roughly away from the low tide, and thinking about yesterday's conditions with this same kind of about 2 hours away from the low tide, it seems like because there's not as much swell, the rip currents aren't as strong, and the rip currents are really what plays havoc on the lineup. And so I think in looking and comparing now's conditions as it pertains to the tide to yesterday, I think we're going to be in for a great day of surfing. The waves are coming. They're a little bit smaller, not as much water moving around, and we're seeing all these surfers improving their scores from yesterday's round number 1.
You can always tell when you start to see that sand getting turned up that those low tide conditions are hitting when you're watching a webcast, because you know that all that sand is just, the waves are breaking more and more shallow, which can be kind of nice sometimes if you need that shape to change, but then you kind of get to that, when you're going from real high tide, you want it to be a little lower because you need that shape to improve, and then you get to that mid tide and it's like perfect, and then it starts going even lower and you're like, okay, did I get in enough free surfing time on that mid tide before there was so much sand sucking up in those waves, where you're coming in and you got sand in your hair, it's in your wetsuit from any wipeouts that come, and you're like, okay, if I made it down the line, literally on a takeoff, then that's a good thing.
It's so true. That's why we have to surf for at least 4 hours at a time so we can make sure that we get it at its best.
That you're out there when it's absolutely peaking. Well, these guys are making it look so good out there. Jesse on fire with a 15.10 heat total. Davi with a couple of 6 and a 3.07 at the moment. We have our surfer in the blue jersey in priority. Red is in second priority. They've got a little space between them. Jesse's in a better position for this, so he's going to utilize that second priority down the line, go for a nice big carve, setting himself up through this inside section. And this wave might give him a little bit more to work with. He's just going to angle back, noting that the scoring potential would have been from the outside.
And his catcher probably yelled at him last time, hey, don't go so far left in the white water.
Yeah.
There was no score there anyway. But he did a great job. He was already the top seed in this heat from his scores from yesterday, but he bettered both of his scores, and that seems to be a common theme in this round. And this is the third heat of 4, so after this next heat, we'll be able to see who's going to advance into the top 8. And then once we get into that top 8, it's a regular semifinal format. You want to score higher so that you can be ranked better to surf with the surfers that didn't score as high. And so it will be advancement to see who will make the final.
45 seconds remaining. Will we see another wave ridden here? Potentially with this next little set that's coming through. We've got blue out the back. We got white out the back. Spike is looking for a 6.25 to take kind of that second place position. He's sitting in second priority. And based off his scores from yesterday, he's already improved on one of them with that 3.5. And he's now looking to go, if he can go higher than that 3.5, he continues to improve on his situation on that leaderboard. Same with Lorenzo Beatty, looking to get himself into that 3-point range, so that 2.73 will help his position on the leaderboard. However, based off of the other scores, it's going to be unlikely that those will fall through, will be advancing through, into competition later on this week, as we saw Spike Kane get one last opportunity, and Davi on the inside as well. Just finishing off here, you got that 6.67 as his high score. So great surfing from Davi. Couple of former world champions in the water between Jesse and Davi, so that was a nice battle to see where they're at and how well they know this wave, what their surfing might be like in competition today. as we take a look at this last replay from Davi for his final ride. Nice little check turn off the top there, throwing heaps of spray off that outside rail and making it look nice and fun. That was a smaller sized wave, and from what I can see on the scoreboard, that might have even been just after the buzzer, so potentially not counting, as we've got a 2.1 as his last score to come through, and that definitely would have been higher than a 2.1 based off of those 2 turns on the outside section. So great surfing. That is going to finish out heat number 3. We do have one more heat in this round to come when we return. Heat number 4 with Japan, Hawaii, South Africa, Italy paddling out. We'll have Liv Stone and Chris Cote on the call.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back. This is the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Chris Cote here with Liv Stone. In the lineup, we have men, Prone 2, Round 2, Heat 4. An impressive lineup of surfers. Raimundo Leasing, Tomoki Fujiwara, Scott Davis, and Marco Volpi. We've got Italy, South Africa, Hawaii, and Japan represented. That makes this an international superheat. We've seen this time and time again in ISA competition, Liv. Looking at the conditions right now, it still looks so fun, nice and glassy all the way through into the afternoon. It's 12:20 here in Oceanside. This is a good sign.
Honestly, I cannot believe that the wind has not come up the way it usually does. Usually by now it's at least like 13, 14 miles per hour. So I'm thinking we're sitting around 6 miles per hour. So it's a little bit bumpy, but so many waves to be had. Let's see if Scott's taking a look at this one. Will he go? Not quite sure. Nope, they don't paddle for it. Absolutely stacked heat for sure. It's been so entertaining to watch this men's Prone 2. I had a little bit of a break from the booth and absolutely cheering on all the competitors in Prone 2, throwing down massive scores. Jose Martinez with a 9.8. So exciting to watch.
Yeah, so these surfers, they have pushers, they have catchers. So it's teamwork out in the lineup right now. So far, one score has come through for Raimundo Lessing, 3.07 to start. Not a bad way to get this heat kicked off. Time's flying, though. These 20-minute heats, we've only got 16 minutes left in this one.
Absolutely.
Out the back, it looks like Scott Davis having another look at this wave. So we've seen rights and lefts all day long, and it looks like, yep, we're going to see Scott Davis fading to the left. Getting his head in there, so a little bit of a cover up there on that late drop takeoff. It's fighting through the whitewater here. Nicely done there, right in the most critical part of that wave. So he makes the drop, fully activates his powers down the line on this wave. Could have a good little inside section to work with here. There's his catcher, boom. That's how you do it. The perfect release, the perfect catch. Now we're gonna see Scott Davis on the board with a score.
Definitely seems like he's going to improve on that 2.50. No doubt about that. He's definitely probably bummed that that wave didn't open up as much as he thought. It's always a gamble going left here at the pier. It either just runs way too fast, especially on this lower tide, but then when you go right, it could just mush out underneath you. So wave selection, just as any surfing competition, is going to be vital, especially when there's conditions on hand like low tide, lots of current, possibly considering wind, and so many factors that go into it, that choosing the best wave in any surf competition is huge. Here goes green.
Oh, speaking of the best wave, a nice open-face right-hander for Lessing, representing Team South Africa. Good series of turns there down the line. Straightens off, staying away from that dangerous inside pier section, but maximizing the scoring potential of this one. Now he's fading left again. So basically all the right moves for Raimundo Lessing.
Yeah, looking super comfortable on that board. He's using all his weight he possibly can, rail to rail work. It looks like to be a foam top board, and so it allows him to just glide through that section and really able to make that reform that he just did. Great board selection to take out today. Smaller boards might have a difficult time getting through to that inside section like he was able to do. So great opening ride we have for Surfer representing South Africa. Swell conditions right now, 3 to 4 foot. We're dealing with a south-southwest swell, which is generally very ideal for the north side of the pier. The current won't be going too far into the pier, which is great. Yeah, 6 mile per hour winds. Dang. It's almost as if I've looked at Surfline before this heat. And a low tide of 1 foot. And it's still draining out. I believe the lowest of the low is less than a foot. It might be even negative. So it's going even lower. You can see there by the pier, Chris, the water just moving so fast out by the pier. There goes red.
Yeah, Fujiwara, presenting Team Japan, gets up with the float. Almost comes down with it. That was a radical attempt right there for Tomoki. He had a great heat earlier on in competition. You see our volunteers coming right in to get him back on his board and back out into the takeoff zone. So Fujiwara now starting with a 5-point ride. So great start for Tomoki. But meanwhile, our leader, Raimundo Lessing, he is awesome. 18 years old from Cape Town. He gets all over, and I love his bio. He's a kind-hearted person, full of jokes, loves to laugh. He's helpful as well and respectful to people. He's a music producer, South African hip-hop artist. He's also really, really good. Talking pro level at table tennis.
What?
Yeah, he managed to take 3rd place in the table tennis championship of South Africa. So
incredible.
do not get this guy on the court.
I wonder if
table
tennis is a Paralympic sport. I'm not sure. Do you know, Chris? I'm gonna have to Google that.
I'm not sure either, but I think surfing should be.
I reckon surfing definitely should be.
It's an ISA goal to get the attention of the Paralympics. I mean, they should know already. We should already be a sport for LA, but you know, it takes time. As it took surfing 50 plus years to become an Olympic sport. So, you know that parasurfing is right there in the conversation for the Olympics after next. So with 11:46 to go, Team Brazil always showing support, and I love it. They're down there just cheering on everybody. Even though he's flying that Brazilian flag, he's here as a fan of Japan, South Africa, Hawaii, and Italy.
Absolutely, love that. Yeah, Chris, like you were talking about, the ultimate goal for parasurfing is to be a part of the Paralympics. In January of 2023, the International Paralympic Committee, the IPC governing board, did confirm that parasurfing has demonstrated the competitive viability and integrity of the sport. So we've done all the right steps to get there. It's just about really taking it to that next level. Unfortunately, we won't be at LA 2028 like we were hoping for, but that is all right because we are going to renew our pitch for the parasurfing in Brisbane 2032. Sydney. Oh, I'm sorry, Australia.
I think it's a lock.
I think it's locked in, that's for sure. I'm waiting for people to just drop down out of that helicopter. I feel like I've seen that before. Heck of a way to start the heat.
Yeah, that would be cool
Drop
to see.
down, paddle towards your towards the pier, get ready to surf finals day.
10.5 left.
Grand entrance.
Our local surfers, thank you for playing host to this year's ISA Parasurfing World Championships. We were here in 2015, and I got to say, what a perfect venue for an event of this magnitude. Of course, the waves have been great all day long, all week long. But it's also about the infrastructure behind us, plenty of places to stay, great food everywhere. I believe we're getting a local favorite, Odie's Pizza.
Oh, love
for
that.
staff lunch, which is awesome. So yeah, everything is right at our fingertips here. And of course, that pier has a way of breaking up these swells and giving these surfers the ample opportunity that we've seen all day long today to maximize the scoring potential of these rights and lefts. It's pretty even, actually. I thought it was going to be really dominated by the right-hand pier bowl.
Right.
But we've seen some of the biggest scores of the day come through on these lefts that have been running way down the beach.
I'm telling you, Chris, the lefts are where it's at. I lived in Oceanside for about 4 years in north and south side of the pier, as well as the harbor where my home breaks. I've surfed countless hours out here at Northside, and yes, I have taken some rights. Yes, the pier bowl's great to practice my backhand, but those lefts, when they run, they run. And Freddie and Jose's were both left, so here comes another left by White.
Now Volpe right there. Great drop. He's in the white water. And again, these subtle little turns and maneuvers that these surfers are doing just help improve the score. So the judges watch these waves from the beginning to the very end. So parasurfing prone 2. These are surfers who ride waves in the prone position but need assistance to paddle into waves and while they're in the water. So they do have 2 team members out there with them, along with our volunteer safety crew in orange. So the team members are going to be wearing matching jerseys, obviously, to their teammate. And, you know, this is a true team sport here. This is not easy to pull these grown men back out into the lineup and get them into that proper position. So a lot of credit here.
It takes a whole team, that's for sure. Pushers and catchers.
Liv, you might get your wish right here. It looks
Look,
like
I'm telling you, they're gonna drop in. You're gonna see people. There you go. There they go.
Oh.
Look, there's people coming up there.
That is cool.
Wow.
So some the Marine Corps training exercises happening in front of us right now. We are right next to Camp Pendleton. So for all of you out there watching and competing, thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
That looks like an absolute thrill.
That looks like, yeah, that's wild.
All right. So you see the military training regime. Oh, man, if you're one of the last people to jump out, you might be going higher than the first couple of guys. So 7:42 to go. Winner of that last heat, Jesse Billauer, standing by with Shannon Hughes.
Thanks so much, Jesse. Well done on that heat. I mean, those couple of sevens, you really secured yourself in your positioning on the leaderboard. How are you feeling about it all?
Yeah, it was nice. I was kind of complaining that we were at low tide, and then somehow a couple lefts came in and shut me up really quick. And I allowed me to get some medium sevens. And yeah, it felt really good to go super fast and long lefts. And it was unexpected, but pretty stoked that they came in.
Yeah, were you looking at the lefts before paddling out thinking you'd go with that, or was it really just in the moment as it was unfolding?
Yeah, to be honest with you, when I was watching the waves this morning, the rights were really good. And then when the tide dropped, it was all lefts. I was just like, oh yeah, that's where I'm gonna go. And then I was surprised to see the heat before me look at that as well. Maybe they heard my thoughts, but yeah, I was just like only going left. The rights were terrible at that point, so it was, yeah, the only waves that were scoring were lefts, and that was the game plan.
Yeah, well, it worked out very well for you. Now, in your interview yesterday, you mentioned, you know, all these young guns that are coming up that are trying to kind of take away from the veterans, from those of you that have been around for a while. How hungry are you still to be in the mix here and to win another gold medal?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm 46 years old and trying to compete with these young guys, and to me, I'm just having a lot of fun, just trying to carry the torch of, you know, spinal cord injuries, quadriplegics, USA, and just kind of, it's just build the sport and see where it's growing. And obviously I'm here to win. Yeah, I'm not here to do anything else than that, but it's an uphill battle. But, you know, you got to get the top 8, top 4, and then you have a shot.
Well, so far it's looking very good with those couple sevens. Well done. Anything else you'd like to say?
I just want to say thanks to my pusher and my catcher. Without them, I couldn't do this. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who supports me and helps me, like, just to inspire other people, because without them, I couldn't do this. And just want to say thanks to the ISA, all the sponsors, and all the athletes for coming out, and, you know, my family, my parents, my girlfriend, and, yeah, let's do this. Life rolls on.
Thanks so much. Well said. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Jesse Villar is just an absolute legend, an icon of surfing, and he's a motivational speaker. He does so much for the sport, so much for this community as well. And, you know, I love it. It took a minute to get to it when he was asked about his goals, what he wanted to do. You could tell as he was saying how thankful he was to be
Right.
here, the young guns. He really wanted to
But
get
he
to the
wants to
fact
win.
that I want to win this
Yeah,
thing.
it's Jesse, of course.
And so many times in the past he has. So
Oh, yeah.
put him in. He is a perennial favorite to have a gold medal draped around his neck.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know how many times I've been out in the water in San Diego and someone sees that I'm a parasurfer and they're like, hey, like, so are you on Team USA? Do you know Jesse? And I'm like, yes, of course I know Jesse. He's such a legend representing Team USA, as well as the founder of his nonprofit Life Rolls On, has done amazing things to give back to this community, and super grateful for him. Always so positive down there at the beach supporting his teammates.
He's a positive force, that's for sure. We got 4 minutes, 15 seconds left. So Tomoki Fujiwara, we knew that his consistency was going to pay off. He's a returning silver medalist from a previous World Parasurfing World Championships. He's got a 5, he's got a 3.43, so he's on a good one right now. Raimondo Lessing has that 3.07 paired with a 3.03, so still tight in this one. Here we go. Lessing, Team South Africa. Nice carve down. So he goes, kind of takes that high line, engages his rail, carves down into the whitewater. So fully completed maneuver right there. Power surfing from Raimondo Lessing. I feel like that could be a little bit above and beyond what we're seeing there with that pair of 3s. So that means Scott Davis has some work to do, as well as Marco Volpi. Both needing a 3-point wave, so this one is still pretty tight up top. At the moment, you've got Scott Davis in that priority position for Team Hawaii. We'll see if his pusher/catcher can get him in the position to put himself on a good open face waves. Those have been really the waves that have made the big difference. And they're getting a little bit more rare as the tide has dropped out, but we know they're still out there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now it's, all, like I said, about wave selection, finding those open face rides, because I heard Shannon talking about earlier, if it's just whitewash that you're going to ride, it doesn't seem like the judges are really going to reward higher than a 3. So surfers in the Prone 2 division are definitely going to look for those dream walls out there. They are out there, definitely hard to find, but I really think with competitive surfing, it's all about patience and not going on every single wave that's breaking. I definitely have caught myself doing that in the past. It's about, yeah, finding those good waves. And for those of you tuning in at home, this is the Prone 2 division, so there's a pusher and a catcher. And I talked about this earlier, but most of the time it's the surfer that's in the driver's seat, right? So they're going to pick and choose the waves that they want to go on. So I'm sure Jesse from the previous heat got pocket 7s. He was the one talking to the pusher about which waves he wants to go on. Here goes white.
Yeah, this is going to be Volpi. Quick little left-hander. Look nice on the outside. See the texture on the water shows us that the wind is starting to pick up just a little bit, but still super contestable out here. Inside of 2 minutes, as Volpi continues his ride, he's got a good little inside to work with there. He pulls out. I mean, Scott Davis is still out the back with priority. Scott lives on the island of Maui, grew up in Southern California, and in his bio he says he snapped his neck 20 years ago, but got right back to it, enjoys woodworking, skiing, surfing, being everything outdoors. He says it's been a wild ride, but there's an endless number of friends and family that he surrounds himself with, and he says he's lucky and happy to enjoy it all. And he just wants to thank everybody out there who gives him the time and the energy and the aloha for the water support, along with Dafoil Monster, Adaptive Maui, Access Surf, Disabled Sports, Eastern Sierra, and Southwest Airlines. So it takes a village sometimes to get these surfers back in the water, but we're really stoked of all the volunteers, of course, all the friends, all the family, all the sponsors that make this event possible, that make this division possible.
Absolutely.
Our Prone 2 division, the ultimate show of teamwork.
Yeah, just as you were talking, Scott Davis dropped a 5.17. He had a fantastic left on the outside. I can't wait to see that replay to break it down, because he did some awesome carving there on the open face of the wave and was able to ride out clean and rewarded, rightfully so, with a 5.17. So he sticks with that second place position, Scott Davis, representing Team Hawaii, with Japan in the lead, but only by 0.5. So it's a super close battle for first place here. And with 18 seconds on the clock, I reckon that's going to be the last wave exchange, and we'll call it for that heat.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Tomoki Fujiwara with the win there. Consistency pays off. The 5 and a 3.43. And Scott Davis with the buzzer beater. 5.17. We'll see if this way from Marco Volpi, 40-year-old out of Rome, changes that 1 through 4 lineup. The time is up here in Prone 2, Round 2, Heat 4. This is one of our most stacked divisions, and the scores tell that story with so many big numbers coming through in these last 4 heats.
Yeah, for sure. You can see the water safety there. They're pretty much standing in waist-deep water pretty far out, so that tide is definitely draining. There's Team South Africa representing. Great heat that he put together.
Yeah, that was a cool heat to watch because you saw these surfers adapt to quickly changing conditions.
Right, exactly. There was way less open face than the heat prior, and making those adjustments, no doubt.
Well, as we roll on, we're going to go into men stand 3 coming up next, but don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come here at the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. We will be right back.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
New heat, new division. It's the ISA World Para Surfing Championship, and we're straight into open stand 3, round 1, heat 1. We got Eric Dargent, Luciano Nem Morcindo, got Namochi Katsukura, and Stella Papetti.
Another stacked division we have here. Stand 3. So fascinating to watch. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about stand 3, Chris?
Any surfer who rides a wave in a standing position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower extremity amputations or congenital impairment equivalent. So surfers with lower body impairments, but still the ability to stand up on their board. So no assistance out here.
Yep.
These guys are on their own in this lineup. We have just 1 heat in this division. So one of these 4 is going to be a gold medalist at the end of the week.
Wow. Yep, Eric leading us with a 4.67. A little bit about Eric. He's representing Team France, and he has been competing since the beginning. This is his 10th year competing at the ISA World Para Surfing Championships. He's the team captain for France. And I chatted with him a little bit about just his goals and everything on the beach here. This is Blue up and riding, streaming down the line and trying to find that open section. This is the replay from Eric's first wave, pumping down the line and had a nice carve. He rides with his left leg forward there, and he does not have a knee, so that is why he's in stand 3. So definitely has a bit of a disadvantage there. It's way different than stand 2. Replay from Blue's opening ride. Pretty nice open face right, but just cannot connect all the way through. It is getting bumpy. It's getting gnarly. Green taking off there. Red with his second wave. Absolutely phenomenal opening turn. Making the most of this right wave. It's getting tough out there with that low tide, like I said. But a little bit more about Eric is that he created the first ever prosthetic knee to surf with. Pretty impressive accolade there. And I asked him what his goal is, and of course he said first, this is him up and riding. Such a unique style. Wrapping cutback once again.
That was sick.
So sick. He can throw so much spray. He really leans back on that tail.
Wow, look at this wave. Upriver. All right, this is going to be Katsukura. Makes the late drop. There's Stella Papetti on the inside right there in white. Well, this thing's heating up quick. We got 13:50 to go. Darjan is in the lead.
13:50, and there's already been so many waves ridden. I mean, even though it's low tide, those waves are still coming in one after the other for sure. Definitely a lot more consistent than this morning with that sleepy low tide that we were experiencing. Now it's definitely back to back to back.
I think this division probably has some of the coolest tech.
Oh,
just
yeah.
in terms of the prosthetics that they're using.
Well, and the pop-up, let's take a little bit of time to talk about Eric's pop-up, the way he swings his front foot with that knee because he doesn't have a knee, so he has to swing his prosthetic, land it perfectly on the deck of the board, and then continue riding it. It's definitely a slower pop-up. I mean, I can relate to that. My pop-up is from my knees to my feet. So he has to position himself perfectly in the wave. There's white, trying to scratch some on the inside there, getting to the feet there, and paddling back out.
And you can see, I mean, this tide has just drained out so quickly. It's actually becoming almost like a giant whirlpool. So you got water coming out quickly from the mid portion of that pier. Oh, yeah, getting back out there. Mercindo.
Team Brazil showing up.
Oh, they're fired up, as always. And Luciano is an awesome surfer from Florianopolis. When he was 6 months old, he lost movement in his right leg and hip, but he still started surfing at 16. Took him 5 years to stand up on a board, and he had many people discourage him, but he said, you know what? I'm not giving up on my dream. Today, he's an ISA world champion. And he wants to show everybody that people with disabilities are capable of doing whatever they want. And we're witnessing that right now. And he says he's very proud to be able to represent Brazil and Santa Catarina, his city in Florianopolis, his beach, Jaquinha, and his community, Lagoa de Conceição.
Love that. Green dropping in on a right-hander here.
Look at the water moving up the face of this wave. It literally is like surfing a river wave at this point, and the tide's going to be dropping all weekend long. So nicely, or all afternoon long. So nicely done there for Katsukura. He has a 167 and a 113. I feel like that's going to be higher than either one of those two scores. We'll see if it gets close to that 656 he needs. Meanwhile, Dargent from France, that 5.5 and a 4.67, the innovator himself, in the lead and up into another left. Looking to get that backside barrel ride.
He's totally barrel hunting. I love that. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, riding in a backside barrel is difficult as is, coming maybe from someone who's never experienced one. I can imagine it would be even harder because Eric has a pretty big prosthetic that he has to be able to lift up onto the deck of his board. So great form there. I mean, he was totally ready. If it would have barreled over him, he could have totally made it out.
When you talk about that mental fortitude that a lot of these surfers have to go through to get to where we are now at this World Championship level, you know, we just talked about Mercindo. It took him 5 years to stand up. You can imagine Eric Dargent not only, you know, having to do the research to figure out what works best, but then innovating and actually inventing a prosthetic. You can imagine the years and years of engineering that goes into that, because not only you're dealing with really complex movements, anyone that surfs knows that you're really activating every muscle in your body when you're riding waves, but to be able to figure that out in the scope of that prosthetic leg, it shows me that he's, of course, a very talented athlete, but a very smart man as well. I mean, to be able to create something like that that is this functional, that's a pretty huge accomplishment.
Exactly, and being able to surf at such a high level for 10 years. He came to the first ISA World Parasurfing Championships and has absolutely brought it to the next level, taking off on a huge set.
Oh, yeah.
Blue dropping in. Oh, wow.
Wild ride there for Luciano from Team Brazil. Made the drop, though. Our wave kind of didn't do him any favors. It went pretty quick, closed out down the line, but he's right back on his board and straight into the takeoff zone with nearly 9 minutes left, so plenty of opportunities will be knocking for these surfers in the water. Stella has improved on her waves as well, 0.97 and a 0.87. Stella Papetti.
Love that drone shot there. Let's have a replay of this wave from the drone. Blue dropping in, trying to pull into the barrel, and then he just digs rail. I mean, that wave honestly had nothing on offer for him, but he did the best that he could and is going to go try and find another one that is going to try and open up a little bit for him. Here comes a pretty big set out the back, so let's see if there are any takers. That rip is running through the lineup. Blue back at it again, but Red does have priority, so Red's going to pull the priority card here. Swings over. Big off the top.
Oh, yes.
Oh, darn.
So close. We wanted that one.
Close. I love Eric's wide stance that he has. Even though that was such a bumpy ride, he was really able to still dig rail and get that deep bottom turn that he has. Didn't have much time and did almost everything perfect. Like, we thought he was going to ride out right here and then just couldn't. Leaned a bit too far forward and had to go dive in there for the sandbar.
This guy's tenacious. He'll get right back out there. It looks like we're starting to see a battle between Eric and Luciano, and that's a really fun matchup to watch for sure, because both these surfers have been really high-level performers over the last few years. And if you go down to Stella Papetti, 40 years old, born in Rome. Favorite beach break, La Jolla Shores. We know a lot about La Jolla Shores. The ISA has gone through that area many times.
Yes,
Bronze medalist in the Stand 3 Parasurfing World Championship for 2024. And Stella is watching with a front row seat as Luciano now cranks it off the bottom. Big snap, flying down the line. Still room to work. Another big turn. Luciano's backhand firing on all cylinders there. So 3 big snaps down the line. Can't quite get the 4th, but that is going to be a solid score for your surfer in blue, representing Brazil.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is backhand surfing. He just has such a deep bottom turn right off the top and throws so much spray, has so much flow. Each top turn throwing so much spray, and I think he got so ahead of himself down the line that his body just went and his board did not. But gonna be rewarded throwing so much spray on the bottom and top turn and so fast, keeping up with the tempo of this wave. With the slow tide dropping out, those waves are running, especially that left, and he was able to keep up with the pace of the wave. So that comes in at an 8.0 ride for our Brazilian in blue.
Earned every bit of that score as well. I mean, you saw how fast he was going, speed, power, flow, great looking style down the line. And I mean, had he made that 4th turn, we could potentially have been looking at our first perfect 10-point ride.
Absolutely.
But here we go, Katsukura. Nice carve there for your Japanese representative in this heat. So we have 4 surfers in the water. You got Nem, his nickname is Nem, Luciano Mercindo. He jumped into the lead with that last left-hander. Eric Dargent drops to 2nd. Katsukura to 3rd. Stella Papetti in 4th. Stella's on the inside, just grinding away in this heat. Super rad person. Actually works in the Apple Production Support Tech team.
Wow.
Which sounds like a really radical job. And surfer has a cat named Mio. That is a surfer cat,
Are you
but
sure it's
he
not
doesn't
meow?
know. Oh,
It's not meow?
maybe.
Maybe it's
M-I-O. Meow.
Meow.
Meow. We'll have to talk to Stella after the heat. And hopefully, Mio, if you're watching, you're enjoying what Stella's doing in the lineup right now.
Oh, I'm sure. Waves definitely kind of seem to be like pulsing with the tide right now. Some pretty good sized sets coming through. I feel like last heat it was a little bit slow, so that's kind of how it goes in competitive surfing. It's going to be a slow heat, then a fast heat, slow heat, kind of interchanges. So it looks like Eric takes a look at it. Not sure if that's going to be considered a paddle. Yep, he does lose priority. Priority goes right back to our surfer in blue. Unfortunately, that looked too convincingly to be a paddle, and not quite sure if he meant to paddle for it, but the priority judges thought, you know what, he had a pretty good enough look at it.
Yeah, it was kind of right on that line, wasn't it? The priority judges have been right on top of the action all week long, and more to come as we see another spinning left-hander straight up into the lip. Recindo now. He is running away with this heat. His backhand's been on fire throughout the last 15 minutes. He's going to make his way all the way to the sand. Most likely will run up, get under that pier conveyor belt and get out, conveyor belt and get back out into the lineup. So another solid looking wave for Recindo. So he's looking to get rid of a 5.5. Katsukura now. Right in the pocket, up to his feet, cutting back. Cool looking style. He makes his way into the shadow of the pier, trying to maximize the scoring potential on that wave. I like the look of that drop. He's right there in the pocket. So a cool looking wave there for Namichi.
Definitely holding it as much as he can. He knows that it's pretty windy and wanted to at least make that wave before he got all the way up to his feet. Here's the replay from blue. Streaming down the line, deep bottom turn all the way up top into a pretty vertical top turn. He wasn't quite able to ride it out as smoothly as he would have liked. So I'm not thinking it's going to go as excellent as his last wave, but my guess is in the sevens. Oh, 6.27.
Good guess. So you're a
Very
judge as
solid.
well?
Very solid. I could be. No, it's honestly, it's such a tough job, those judges up there. Like we said earlier, each division is so vastly different, has so many different abilities, and that turn is going to look a lot different in another event. And then we have the prone guys who, yes, they're throwing a ton of spray, but it doesn't look the same as someone standing up and surfing. So many factors to consider. Huge shout out to the judges. I would not want to do your job. It is very difficult.
And thankless as well.
Absolutely.
So we want to say thank you to our judges for putting in the hard work and studying all the subtleties that we've been seeing through the week. And, you know, on the flip side of that, nothing subtle about that backside snap that we just saw from Nem.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that wave didn't really have anything else to it, and he got a 6.27, really just for that one massive turn out the back and then a little check turn on the inside. So goes to show that those judges are really rewarding critical outside maneuvers.
That's going to make Dargent's job a little bit more difficult if he wants to get back into that top spot. He does have priority. He's out the back waiting for the next set to roll through. You got Katsukura needing a 7.47 and Papetti needs a 9.20.
Corduroy lines streaming through. Let's see if Eric can scratch into something.
Looking at this left, he lets this first one go just a little late to it. Katsukura looking at the right on the inside. So that way, that set kind of swept past our competitors.
As I was talking to Eric on the beach and asking him some questions, I asked what his goals were, because that's something I'd like to ask everyone. There's White on the inside, getting a nice little inside whitewash wave, starting his campaign, no doubt. But I've been wanting to ask each and every one of the competitors that I get a chance to about their goals. And, you know, some people are like, gold, gold, gold. And, of course, I mean, we're at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Let's see what Eric, nope, he passes this up. But Eric said he has gotten silver 4 years. Here goes green, up and riding, nice turn, able to hold it. Goes down, but super great turn. That's going to be one of his best waves, no doubt. He's going to get rid of one of the twos. But Eric, yes, he's hungry for that gold. He's gotten 4 silvers, 4 second places. He's so ready to take the lead. He's been a veteran in this sport. Green coming in on the inside, probably taking one last wave in. Fantastic performance from all the surfers here.
Yeah, well done to everybody involved in that last heat. This is Katsakura coming in for Team Japan. A lot of heart, you know, in this division.
Replay from White's wave.
Yeah,
Streaming
Stella
down the-
Papetti, Team Italy. You talk about heart, talk about determination.
Absolutely.
Right there on the inside, just catching a bunch of waves, putting up some points for her team total.
Yep, getting it done, getting the hard work done on the inside. I mean, that's where I started when I started 7 years ago. When my first competition, I could not make it out the back. I wasn't comfortable. I was only surfing for like a year, and that's really where it all begins and it progresses. And we talk about this evolution over time. This is another replay from Blue's wave. Oh, from earlier. We did not see that one. Not going to come into play though.
That's what we call a victory lap for Liciano, Nem,
yeah.
Macindo, and we got more action to come. We're going to flip things over to the men's kneel division for 4 heats, and then to the women's kneel division for 3. So we're going to continue the action all the way till a little bit past 3 p.m. today. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and we will be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the open ceremony with the sands of the world. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Back to the live action here from beautiful Oceanside, California.
Oh side or no side.
I was just going to say that. Chris Cote with Liv Stone, and we are going to flip the script a little bit over to the men's kneel division. So these are unassisted surfers out there who are making their way into this lineup.
Yep, these are surfers who ride a wave in the kneeling position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower limb amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. And so they're, you know, surfing that kneeling position. I love to say that each surfer out here, no matter the division, has their own unique style, whether that's laying down, standing up, or in the kneeling position.
These 20-minute heats have been flying by all day long. We have 17:13 to go here. We have representatives from Wales, Costa Rica, and Chile. Oliver Von Jones, Dariel Melendez-Davia, who went off in his opening round heat, and Elias Valencia from Chile. So 3 great surfers. It really is anyone's game at this point for the next 16 and 50.
Oh, definitely. Dariel, I was just speaking with him on the beach. I was actually practicing a little bit of my Spanish with him. He knows that I've spent a lot of time in Costa Rica over the years, and so trying to practice a little bit of that. But he always has a big smile on his face, and we were just talking about Jose's wave together, and I asked about him, like how he's feeling, how he's doing, and he just seems super amped. I mean, Dariel, over the years, he's come so close to gold. And he has it in him. He's that young and up-and-coming generation. He has absolutely the skill, the technique, and the heat strategy. It's just about it all coming together. Dariel definitely vying for a podium position like all the other surfers out there. I just know Dariel a little bit more personally. What a rad individual. Surfing for Team Costa Rica.
Well,
living out.
he wants the gold.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he wants to do well for his team, but his ultimate mission is to spread good vibes.
Aw, pura vida.
That's what he says in his bio. So 15:45 to go as we wait for these surfers to activate on the next set that rolls through. Let's go down to the glass and talk to the winner of that last heat.
No. We're down here with the winner of that last heat, Luciano Nate, the current world champion. So what's it like when you go back home after winning a world title?
Luciano, você foi campeão ano passado. Como é que foi voltar para casa com esse título?
Foi emocionante, né? E agradecer a todos que me apoiaram por estar aqui. E o ano passado consegui ser campeão. É emocionante demais, tanto é que dá força para a gente estar aqui de volta.
It's a lot of emotion. When he got back home, he was supported for all the crew back home, and that's what he brings him back here to perform as well.
And now, if you can talk about coming back 1 year later, you have a great heat, you win your heat. What's it like to get to the beach and have all your support team hug you and cheer for you? What are those emotions like?
Você estava aqui, né, de volta, né, competindo depois de um ano de um título. O que você sente quando você entra dentro d'água com excelentes notas que você teve e com toda a galera do Brasil torcendo por você?
É muito importante estar essa galera na areia para motivar a gente, mas zerou, né? Fui campeão ano passado, né? Esse ano eu quero esse título de novo. E, pô, tá com o Brasil aqui, toda a galera dando suporte é sensacional. Não tem palavra para descrever isso.
Well, what happened last year with his title was amazing, but he's back here to win again. And all the support of the crew of the Brazil, it means a lot to him, and it's very important for him to get the strength to repeat his title.
Well, congratulations. Good luck the rest of the competition. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Anthony Nam, going back to back. You know, I think it's a possibility. The way he was surfing that last heat was stunning.
Next level. I'm just blown away, honestly. The amount of spray he threw and going backside. Can't even imagine throwing that much spray going right. So super impressive from him. Starting out so strong.
So with 3 surfers in the water right now, you got Oliver Vaughn Jones in that priority position, and here we go. Surfer representing Wales. Wild ride to start, makes the drop, no worries. Kind of fighting uphill on this wave. Almost gets around to that inside section, will get credit for a pretty impressive late drop, and then we see Dariel. Just caught a little bit behind there, but he's already got a 3 and a 1.5, so he's in the lead with a 4.50 total.
That was a wild ride from Team Wales in green. It just bump after bump after bump. It's definitely getting a little bit more windy out there. Tide coming into play, as we've said before. From the beginning of this competition, Northside Pier, any beach break, honestly, I feel like is so tide dependent. And with those massive swings of a 6-foot high tide to a bottom out low of a 0-foot low tide, it really is honestly going to change your heat strategy tremendously. So I asked Dariel on the beach, I was like, you know, how are you feeling about the low tide heat? Because, you know, everyone vies for the first in the morning heat, you know, no wind, no tide swing. But he's just always so positive. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to go out there and do my thing.
Hey, I mean, these surfers are already well known for adapting through adversity and making it happen by any means necessary. So a little low tide afternoon is going to be nothing for any of the surfers we have left in the draw.
Exactly.
So we're almost halfway through this heat. Dariel in the lead for now. Oliver Vaughn Jones, last score comes through at 2.40. Elias Valencia representing Chile. Still waiting to open up in this heat. Chile is a nation of incredible athletes when it comes to oceanic activities, paddlers, surfers, big wave, small wave. I mean, the list of amazing, talented surfers coming out of Chile is a mile long. And you see that in so many of these ISA events, whether it's the World Surfing Games, the juniors, you know, the paddle events. Chile always comes through with a solid team. And they've done that here at the Parasurfing Championships. See if Elias Valencia can put himself into position. We want to welcome Belgium, our 33rd national team to participate here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And this number is, it just continues to blow my mind. 32 past champions in the draw.
Yeah.
That's like a huge part of the field.
That's a lot of gold medals out there in the draw.
That's like 100 pounds of gold.
More, probably more.
Yeah, I've never been that good at math, so. All we know is that by the end of this week, on Friday, more champions will be crowned. We're going to be awarding individual medals for our multiple divisions, as well as team medals for these stacked national teams.
I love that every year about ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Obviously, surfing is an individual sport. These guys out here surfing in the Neil Round 2 Division Heat 1, they're surfing, you know, for themselves because they want to do well. However, a lot of them are surfing for their country, and that's what makes this competition so inspiring and impactful for me to see all the nations come together. I remember for 6 years, so proud to wear the Team USA uniform and represent my country and wave that American flag, and I can see that in so many countries here with the team camaraderie. Costa Rica always bringing high vibes, Pura Vida. Chile, like you said, talking about the Chile team. After every Worlds, I'm constantly chi, 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 le, 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 viva Chile. Singing it over and over. I think my mom gets pretty annoyed. Just love to see the team camaraderie for sure.
So with 9 minutes, 18 seconds left, we're seeing a paddle here from Dariel Davia. Looks like he sees a little inside corner. Nice little pocket wedge here. All right, Dariel gets into it. Big section in front of him, smashes it. The perfect turn in the perfect place. You know, it was a short but potentially impactful wave for Dariel Davia. And out the back, you see Jones with the late drop there. So both surfers will be putting some more points on the board. And while these surfers make their way back to the lineup, let's go to the glass to catch up with a surfer who won a previous heat just a few minutes ago.
And we're down here on the beach with Tomoki Fujiwara, and we had to wait for this interview because he was waiting to see the scores from the men's prone 2 division, and he just squeaked by in 8th place, making it into the semifinals. Tomoki, what was it like waiting for those scores to come and to find out you made it into the semifinals?
待ってる間、ちょうどね、カットラインのところで受かったと思うんですけども、待ってる間どんな心境でしたか？
いや、正直もうダメだと思ったので、また生き返ったと思って明日以降につなげられたので頑張ります。
No, to be honest, I was kind of giving up that either I was making it or not, and then now after I hear the result, I'm gonna switch my mind and then try to surf best tomorrow.
Okay, well, Gamate, good luck in the next round, and we'll take it back to you guys in the booth.
An absolute performer right there, and yes, getting into that top 8, so ensuring himself a potential medal at the end of this competition. As we roll through men's Neil round 2 heat 1 at the moment, Dariel still in the lead. Now he's into the double digits with an 11-point heat total, really on the strength of one massive snap. His last wave came through, live at an 8. So it doesn't take a long extended ride to get yourself into that excellent range. Sometimes all it takes is a perfectly timed snap. And that's exactly what we just saw from Dariel.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see that replay. He timed that so well, and he paddled pretty early on for that. A great wave selection from Dariel, reading the ocean really well, able to slot himself right in the pocket of that wave to time that end section. So yeah, like you said, Chris, that one big maneuver on the outside can really, really drop some big scores. An excellent ride as an 8-point ride for just one turn. Super impressive from Dariel representing Team Costa Rica.
6.5 left.
We have 3-time Parasurf World Champion Sponge Llewellyn representing Team Wales down there on the beach, getting ready for his heat. He won his first heat just the other day and looking to do the same.
And I will say Wales has one of the coolest flags.
Oh, yeah. The dragon?
Of the crew. Yeah, I mean,
So rad.
you can't go wrong with a dragon on your flag. Come on.
No.
6.06 minutes left to go. As you see, Elias Valencia representing Chile. Got a wave, a 2.2, so a good start there for Valencia. Yeah, coming up next, Sponge Williams, Juan Martin Diaz Martinez, and Mark Mono Stewart. So this is a really hotly contested division with 4 heats. And all these surfers looking to get as big a heat total as possible to try to get themselves into the next round. Where if you get through the next round, you make to the finals, the medals start to come out. Gold, silver, bronze, and copper. And of course, those much needed overall team points just increase as you get into the finals.
Absolutely. Long road to the finish line. We're just here on Tuesday. Seems like we have a good 10 days already behind us, but nope, just day 3 here. Very long days. Lots of competition in each and every day. We had the opening ceremonies on Sunday, followed by some competition. Competition all day yesterday and today, following through up until Monday. Favorable conditions we have on hand with some really good swell in the water. Dariel was able to pull out an 8-point ride with 1 snap, 1 big maneuver. Dariel definitely has what it takes to vie for a spot on the podium.
Yeah, since day 1, he's kind of been on that list for me of surfer who's got a lot of potential in this contest. And he's showing it right here with an 8 paired with a 3. Gives himself the luxury now to hunt for a potential larger backup. That 3-point ride. Waves are still out there. He found that kind of just inside chunky little wedge.
Perfect
made
setup.
It pay.
Absolutely. Interesting paddle from our surfer in blue. He's actually sitting on his board and paddling with his hands, which is unlike any other surfer in his division, which I always just give so much credit to him. That is so difficult to do, to sit and balance on your board like that. Here goes Dariel. Just pulls out of it.
Looking for a wedge.
Looking for that other one. I mean, it had the opportunity, but couldn't quite scratch into it.
So our surfer from Chile now back into the lineup. Started surfing in 2012 and then in 2015 participated in the first ISA World Championship of his career. Since then, he's competed in various international championships, part of the AASP World Tour as well. His favorite wave is a Puntilla in Pichilemu, challenging left-hander, the great ride. He says it's perfect. Thanks for the tip. Hopes that parasurfers around the world get to experience the joy of surfing. He is one of the few, as you were just mentioning, Liv, that competes sitting on the board without a paddle. And he hopes his category would be expanded in the future so more people can compete in this wave. And he says, lastly, good waves to all.
Good waves to all. Thank you.
What a guy.
What a guy. That's how we should open every day. Good waves to all.
Good waves to you.
Let the surfing begin.
Hello, ma'am. Good waves to you.
We're going to speak in accents
Yes.
now.
2:30 to go here in men's Neil. Round 2, heat 1. And here we go. Dariel, late drop. And that wave got messy quick. So I wouldn't call that a priority mistake. You had to go for it with time winding down this quickly. And he's pretty well into the lead for now. So again, he has the time, he has the space to kind of test a couple different wave looks when they come in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he had to go on that one. Not a mistake really at all from him. It's just the waves closing out, and he knows he already has that 8-point ride. So I think he's just honestly a frother. He just loves to go on anything.
And here he goes again. Little inside runner here, trying to fight his way around this section. He does. Little pocket here. 1.5 minutes to go. He's got such quick reaction times, doesn't he?
For sure. Really able to place the board right in the position that he needs to and throw a lot of spray and definitely get vertical.
Ooh, good looking wave here for Jones. He's buried in the white water, trying to hang on, but gets engulfed. You know, a lot of the times as the tide drains out like this, it's almost like you're going uphill after you drop in. There's a trough coming up the face of that wave, that bowl section. So it makes it super difficult sometimes to ride out clean on those late drops. With a minute left, all three of our surfers having to try to fight their way back in the lineup. You can see how much current now is moving these surfers from south to north.
Headed north, that's for sure.
And the wind now is facing, just blowing south. So they're dealing with a lot of different
So then the
conditions.
whirlpool is just gonna...
Yeah, the whirlpool is here, folks. So 35 seconds left. Dariel has a runaway with this heat with an 8 and a 3.
Yep, Dario definitely going to feel super confident going in to the further rounds with that 8-point ride. Putting on a performance here in Oceanside at the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. All three surfers definitely giving it their all out there in not favorable conditions.
All right, well, we have 3 more heats here in this Neil division. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the action. ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We got a surfer up and riding. It's Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Team Wales. And a huge off the lip to start things off with. Is he going to hold on to it? Not quite, but that was a solid effort to get things going. You see that pounding of the board quickly going, okay, that would have been a big score if he gotten it. A 2.83 on the board for Sponge Williams. We've got Juan Martin Diaz Martinez from Mexico and Mark Mono Stewart from Australia out in the water right now. No waves ridden yet for Martinez or for Stewart, with Williams in that leading position just off a small score falling on that first turn. This is our men's kneeling division. We are in the second round for this division specifically, as we can see the surfers there that are currently in the lineup. Wales, Mexico, and Australia represented between Williams, Martinez, and Stewart. And we've got a paddle here from Martinez straight up to his knees. And unfortunately just can't quite find any traction with that one. We got a few more heats in this round specifically. We are in the round robin format with a leaderboard as we take a look now at Sponge with a nice off the top. So that's going to be feeling great to just connect with that first maneuver. Conditions have changed quite a bit out in the lineup. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm joined in the booth by Anthony Vela. Anthony, it's always a pleasure to call heats with you. I love your ocean knowledge, your excitement, no matter what discipline of surfing we're talking about. It's a pleasure to be able to call heats with you. And right now we get to call from some of the world's best, like Mono Stewart out in the lineup right now.
I enjoy calling the heats with you as well, and I've tried to tone down my excitement because I'm such a fan, and so I have to remember that I'm talking, there's a microphone, so I can't quite yell as much as I'd like to. And I'm especially excited for this heat and division with these conditions, because the only way to get scores on the conditions now is to send it. And all of the guys in this heat, they're ready to throw it off the lip. There's going to be some airdrops, and the action's going to be exciting. And especially when we see their red, blue, and green, that's by seeding. And so Mark Mono Stewart, having kind of, as they would call it in Australia, a shocker maybe a shaka in his first round. And so he's really going to be sending it, and that's exciting to see.
Here we go, up and riding. Martinez now on the left. Looks like he was able to get a first turn in there. We'll take a look at the replay from that, kind of more judges angle. from the beach to really know what went down, but that's going to be his first score on the board, and that should feel really nice. Looks like he's riding a twin fin. A lot of surfers in this kneeling division, similar to knee boarding specifically, will be riding boards with twinnies, maybe instead of boards that have a 3-fin setup or a thruster setup. And we can see that Sponge is putting himself into position for this one. So we'll take a look at this quickly. Nice paddle. He's got that big open face in front of him. Is he going to be able to make it around the section? Tries hard, and he'll pull out.
So there's a legendary Australian kneeboarder named George Greeno, who, if you know about surfing and especially fins and usage of fins, he's been integral in the development of the sport. And I believe Mark Mono Stewart has collaborated with him through the years. And what can you talk about? What's the difference between the twin fin? Why do these guys specifically choose to ride twin fins?
Yeah, I think because they're just riding typically like on their knees, where their weight is positioned off the tail of that board, having just a single fin underneath each point of pressure of weight across, you know, their knees, gives them that really good opportunity to be able to surf a little bit more dynamic and to really get that board put on rail.
That makes sense versus having that thruster setup where the center fin really isn't doing much because their weight is distributed on each rail. Thank you for that.
Yeah, even thinking of like riding a keel fin, keel fins, but riding like a twin fin surfboard, you know, kind of more similar to that for what a lot of these guys are riding. We got 15 minutes on the board. We'll get back to that conversation in a moment because I believe we've got an interview set and ready to go down at the beach. Let's check in.
All right, Daria, we're in the booth. Liv and I, we're watching you surf. You're paddling for this little inside wedge. The thing popped up perfectly. You do one of the turns of the event for 8 points. Tell me about that little wave. I mean, that thing just looked perfect, and you made everything happen.
Yeah, pura vida, Chris. Thank you. We got this strategy with the coach to look for that ride that was kind of a little bit more far away from the pier. So when I saw the wave coming, I was like, okay, I got to paddle fast. I got to do it. I got to get it. So, yeah. And looking up, I landed, and I got the scores. So, yeah.
Now, watching this division, there are a lot of different styles. So how did you develop how you surf? You know, I noticed you have your back leg, and then you got your front arm over here. So how did you develop that surfing style?
Honestly, Chris, that was a lot of like, I don't know, how can I say this? Like, I tried different ways for a long time until I discovered kind of like that way to surf. In the beginning, I was using both hands in the reels, but that was kind of like hard because it's hard to find the balance on that position. And then I came with the idea to put my hand in the middle of the board because, you know, there's the sole of the surfboard. So I was like, okay, let's try it. And then that was it. I did it, and yeah.
Well, it works, and it works really well. 8-point ride in that last heat. So now you're through 2 rounds. Are you looking for, are you trying to kind of calculate the points and see what needs to happen for you to get into that next round?
Yeah, well, I think that with this score, I made it to the next round. And yeah, just, you know, hit by hit. There's a lot of good surfers in this division. It's getting better and better. So yeah, just hit by hit. And yeah, looking for the next one.
Well, you can feel the energy, you can feel the start. Ariel, going for the gold.
There we go, Darielle with an absolutely incredible performance as we take a look at Mono Stewart now up and riding, driving down the line, using that inside arm to just drag and position himself for that top line finish. Great surfing from the master himself. He's looking to, he's got that 4-point ride on the board so far. We'll have a second score to drop in behind that. And we've got a 6.23 that has come onto the scoreboard for Sponge Williams as well. Just that 3.23 to start things off for Mexico's Juan Martinez. And Mono's got a really interesting surfboard that he rides that's got a really huge concave just for his right leg, where he's lost his bottom half of his leg from his knee, and it gives him the opportunity to really plant that leg straight into the board. It has like a almost, it's not a cushion obviously because it's going to fiberglass, but it's got that perfect position, that slot for his leg to fit into, and gives him a lot more control when he's up and riding on those waves.
That's great insight, and we've been talking about the uniqueness of each athlete's situation and specifically how it translates to making their boards do what they want them to do. And Mark Mono Stewart is no stranger to putting his board in precarious situations to earn good scores. And he's going to be our kind of ace in the hole or insider trading guy when it comes to the para surfing Olympic bid coming up in 2032. Living in Australia, and Australia hosts one of the largest para surfing professional competition, and he's integral in that. I mean, he's from Byron Bay, and so to be able to clear the waters of Byron Bay, you've got to have some clout in the area, and so we're riding your heels, Mono, to help us get it in 2032.
Yeah, he is a huge ambassador for the sport. And like you said, you know, to get an event run at any good surf break around the world, it takes a lot behind the scenes that people maybe wouldn't even realize. For him to have the events that are running for adaptive surfing in Byron each year is such a great location. Also for these surfers to be able to surf world-class waves. You know, a lot of beach break surfing and competition, no matter what discipline of surfing you're talking about. But when you get to surf at one of those world-class point breaks, it really is a big game changer for the surfers in that competition. As we take a look now at Sponge, just a kind of quick in and out here, repositioning himself in the lineup. You can see that rip is starting to come more into play as that tide is draining out a little bit more. And Juan just duck diving that wave, looking to decide where to take off for his next ride.
And this is two of our players that were in the finals last year. Sponge Williams coming away with the win. And Mono Stewart had some great rides, but he was more searching for the tubes that never came. And it's a great strategy if they do come, because you're going to be rewarded with high scores. And so he's coming back with a vengeance. You know, he's one of the characters, as we take a replay of Mono Stewart on cue. You can see that late drop right under the lip. Engages both of those rails, the inside then the outside rail, and driving down the line. You can see a great shot of the board design that Shannon was just talking about. One side is more concave than the other, and that was the 5.43 rewarded for his off-the-top maneuvers there.
Great surfing. I mean, he's looking really sharp. He's going to be improving himself on that leaderboard. We can see Sponge putting himself into position, maybe having a look at that left, deciding not to go.
And Mono Stewart's in a position he's not used to being in underneath the advancement line, currently sitting in 10th place. So he's already bettered his situation, but he got a 6 yesterday, which is a solid score, but was only able to come up with his next highest score of 1.43. He's already improved on that situation, so his 5.43 right now is going to add to that. And he's helping his situation, but he would be spewing, as they say, if he did not even make it into the semifinals. One of our veteran guys and one of the true characters of the sport. I had just meeting some of these athletes for the first time, and this guy has a lot of energy and is a character and is just a great ambassador for the sport, like you mentioned.
That's right, and he took out, his first gold medal. He took it out at that inaugural ISA World Parasurfing Championships back in 2015, and he rates that as his biggest achievement in surfing specifically. As we take a look at some split peak action here, Juan's going to pull back. Sponge just also ducks out of that wave as it shuts down in front of him. But for Mono, that would have been such a proud moment for him. As an avid surfer back at home in Australia for years and years, being a surfer that probably doesn't have a lot of other parasurfers, adaptive surfers out in the lineup with him, to see an event like that pulled together from the ISA back in 2015, to travel over, to have a small contingency that's representing all the different nations. Not that many surfers in that event. There weren't nearly as many categories or classifications as we currently have, up to 9. And for him to take out that victory was such a special moment within his surfing career, and I'm sure that a lot of that goes to not just his own personal performance that week, but the fact that there was suddenly this spark of interest, of growth, of potential for essentially a brand new sport that now has Paralympic dreams to it.
Yes, and just with all of his accomplishments since then, the fact that he still lists that as his biggest achievement is something to be said for competing in this ISA Parasurfing World Championship and what the event means to these athletes. He's won a number of events all over the world. Japan, he scored a perfect 10. He's won his own event, but to win the ISA Parasurfing World Championship, especially the inaugural one, that's true to his heart. And we don't like to talk about age, but he's also a little bit older than some of the other guys, and I think he wears that proudly. And giving it to the youngsters. I believe he was 59 years old back in 2021 when he won, which is what are normal 60-year-olds doing? Not this.
Not winning world championships. As we take a look at Sponge here, that was a great takeoff. I mean, just right there under the pocket. He's hoping that one of these waves will just open up a little bit more. He's got a couple of decent scores on the board so far. We'll see where that factors in compared to that 5.17 that he already has. And for someone else, Sponge, obviously, a few years younger than what Mono is out in the lineup. He's got a long career ahead of him still to continue competing. But he has had an incredible run in competitions. It's similar to Victoria Faggy, where there's some of those athletes that just every event they enter into, they make it into that finals conversation, and often are the ones taking away actually the victories. For Sponge Williams, he has competed in 51 competitions in his life, and he has had 50 podium finishes. And he makes it very clear that the first event he ever surfed in is the one that he missed out on the podium. So beginners, not luck essentially in that side of things, that he wasn't able to make it into the podium for his first event ever. Made some adjustments for event number 2, and for the next 49, he's continued on that winning track.
Can you imagine? I mean, what incredible consistency. And the fun part about surfing is that every location is different and dynamic. The conditions change throughout the day, but in those 50 podiums, there's probably been right point breaks, left point breaks, beach breaks, reef breaks, all different types of conditions.
Big days, small days, stormy days, clean days.
Yes, and that makes it him an incredible, well-rounded surfer.
Yeah, an incredible waterman to know how to read all those different kind of conditions and also pull it together in heat surfing is really, really impressive. Mono now having a look down the line. That wave's going to close out in front of him. Great decision to just duck out of the way. Get himself back in position. He's going to be fighting for that leading spot. He'd like to take out a victory up against Sponge. These two have gone head-to-head in plenty of matchups throughout their careers. We're just under 5 minutes on the clock. That glare is becoming more noticeable as we are coming into the afternoon. It's only 1:30 p.m. here, but with daylight savings, it feels like it's 2:30. So it's feeling a little bit later in the day already. That sun is sinking a little bit lower than what we would have had last week at this time. And it's always a tricky one when it comes to being, a spectator on the beach. You're out there, you want to support and you want to watch everything, but you're like staring straight into the sunlight. Being a competitor, having to read the situation while also just having sun shining straight into your eyes, but also for the judging panel, it can become quite challenging in the afternoons here on the West Coast. And typically we'll kind of finish out competition around that 3 o'clock mark, just due to the fact that it becomes really challenging to actually see the surfers in the lineup.
Yeah, it's tough for the judges and tough for everyone. It was funny yesterday. I ran into Team USA, the CEO, Becky Fleischauer, and I said, "Good morning," but it was like 1 o'clock. And she's like, "Oh, how's that shot? You guys feeding the birds out there?"
Seagulls going after some French fries, I'm sure. Pier shot as we take a look now at Juan. Nice little wave, just kind of draining away from him. Some little mini barrels out there.
Yep, and I was the second person to say good morning to Becky in that in like a 15-minute. She's like, "It's not morning." Well, it still feels kind of like morning, but it feels later. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah.
It's just hard to kind of judge where we are, but you can see that glare showing up on that shot right there. There's a lot of waters moving around as well.
Yeah, it's looking much more challenging than the last round of heats that we called. It's it's crazy how quickly those conditions can change across 30 minutes or an hour. Between our rounds of calling heats.
Okay, so Mono, he's helped his situation with a 4. So he's now that 4.0. He's got a 6.0 from the other day. So he's into the double digits. And we're still in heat 2 of 4 heats. So he's got to play the waiting game also, and he's going to want to get a higher score.
Sponge now connecting with the lip. Nice check turn to start, and he'll pull out. Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, for Mono, he really is, he's done much better. He's got a 9.43 heat total to his name, so that has improved significantly on the 7.43 that he was coming into this with from yesterday. A 9-point heat total has him sitting about number 4 right now on the leaderboard. But that said, he's going to want to try and maybe get one more score if he can. You know that he's considering that at least. He wants to have something in that double-digit heat total to really solidify himself in an advancing position, knowing that there's still 2 more heats, 7 more surfers coming up that have that potential to take it away from him. Sponge with a quick in and out once again. So he's just staying active out there. And here we go with Mono. Whips that board around. Nice and dynamic. Really small on the inside. We're not sure what happened on the outside, and Anthony, I'd have to say it's going to be that outside section that's really going to be important for the score line that he's looking for.
Yep, what I love about his surfing, and you always have those surfers that kind of surf at a different speed, and he always surfs at a little bit faster than the other surfers. There he is off the bottom there for that beautiful drone shot, a little bit behind the whitewater. He's looking for a maneuver, and that's a little cute cut back there. Nothing huge, not throwing the spray that we're accustomed to seeing from some of his sharp, crisp turns that he does with all of the speed that he generates off the bottom and then going off the top again. And so the good news for Mono is that the conditions aren't getting better. They're probably going to...
Here we go. Juan with the opportunity to build his score line. Nice clean line in front of him. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite pull off that finishing maneuver, which would have been a great opportunity for him to increase the scoreline, but solid effort from Team Mexico as a 2.17 comes in for Juan Martinez. We're still waiting for that last score for Mono to come through, but it was just that single maneuver. It was a lot of time caught behind the whitewater trying to make his way around to that green face.
Juan Martinez, he's looking okay for now in 7th place. He bettered his score just a teeny bit, but he's going to have to play the waiting game also.
All right, well, time will tell. We've got 2 heats remaining in this division in our men's kneeling round number 2. Heats 3 and 4 when we return, and we'll find out who will be advancing through into the semifinals.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. There we can see Sponge Llewellyn Williams with the Welsh flag after a nice performance out in the water. And he'll be taking that victory. We'll be hearing from him shortly as we take a look at those final results. First place to Wales, second place to Australia, and third place to Mexico. All of them sitting within that leaderboard still of the top 8 surfers, if I'm correct, Anthony. Although we do have 2 more heats to go. 7 surfers in total, still with the opportunity to increase their results from yesterday.
Yes, you are correct from our unofficial knowledge here.
From
in
our
the
math
booth.
in the booth.
Yes, we're trying, just because we're fans also, and we want to give you guys as much updates as many updates as possible, and try to keep in track on the advancement situation.
Now out in the water, we've got Toby Begg from Australia. He's already got a 2.0 on the board. Jackson Santos from Brazil has a 0.9, and Josh Bogle from Hawaii has a 0.6. So Toby getting the best of the opening exchange. You can really see that rip current that's pulled off of the pier, creating a little bit more texture even than what the wind is creating. A little chop in that right, potentially offering some cleaner lefts as we see Toby with a quick in and out.
Yes, those drone shots are amazing in looking at the ocean conditions and seeing where all the sand is moving. I did my lifeguard training in 1994. They didn't have drones yet, and it would have been great to have some drone shots to really learn to identify rip currents. And these surfers are looking for them. Lifeguards look for them to try to keep swimmers out of them, but the surfers are looking for them and for a couple of reasons, to help them paddle out, but also sometimes on beach breaks where the rip currents are, there are some good waves right in the rip current. If you're able to hold your ground and stay in the rip current like these guys are doing right there, you can see that kind of bumpy water, and they're right in it. So we're in the men's kneel division, round 2, heat number 3 of 4 heats.
That kneeling division includes any surfer who rides the wave in a kneeling position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower limb amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. Can also include anyone that has a lumbar spinal cord injury like Victoria Fagey, who has both legs, fully no amputations, anything like that, but doesn't have full mobility from her lower half of her body, but just enough to be able to actually pull herself up onto her knees and ride in a kneeling position rather than needing to be placed in one of those categories of the prone divisions between prone 1 and prone 2. So it's really interesting to see the different dynamics between surfers, how they have found, they've kind of worked out within their abilities how to surf, and also what kind of equipment and what kind of positioning they would like to be surfing in. Because some of the surfers that would be, maybe competing here this week who have had a limb loss, an amputation above or below the knee, they're actually competing in the standing division because they prefer to be a stand-up surfer rather than a surfer that's kneeling or a surfer that's laying down. And they may be doing that with or without, it's just kind of, it's really cool, I guess. What I'm trying to say is the fact that these surfers are able to figure out what type of surfing works best for them.
100%. Like, for example, Josh Bogle, he has an amputation, but he does occasionally surf with a prosthetic and does stand-up surfing. But competing here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, he goes in this men's kneel division because he feels like that's going to give him the best chance to succeed. Oh, the victory tunnel. There's Bedway also. Yes.
Mark Mono Stewart with a great heat in that last one. Nice support from the Irukandjis.
It's, if there is an award, I feel like there should be a spirit award. And they have so much spirit. He didn't win the heat, but if you looked at that, you would think that he won the heat. And they're just so supportive of each other. They are all always wearing their team gear, and where Team Australia is every event.
Yeah, it's very, very clear to see the green and gold down on the beach.
And surfing is one of their national sports. And look at this big wave coming through.
Having a look there forward to Jackson Santos, deciding not to go. Surfers being a little bit more selective now. We had a few heats there kind of through the middle part of the day where the tide was really favorable, the conditions were really fun, and there was a lot of waves being ridden. It was like as soon as any surfer could get out to backline again, they were going to just spin and go on the next wave because it was really fun. Where now, due to the conditions just deteriorating a little bit, everyone's being a bit more selective, noting that, you know, the right scores are going to come from really choosing the best waves.
Yeah, that's a great point. You didn't have to have any sort of strategy. You can go on any wave, and they are all really good waves. But now the strategy comes into play because you really have to read the ocean and see which waves are going to be the better waves. Pulling out of that one, and we heard during that post-heat interview with Jesse Billauer where he was talking about, we were calling that heat, and he was going left, and he talked about that being his strategy because the lefts were the ones that were firing.
That's right. Well, let's check in now with Llewellyn Sponge Williams. He's down on the glass with Chris Cote.
Wales represent. I'm here with one of the most, if not the most decorated pair of surfers in the history of this sport, and one of the most popular competitors down here, Sponge. We're looking out at the waves right now, dead low tide, still creeping out, challenging, but you made the most of it.
Yeah, super challenging. Like you paddle up next to the pier, it sucks you towards the pier, then you get like 10 meters in, and then it sucks you the other way. And yeah, to try and find the shoulders on them waves were pretty difficult because it's only about waist to chest deep. And yeah, some of them just suck straight over and close out, and then the others just line up and close out. Yeah, it's difficult finding them, but I did my best.
You know, you do your best all the time. Over 31 gold medals at this point and counting, looking like potentially a lock to make it in the finals here as well. What I really want to know is, how did you get the nickname Sponge?
I used to watch SpongeBob SquarePants when I was a kid a lot, and I had a big gap between my teeth and really blonde hair, so my mates at home started calling me SpongeBob, and when I started traveling, no one can say Llewellyn, so I went, God, just call me Sponge, and it stuck.
It stuck and it works. Like I said, you have so many friends and fans down here on the beach. Of course, the parasurfing community loves you. They're all looking up to you. And for you, looking towards the rest of the week, we're going to have waves all week long, great weather. But what are your personal goals and team goals?
Well, the team goal is to go higher. I think we got 16th last year, and yeah, hopefully get further up on the team list than 16th. And then my goal is to go home with a 4th world title.
Lofty goals, but if anyone can do it, Sponge can do it. Let's go, Wales!
Thanks so much. Personal goals, another gold medal. And for some of those nations, I think that's a really good, kind of realistic look at the goals for a team, Anthony. A lot of nations that are here don't have that many competitors. You know, there's an Australia, there's a USA, a France that have a lot of surfers in the draw, which means they're gaining a ton of points just by the fact that those surfers are paddling out for their heats. It's going to help them to finish much higher on the rankings. For some nations that are coming with, you know, a couple of surfers max or a handful of surfers, they're not going to have just those numbers alone really helping them to finish up higher in the rankings across the 37 nations that are represented here this week. And so for Sponge to know that, you know, hopefully their team gets a little bit higher than they did last year, but also more for those personal results. As we see Toby with a solid takeoff, and that wave's just going to close out in front of him. But he's demonstrating a lot of control right now either way, even going back down to that prone position to ride out of this wave rather than having gotten bumped off and flicked with a fall to finish. That's a nice completed wave, even though he wasn't able to get any significant turns connected together. Santos now having a look here for Team Brazil, and he's on a great open face for a moment. Puts all that risk on the line with that opening maneuver.
And let's think about those two waves that we just saw. And you'd mentioned showing control on that previous wave. And one thing that also does is it helps the competitor conserve energy. When you fall and you wipe out, it's hard on your body. And I think unless you've wiped out, you don't know really. You're holding your breath. Your limbs are moving everywhere, and you're out of control. And if you can ride that wave in, those scores are going to be similar, both low scores that they won't want. But the previous wave we saw in control, it's going to conserve energy. It's a little more fun, And it's an interesting point. There's a couple of legs right there.
Just hanging out on the beach alongside the dog. They're actually holding the dog tethered to the legs.
That's Josh Bogle's legs for sure. And that's how he keeps the dog in, the world famous dog. Josh, just a incredible story, Josh. And it's been cool getting to know him. He's been working with Maddie Schweitzer on a movie called Finding True North. Maddie Schweitzer, brother of Zane Schweitzer, ISA World Surfing Champion in stand-up paddling, also Pan American Games champion. And the Schweitzer family really did a lot during those Maui fires with basically all of their training came in order to help the entire island of Maui. There's some crazy stories with the amount of things that they did. There you see our current conditions there. But so Maddie Schweitzer just winning an award for a documentary he put together with the rebuilding of Maui, but also working with Josh on this movie, Finding True North.
Yeah, it's really awesome to know that there are those filmmakers who have a passion for sharing stories. You know, it's always awesome to watch, you know, the newest whatever movie that's coming out in theaters, something that's fictional. But when you find a storyteller who has a knack for film and likes a good documentary that's able to really track with someone to tell their story, or something like the tragedy that happened at Maui with the fires, it's really special. So we're really thankful for that behind the scenes. And then also for, you know, a film, there's actually a lot of documentary crews down here at the beach this week, specifically filming. There's a number of competitors in the lineup who are getting ready to share their stories on a really global platform this week. So it's something for those of you tuning in to really start paying attention to in the social media. If you're following these surfers on social media, they'll be sharing more about those documentaries as they start to drop around the globe.
What a great insight. I saw so many cameras during some of the interviews, so that makes perfect sense. You see some information drop in on screen from our graphics crew, the one about the juniors being held here a few years back, and famous Italian surfer winning under 18 gold a long time ago before moving on to the Pro Tour. Then a clip just talking about the conditions, one of the most consistent waves in Southern California, Oceanside. And we get, bang!
That was a solid opening turn from DeJackson. Incredible. Finds that second connection too, so a great combination of major maneuvers. He's sitting on a couple of twos at the moment, and those are going to go far, far away.
That was, we haven't had that much excitement in a while, and so here it is. Wow, that was incredible. That was fully up and over and almost fell on the way back down, and then hit the white water one more time. You can see him slap the water there in excitement. Two great turns. That was a good combination. It was amazing how much the wave shrunk in size from that first turn to the second turn. But incredible surfing from DeJackson Santos from Brazil. He's sitting in a good position. Here's one more replay of a wave that was previously ridden. That wasn't that wave we just had, so.
But I'll tell you what, that wave we just had, combination surfing, the judges love it. It's a 9.17 for DeJackson Santos, and that sets him up with an extremely significant lead, but also with, is that the highest score of this division? Not quite. We've got a 9.33 from Dariel Melendez from yesterday, and now the 9.17 coming in as second highest of the division.
And so what that's going to do is move him up into second place overall, so that will give him an easier seed in the semifinals, going to possibly advance into the final. But what the judges like about that turn was his board was clearly up and over the lip. So you see it right here, boom. 3/4 of his board was up and over the lip, free falling back down. Just a small wave, but the action was huge. And then they're backing it up with that turn and then pulling out with control. You don't get points for that, but when you show control throughout the entirety of the wave, the judges like that. And there's a live action. He's just energetic right now.
It's, you know, once you just score like that in a heat, he's going to be feeling so good, ready to just charge, trying now. There's no more risk for him involved because he has a 9.17. You know, the only thing that could happen is if there was some kind of interference or something that takes that away, that puts risk back into his situation as far as scores go for advancing through. or keeping himself in a good position on the leaderboard. But he's in a great spot now to just feel free to take off on waves and start to maybe push his surfing with what he feels like he can do for the next rounds to come.
That's a great point as we watch all the surfers duck dive under these waves. That's a great point about the interference and just playing it smart for the remainder of the heat, because that's the last thing that you would want to happen in a break like this where there's so many different peaks and there's priority and there's really no reason to get in any other surfer's way. So a great point. And it's not just surfing, how you're surfing out there. There's rules and there's a whole evolution of the sport that's been great to see. Thank you, wind, for cooperating with us another day. You can see a little bit of a light texture, but another beautiful day in Southern California.
It is a great spot, a great location to be here in Oceanside, California. You know, you were mentioning a moment ago, Anthony, that it's one of those spots that's just one of the most consistent for good, fun surf throughout the entire year here in Oceanside. And I mean, it really speaks to the surfing that we've seen from local surfer in Katie Simmers, being the 2024 WSL Women's World Champion. She's an ISA junior medalist, junior gold medalist specifically, surfing out here most days of her life. You know, this is the type of surfing that can breed world champions, and we're now getting to see new world champions compete on it this week as well.
That's a great point. World-class training ground.
Here we go. To Jackson Santos, he's already got that huge score on the board. He's going to pull out of that one, but already just feeling the stoke for him after a really solid finish. His nickname is Gato de Botas, which means Puss in Boots. And he's a great character to have on the team for the Brazilian contingency. He's going to be feeling so good heading into his next round of competition, as it will be advancements into the semifinals. There's 4 heats in total in this division, so we'll be taking those top 8 surfers through to a semifinal matchup.
And we haven't had much movement today in the scores. DeJackson Santos throwing that 9.17. Juan Martinez had a little bit of improvement. Mono Stewart was the biggest jumper up in the rankings. And for those that don't know about Puss in Boots, it's a character, and it's a cat who carries a sword and is, I would love to hear more about how he got that nickname. We're going to send Chris back out there. He's the nickname finder outerer. We got SpongeBob, and now we've got Puss in Boots. So, and DeJackson won the heat. So we're gonna find out about Puss in Boots.
Incredible. Well, here we go. Toby Begg with 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Nice takeoff, and he's just going to ride this one out all the way to the shoreline. He's got a couple of 2s on the board. And was a trickier situation towards, you know, this heat, maybe that second heat as well, as those conditions are deteriorating, like we heard from Sponge, getting really challenging out there to just get any wave with an open face. So the surfers that are able to do that, like what we saw from DeJackson, getting that 2-turn combination was absolutely massive. That's going to be what the surfers coming up in this next heat are going to be having to look for throughout the next 20 minutes. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we're going to hear from DeJackson Santos, and we will be heading into heat number 4 of this men's kneeling division.
My name is Olivia Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the action. We are in our men's kneeling division, round 2, heat number 4, which includes any surfers riding a wave in a kneeling position with an above-the-knee amputation or both lower limb amputations or congenital or impairment equivalent. Out in the lineup right now, we have 4 surfers. This is the first heat of the round with 4 surfers within it. And it will be each of them looking to improve their spot on the leaderboard. Altair Olivares now up and riding for Team Chile in the red jersey. Maxime Cabagne from France in the blue jersey. Mohamed Almaki from Saudi Arabia in the green. And Paulo de Souza from Brazil wearing the white jersey. My name is Shannon Hughes. I am joined in the booth by avid surfer, fan of the sport all around, Anthony Vela. Anthony, it's great to be calling heats with you today.
Thank you, Shannon, and with you as well. And I am definitely a fan, and we're excited that those of you that are watching can join us. And we're excited to share the stories about these athletes and also about the classifications. You were just talking about this classification or division that we're in now. And if you missed it earlier, Shannon had the pleasure of having Dr. Mo Johnson in the booth earlier. You can rewind the webcast and watch and learn more about how the classifications are made. There's 9 different classifications in order to group the surfers in similar situations. Everyone's a little different in order to make the contest as fair as possible, which is the goal of all of the different national and international governing bodies for para sports. So the 9 divisions, we have 3 stand divisions. There's kneel division that we are in right now. There's sitting down division where they're able to use a paddle as well. 2 different prone divisions and 2 different visual impairment divisions. And there's a male and female division of most of those. And that's our classifications.
Yeah, it's great to see the numbers that have increased since the inaugural event a decade ago in 2015, where there was a lot of co-ed divisions because there just wasn't enough surfers. Typically, there weren't enough women to fill out a women's division. Maybe there would be 2 in that division. And so instead of just having them surf against each other, it was including, that 1 or 2 surfers into the men's division as well to create co-ed surfing divisions, but also it meant that they were having the potential to surf more heats and everything. Now, across the years, to see the 550 classified parasurfers around the world that the ISA has been able to classify with the help of Dr. Mo Johnson alongside, there's just so many surfers out here competing, so it's been rad to see the inclusion of numbers, the gender equality that's continuing to be pushed with 1/3 of competitors in the lineup this week being women, as those numbers continue to increase globally as well. So it's been really awesome to see those, just I guess the growth and the progression of parasurfing continue through the years. And last year specifically is kind of being talked about as the year that there was really this evolution in the progression of surfing. A lot of these surfers becoming much more dynamic in the type of turns that they were able to do in their barrel hunting, in just the type of surfing and the rail work that they were actually bringing into their surfing, as opposed to maybe in some of those earlier years where there was a lot more whitewater surfing specifically. And it's been really rad to see, and I think for a lot of those surfers that are maybe coming in as their first or second time now competing, they've got their sights set on that progression for the future as well.
And I think progression is a great word for it. We saw, I believe, back in 2020, Elena Nichols surfing in the sit division against the men, which spawned more women to get involved and having their own division. And then if we remember 2 years ago, her getting that incredible barrel ride on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier.
Yeah, that was so awesome. There was even a rainbow in the barrel. I was in the heat calling it, and I will never forget that moment. That was so cool, Lena.
I mean, that is the epitome of progression, from her having to surf against the men and then progressing to the rainbow barrel, as we'll call it. And in the Stand 3 division, this year it's an open division. There is a female competing against the men, but all of you women out there, hey, get into it. It's fair game, and we are looking for equal opportunity for men and women here at the ISA Parasurfing World Championship.
That's right. Well, we got 13 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to the beach, check in with Chris Cote and the winner of that last heat.
All right, so a big heat win here in the afternoon. This man is known by the name as Gato de Botas, Puss in Boots. So first and foremost, how did we get this nickname?
Gato, você é conhecido como Gato de Botas. Como é que você conseguiu esse apelido?
Foi o meu técnico, Fedoba, que colocou esse apelido aí, Gato de Botas. A galera do surf.
Well, his coach just nicknamed him like this, and that's how he had got known about.
Well, you get a good nickname and it sticks. All right, so our champion from 2023 in Huntington Beach went home with the gold medal. What have you learned in the last couple of years to prepare yourself to come back and potentially get back on top and get another gold medal?
I like how it grabbed
Gato,
the rail.
você foi campeão em 23, né? Como é que você, durante esses anos agora, para retornar, como é que você se preparou para voltar aqui e buscar o outro ouro?
Me dedicando muito, surfando na praia de Marizia, treinando bastante e estou aqui passando bateria e com fé em Deus chegar na final e levar o título para o Brasil, nosso país que a gente ama.
Well, he trained a lot. He's focused to do the job again. He trained in his hometown, and he's willing to come back and represent Brazil with the gold medal.
Well, Brazil is a country of champions. We know that for a long time. And I know you got a lot of support here. I got a lot of sponsors. So maybe you want to shout them out and give them thanks for helping you get here today.
Você tem monte de patrocinador. Você gostaria de falar sobre eles aqui, agradecer, mandar uma palavra lá para o Brasil?
Fala, galera. Agradecer primeiramente a Deus e agradecer a todos os meus apoiadores. Muito obrigado mesmo por fazer parte. Quero agradecer a Sudesb, a Federação Baiana de Surf, a Armamento Rebelde, meu fotógrafo Bill Cora, a CB Surf, Secretaria de Paradesporto, Maremotos, Bom Gosto e a toda a galera que deram uma força, Arnaldo, Leque de Zequinha. E é isso, galera. Agora é focar para a semi e poder passar a semi e chegar na final e fazer um bom resultado, beleza?
Well, he thanks all his sponsors, and now he's going to the final to represent Brazil and get the gold medal.
Parabéns, Gato de Botas.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from the team, and I can fully see it with the nickname now. And you know, you're mentioned to it being the character. I think is it a Shrek character, potentially. Anyways, but with the sword in hand, the cat with the sword, and it fully is seeing that replay of that wave. Jackson has such expressive arms when he's surfing, and it's fully like that of a fencer. Like he's ready to whip out the sword and cut that wave apart. So great surfing from him, scoring a 9.17 on the board, and he's going to be feeling really solid moving through the rest of the week.
And a great nickname, and it has stuck, and he did a great job being stuck to his board on that one turn on the 9.17, and I couldn't agree with you more on what an appropriate nickname as we're getting in to halfway through this heat.
And we have just received word that the officials have decided to call this as the final heat of the day. So we will not be running into the next division. This will be the last one. This is the last heat of our men's kneeling division, heat number 4, round 2. And we were scheduled to run women's kneeling division for 3 heats of their women's round 2. That decision has been made to call it off for the day. Those women will be slotted into the schedule somewhere tomorrow afternoon. So officially, these are the final 10 minutes of competition for day 3 of competition here at the 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And it's been a really big day. We've seen the first time of surfers surfing for that second opportunity out here. So officially, we will see the first surfers eliminated from competition based off of the results on the leaderboard at the end of competition today.
Yes, and great call from contest director Eric Kramer. The scores are reflective of the conditions that are out there, and the tide still has just on low and not looking to improve through the day. And so we want to send the surfers out, as we see a ride happening right here, just in the white water. We want to send them out in the best conditions possible to give them a chance to showcase their surfing. And the forecast looks good for the remainder of the week. And so Eric Kramer taking all of these factors into consideration for canceling, and I know the surfers will be stoked.
Yeah, I think it's a really good decision, just noting, how much more challenging it is to find any wave with an open face, and that's really reflective of the scoreline. The nice thing when it comes to competitive surfing is that in every heat, every new 20 minutes, every surfer in that 20-minute time slot has to deal with the same conditions. So from a fairness of play, at least everyone's dealing with it being a little bit more challenging, harder to find those right waves. But it is really nice when there is plenty of wave catching opportunity across the board, and in that 20 minutes, everyone gets to really showcase their surfing, and that's what does the talking for who is advancing through, rather than sort of that luck of the draw of who happened to be in the right position or happened to get a wave that opened up when the majority of them are closing out.
Yes, great point, great point. And through the course of the week, we're going to continue to have these big tidal changes, but the good news is the lower tide is going to be later in the day, which is helping. So with the early start, we've been starting at 7 a.m. each day to try to get some heats done in the best conditions. And then obviously we have the glare as well. But the low tide is going to be at 3 o'clock tomorrow on Wednesday. The low tide is going to be closer to 4 on Thursday. And then the low tide will be almost at 5 o'clock. So again, just backing that great decision from Eric.
Even considering finals day on Friday, with that high tide sort of moving towards midday, every surfer should get decent conditions rather than having to surf, too much on that low tide in the afternoons, like you're saying. So that's really awesome to think of as we move towards finals day. It's always really nice when you have the gritty end of competition, the trickier waves and stuff, just through the kind of middle of it, and you're like getting things, surfers are kind of knocking out of those early rounds and it's kind of worse conditions. But when you luck into really good conditions on finals day, all the stoke levels are so high for those surfers that are still in the draw, and it's really exciting for the viewership as well when we get to see those surfers that have advanced all the way through the draw also get the opportunity to surf really quality waves.
Yep, could agree 100%. And Thursday looks like the swell is bumping up a little bit Thursday, kind of building through the day, and Friday should hold steady. So we're getting some great forecast information from Surfline. We appreciate that. Specific forecast for the event. And so thank you to Kevin Wallace and the crew. And thanks also to the Challenged Athletes Foundation and High Fives Foundation, two foundations that really help adaptive athletes of all different sports. Here we're looking at para-surfing, but there are so many different para sports in the Paralympics and non-Olympic sports, and these foundations help athletes. I love that Liv Stone ad for the Challenged Athletes Foundation. She looks so young there. It's like we've seen her grow up, and she's doing a fantastic job on the webcast, as well as she did while she was competing.
Yeah, it's so awesome to have Liv in the booth with us. I think at any sport, to have an expert in that specific sport is absolutely crucial to a broadcast that's running, to really get the insights of what they've been through in the past in their own journey, to hear them breaking things down. They're the ones that really, have the weight in the conversation. And Liv is a perfect example of that weight in the conversation when it comes to parasurfing. Of course, she competes in one specific division in one of the standing divisions. But, so she doesn't have experience competing across multiple divisions. As we see, a wild takeoff from Mohammed out of Saudi Arabia. I mean, he has been looking and looking for the right wave. He was sitting in that leading position for quite a while, and he's just fallen down into second as we've got another score on the board for Altair out of Chile, which has bumped him up into that leading position. But these are some crazy takeoffs, and you can really see why the competition is going to be called off after this, but also the fact that at the end of this heat, one person's going to win, and each surfer has that opportunity to be in that position. As we see Paulo de Souza on the inside here, just trying to get his way, back out there after catching that ride. And mostly just whitewater, nothing really with that green face. And so that's kind of where those scores are sitting at the moment, reflective of as well. Paddle here from Maxime. Quickly up and riding, and here we go. That's going to be the wave. That's going to be a huge point of difference out in the lineup right now for Team France.
Those are some of the first open-faced turns that we've seen in this heat, and that surprised us. Remember that last heat, the 917 from De Jackson Santos. It was kind of out of the blue. We hadn't had a well surfed wave in a while because of the conditions. And there you see that rip current just playing havoc on the lineup. And that's a shot of how these surfers are able to get back in a position to paddle out. A lot of people involved in the broadcast, but a lot of people involved in the surfing. And you've got the surfer. In some heats, you have a pusher, a catcher, or a spotter. You also have the wheelchair assistants pushing them. And, you know, it truly is a team sport for each heat. But also, we have the team points total. And back to what you were talking about Liv and having her on the broadcast team, although she was competing in one discipline, she was on, you know, that two-time gold medalist Team USA, so she was cheering for, and she her other teammates in the other classifications, and she was talking the other day about Parker being kind of one of her best friends. So although she competed in the one and won 3 times, she also was helping the other athletes and being a fan of them. So she has insight unlike we will ever have as to what they're thinking, how they're, you know, working and feeling and training as a team also.
That's right. Her understanding of each of the categories is so much deeper than anything that we hold. So having her as part of the broadcast has been just a huge win for the ISA this week. And as much as we would love to see her back in the jersey, I'd like to see her go for more world titles. I'm so stoked that she's been going for the world title of commentary this week.
Yeah, she's doing a great job. She's currently in podium advancement position.
She is currently in that gold medal finish for sure. We got 2 minutes remaining on the clock. It's been a big day of surfing here for our day 3 of competition for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're competing at the north side of the Oceanside Pier for this week. Great spot to go take a walk, you know, grab a coffee, grab some lunch. There's so many nice restaurants around. Take a walk on the pier if you're in the area. You can have that bird's eye view of exactly where the surfers are sitting. You can see that rip pulling off, all that sand just being dragged off the bottom. And, you know, enjoying a little bit of time out here in the autumn sunshine as we're down to nearly the finish of our day of competition. At the moment, it's France's Maxime. So scores are in there. It's a 2.87. So rewarded for finding himself with some, you know, movement down the line and able to actually connect in for a turn. Puts him into that leading position where he was sitting in that 3rd place position for the rest of this heat. Mohammed now having a paddle here, the young surfer out of Saudi Arabia. It's great to have them represented as well. And unfortunately, he'll just take a nosedive. You can see that frustration and how challenging the conditions must be out there right now.
I don't know if that was frustration or was he doing the hand helmet to protect his head. No, that was frustration for sure, but I'd love to see that hand helmet done more by athletes. And one of the things that we taught in junior lifeguards, and it's just a great habit to get into. He threw his hands up, but not for the right reasons. It's frustrating out there, and it's one of the reasons I love surfing and watching competitive surfing is the mental toughness aspect of it. And a number of these athletes are so mentally tough, and you have to be in order to advance into the rounds in all different conditions and all different emotions. And some of them have even moved on to motivational speaking and things like that.
Oh, that's right. There's so much more going on behind the scenes, creating their own foundations to be supporting, you know, the development of athletes around the world. So that will finish out our last heat of the day, and it's been a solid effort from these 4 in the lineup. You know, really, really challenging conditions. Small scores reflected as far as the quality of the surf, but not the quality of the surfers or the quality of the heart involved in the surfing, Anthony.
100%, and we saw commitment, and we just didn't see that speed very much and power and flow because there wasn't that much on offer for these competitors. And there's the schedule. So we saw Sunday, we had the opening ceremony and competition began, 2 hours of competition. And then Monday through Thursday, we'll have the preliminary rounds, quarterfinals in some divisions, and semifinals. Basically, we're going from sunrise to sunset unless our contest director deems the conditions are not contestable, or we hold off for better conditions. And looking forward to finals day on Friday.
Plenty more great surfing to come, but we saw a lot of great surfing today. The conditions were so beautiful this morning. Let's take a look at the highlights from day 3 of competition here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Well, a really solid day of surfing that we got to witness. That was super, super exciting, especially those conditions early this morning. I think for everyone rocking up and seeing the swell just slightly smaller, making it a little bit easier on those paddles. We got to see a lot of surfers catching, you know, maybe more waves per heat individually than what we were seeing yesterday in competition, just because there were fewer closeout sets throughout the day, Anthony. And that was really nice to see everyone be able to kind of start finding that rhythm earlier on through the day.
We saw some magical rides. That highlight reel was fantastic, and that's why I love surfing. It just the conditions change so much throughout the day. It really challenges these athletes to execute their maneuvers, to get in tune with their boards, to have a strategy and work with their teammates. And thanks to everyone out there, all the volunteers in the orange jerseys for making it happen, the water safety team. What a great day of keeping everyone safe.
Well, Chris Cote is down on the glass with the winner of our final heat of the day, Maxime Cabane. Take it away, Chris.
Now that's how you want. Not easy. This is Pedro. He'll be translating here with Maxime. Looking out there, it looks extremely difficult to find a wave, but the one meaningful wave was found by this man right here. So how did he find that wave? And once he was riding it, what happened next?
Ils ont demandé, parce qu'on voit ton énorme fessier du bord, du coup, comment tu fais pour avoir un cul pareil? Alors, ils ont dit que c'était très compliqué et tout, mais que tu as eu une bonne vague. Et ils voulaient savoir comment tu as fait pour la trouver et pour la surfer, quand tu t'es débrouillé.
There is a lot of current. The waves are close and fast, and I think it was just lucky.
Luck is a huge factor in professional surfing, isn't it? So, Team France, you guys are two-time champions in the last few years here. So, what are we doing as a team to try to maximize our potential? How are we coming together to support each other out there?
Comment on a fait l'équipe de France pour avoir 2 médailles et pour encore être là? J'en sais quoi nos techniques pour la cohésion d'équipe, pour performer comme ça? Je te demande.
C'est une team complète. Il y a une bonne cohésion de groupe. Voilà, on est tous des potes au final et le but c'est de prendre juste du plaisir dans les vagues et là on vise back to back to back.
So he's saying we have a good crew of people, mostly like everyone is good friends and just good cohesion. So it's all working out like this. So hopefully we get a third star.
All right, well, good fans, great surfers. We'll see if Team France can go back to back to back. Let's do it.
Thanks so much. They are the team to beat this week. They've had a lot of success in recent years, and we know they've been investing a lot on the ground with their parasurfing community, which is amazing to see. And it's been paying off on a world title in those world title conversations.
Yes, great job from Team France. And what a great way to end the day, to have their final surfer getting the last interview of the day. That momentum will hopefully carry over to tomorrow, but the other teams are going to go back home and strategize, watch their heats on the replay, and get ready for tomorrow's competition.
Yeah, that's right. Just picking everything apart from what went down today, and maybe even paying more attention to what time their heat is tomorrow, how the conditions look today, and if it will be similar in the, coming up tomorrow morning. It's been a big day of surfing here. We have been stoked to watch it all, and we're happy to be calling it quits because those conditions looked so challenging at the moment. We're going to be back bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. for our next day of competition here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. So we'll see you then. Thanks for tuning in today, and we'll see you in the morning.